can't afford the consequences. Women created problem they now complain about.
A flashback reveals a young, sad guard being taken in by a tall man. Now 15, he works as a servant for the Count family.
Be me, 29-year-old female, always been romantic and believed in true love. Grew up on Disney movies and romance novels about finding the one. Consider myself feminist, but still want traditional romantic relationship. Recently single after boyfriend of 2 years, suddenly ended things. I just don't think love is real anymore. Sorry. Thought he was just afraid of commitment or had cold feet. But his words stuck with me, seemed genuinely sad rather than scared. Something in his eyes looked broken rather than scared. Like he'd discovered terrible truth about relationships. Start paying attention to how men around me talk about relationships. Notice my male friends are incredibly cynical about romance. Love is just chemical reaction that wears off after few years. Marriage is business arrangement, nothing to do with feelings. Assume they're just being edgy or trying to sound intellectual, but their attitudes seem genuinely held rather than performative. When pressed for details, they share surprisingly consistent stories. All involve women leaving during difficult periods. Learn that love has expiration date when times get tough. Visit my brother, who's 32 and never been in serious relationship. Always wondered why such a great guy stays perpetually single. He's attractive, successful, funny, gets along well with everyone. When I ask about dating, he gives bitter laugh. Love doesn't exist. It's just women using men for resources. Shocked by his cynicism, ask where this attitude comes from. Reluctantly shares story about college girlfriend he thought he'd marry. I was completely devoted to her. Thought we had real connection. Planned to propose after graduation. Had ring picked out. Worked extra jobs to afford perfect diamonds she hinted about. Found out she was cheating entire last year of relationship. While I'm planning our future, she's sleeping with 3 other guys. When confronted, she showed no remorse or guilt. Said she was just keeping options open until something better came along. Destroyed his faith in female capacity for genuine emotional attachment. Realized I was just backup plan while she shopped for upgrade. Explains how this pattern repeated in subsequent relationships. Women who seemed loving until better option appeared. Love apparently means loving what you can provide temporarily. Now he dates casually, but never invests emotionally. Why risk heartbreak when he's always sane? Attend high school reunions. Surprised by how bitter they all seem about relationships. These used to be optimistic, romantic guys at school. Now they talk about women like predatory animals. They only want what they can get from you. Love is just word women use to manipulate men into providing. Ask my old friend Ryan about his attitude change. Shares story about wife who left him after cancer diagnosis. She promised in sickness and in health, lasted about 6 months. While he was going through chemotherapy, she filed for divorce. Said she couldn't handle being caregiver, needed someone healthy. Took half his assets while he was fighting for his life. That's when I learned love has conditions women don't mention. Describes how she moved in with new boyfriend immediately, while he was still bald from chemo treatments. New guy had full head of hair and clean bill of health. Apparently love means loving perfect version of person. Another classmate shares similar story about job loss. Wife supportive during good times, gone when company downsized. She said she needed man who could provide security. 3 years later, she's married to my former boss. Love lasted exactly as long as paycheck. Start talking to men in my extended family about relationships. Uncle who got divorced after 20 years of marriage. The wife who could provide better lifestyle. Love apparently means loving what you can provide, not who you are. When upgrade appeared, raised her kids, supported her dreams, built life together, but dentist fiancé called off wedding 2 weeks before ceremony, found someone better on dating. After 3 years together and thousands spent on wedding, realize that love is available. Wedding venue deposits lost, honeymoon flights forfeited. Meanwhile, she's posting engagement photos with new guys. Apparently, love means keeping options open until last minute. Begin noticing pattern in stories men share about relationships. Women leaving when men face financial or health
Feindliche
difficulties.
Verteidigerdrohne
Promises
entdeckt.
of loyalty. Abandoned when circumstances change. Conditional love that evaporates under pressure. Men learn that female commitment isn't actually commitment. Attend family barbecue. Overhear conversation between male relatives. Discussing how women behave during relationship difficulties. Ex-wife
Sofortige
filed for
medizinische
divorce.
Hilfe erforderlich.
Impressions bad after dad died.
Agent
Girlfriend
außer
dumped him
Gefecht.
when accident left him with permanent limp.
Abtrünniger Agent
Pattern of
eliminiert.
women abandoning men during vulnerable
Agent
periods,
getötet.
while expecting unconditional male support during their struggles. Creates impression that female love is
Sie betreten einen
transactional
sicheren
rather
Bereich.
than genuine. Cousin Mark shares story about
Die
supporting
brutale Dark
girlfriend
Zone wird
in law
betreten.
school. Paid her tuition, living expenses, provided emotional support. She said I was love of her life, couldn't do it without me. Week after passing bar exam, she ended relationship. Needed fresh start for new career, I reminded her of
Kontaminierte
struggling
Ausrüstung
student
wird geborgen.
days. Immediately started dating partners. My investment in her success paid off for another man. Visit coffee shop. Overhear group of guys discussing nothing about
Lebensfunktion kritisch.
their shopping for lifestyle
Abtrünniger Agent
upgrade,
neutralisiert.
romantic partner. Love means finding a guy who checks all boxes on their list. Describe women treating dating like consumer comparison shopping, reducing men to set of qualifications rather than human beings. No consideration for emotional connection or compatibility. Show each other screenshots of dating conversations. Women asking about income before agreeing to meet. What do you drive? Where do you live? What's your job title?
Entdecke
Treating
kontaminierte
potential
Ausrüstung.
relationships like loan applications. Love apparently requires financial pre-approval process. Friend Tom shows me his dating profile interactions. Women asking about income, car, living situation before meeting. Do you own your home? What's your credit score like? Treating potential relationships like loan applications. Love apparently requires financial pre-approval process. Woman unmatched him after learning he rents apartment. Guess love requires property ownership now. Another woman
Feindliche
independent.
Verteidigerdrohne entdeckt.
Reducing complex human
Sofortige
beings to
medizinische
financial
Hilfe
status
erforderlich.
Start observing how women
Agent
in their social
kampfunfähig.
circle talk about boyfriends.
Kein
Mine
Lebenszeichen
needs
bei
to step up his career game if this is going long term. Thinking about upgrading to someone with better earning
Sicherer
potential.
Bereich entdeckt.
He's sweet, but I need man who can provide lifestyle I want. Describing romantic partners like jobs they might quit for better offer. No discussion of emotional bonds or genuine affection. Purely calculating assessment of what men can provide. Friend Jessica constantly
verfallene Dark Zone wird
evaluating
jetzt
boyfriend's
betreten.
performance. He's good but not great. Might need to trade up. Love him, but he's not ambitious enough for marriage material. Treating 3-year relationship like job performance review. Boyfriend has no idea he's being evaluated for replacement. When he got promotion, suddenly became perfect marriage
Wahrzeichen
material.
betreten.
Love apparently fluctuates with salary increases. Attend wedding, where bride's speech focuses entirely on groom's achievements. So proud of his successful business and beautiful home he bought us. Grateful for man who can give me everything I dreamed of. No mention of loving him as person or being attracted to his character. Wedding celebration of financial arrangement rather than romantic union. Groom looks uncomfortable during speech focusing on his utility. Reception conversations reveal similar attitude from other women. She really landed a good one. Look at that house. Smart girl. Dentists make excellent money. Discussing marriages like successful business acquisitions. No mention of emotional compatibility or genuine affection. Notice how women respond to men going through difficult times. Friend Sarah immediately lost interest when the boyfriend got laid off. I can't date someone who doesn't have stable income. Need man who has his life together, not project to fix. No consideration for supporting partner through temporary setback. Love, apparently conditional on maintaining success and stability. Same. Sarah expects unlimited support when she faces problems. Boyfriend should provide emotional and financial assistance during her struggles, but she owes no reciprocal support during his difficulties. That's different. Women need security and stability. Contrast with how men support women during difficulties. Watch male friends rally around female friend going through depression. Provide emotional support, practical help, financial assistance. Never question whether she's worth investment during hard times. Unconditional care that women rarely reciprocate for men. Friend Mike spent months helping female friend through breakup. Daily phone calls, expensive dinners, emotional support. When he faced similar situation, she was too busy to help. Men are supposed to handle problems alone. Start questioning observe how physical attraction fades during male struggles. Job loss, illness, relationship exits. While men are expected to provide unwavering support, claimed to adore me. Promised forever, but meant until something changes. Men discovering that promises meant nothing. Learn that male cynicism. Neighbor shares story about wife leaving during father's illness. Spent months caring for dying parent. Wife complained about attention. She said I was neglecting divorce while he was planning funeral. Required sacrifice on her part. Join online discussions about modern relationships. Men sharing stories about conditional female love. Women leaving during cancer treatment, job loss, family deaths. Learn that I love you means I love what you do for me. Cynical men. Expressions of love as manipulation. Read hundreds of similar stories from men worldwide. Consistent theme of women abandoning relationships. She loved my success, not me as person. Married Start examining my own relationship history with more perspective. Realize I've been conditional. Lost interest in weakness or vulnerability. Loved them for what they provided, rather than always tied to their achievements. Never considered supporting man through genuine difficulty. Remember boyfriend who got laid off during recession. My immediate thought was disappointment rather than sympathy. How could he let this happen to us? Treated his unemployment as personal failing rather than economic reality. Started looking at other options while pretending to be supportive. Relationship ended when he sensed my withdrawal of affection. Participate in group chat where female friends discuss relationships. Time to trade up. Current guy isn't meeting expectations. Love him, but needs someone more ambitious. He's great, but can't provide lifestyle I want. Casual discussion. No recognition of emotional attachments. Male feelings as irrelevant to relationship calculations. Friend Lisa describing boyfriend-like defective problems. Need to find someone with better earning potential. No consideration that he might genuinely love her. Dismissing 3 years of devotion because salary insufficient. Love in relationships. Women mistake transaction for emotion. Love means we love people. They love what people can do for them. Consistent theme that men and women experience love differently. Men form emotional bonds. women form strategic partnerships. Male romantic investment rarely reciprocating with equal feelings. Discover not bitter hatred, but genuine sadness about female nature. Wanted to believe in fairy tale romance. Learned that women see men as utility providers. Love is business arrangement disguised as emotion. Thousands of men sharing identical revelations about female behavior creates community of giving up on love. Deciding to test theories by observing. Partners during stress. Woman drops phone, man immediately helps and comforts her. Car breaks down, woman blames man. He apologizes to woman for inconvenience. Consistent pattern of female criticism versus because they learn love isn't real, at least not the way they understand and experience it. Women's version of love is conditional, calculating, replaceable. And men's version is unconditional, emotional, permanent. Incompatible definitions create inevitable disappointment. Attend therapy session with boyfriend to get closure. Ask him to explain his comment about love not being real. I love you so when I stopped meeting my expectations, love disappeared instantly. Circumstances change. Therapist tries to mediate but reveals her own biases. Men need to understand that women require security and stability. It's natural for women to seek better providers, even professional. Female love is conditional. It validates that women's calculating approach to relationships. Realize that men's cynicism about love is protective mechanism. Learn through experience that female love is conditional. Better to avoid emotional investment and face inevitable regret. Visit elderly male relatives for generational perspective. Grandfather married 50 years before grandmother died. Women used to need husbands for survival. Now they want husbands for lifestyle enhancement. Explains how economic independence changed. Modern women love what you provide, not who you are. Grandmother loved me through poverty, war, illness. Today, women knew the first sign of difficulty. Uncle who remarried after divorce shares similar observations. Second wife stayed because she's from traditional culture. Describes how cultural values affect female loyalty. Women from traditional societies more likely to honor commitments. American women trained to prioritize and watch proceedings reveal female perspective in marriage. Wife's lawyer arguing for maximum alimony and asset division. She sacrificed career to support his success. Husband worked 80-hour weeks while she managed household. Both contributed, but only his contribution valued financially. Love apparently means paying for privilege of being left. Friend loses house, custody, and half future earnings. Wife immediately starts dating divorce lawyer. Love lasted exactly until she got better deal. 6 months of observation reveals uncomfortable truth. Men don't believe in love because women taught them it doesn't exist. At least not the unconditional, permanent love men seek. Female love is strategic, temporary, based on ongoing performance. Male disbelief in love is rational response to consistent female behavior, not character flaw or commitment phobia. Start questioning fundamental assumptions about gender and relationships. Maybe men and women have different biological programming. Female hypergamy, designed to secure best possible resources. Male pair bonding, designed for long-term emotional attachment. Creates inevitable conflict when both expect other to love their way. Attend wedding planning session with engaged friend. Listen to conversations about prenuptials and financial arrangements. Need to protect myself. in case things don't work out. Planning for relationship failure before marriage even happens. Groom uncomfortable discussing divorce scenarios during wedding planning. Bride treating marriage like business contract with escape clauses. Love forever apparently requires legal protection from love forever. Speak with married men about their relationship experiences. Consistent theme of walking on eggshells to maintain female approval. Have to keep performing to keep her interested. Marriage is job where you can't quit but can get fired. Describing relationships as ongoing auditions rather than partnerships. Constant pressure to maintain attraction through achievement. Wives evaluating husbands like employers, evaluating employees. Visit male friends who've chosen permanent bachelorhood. Expected bitter misogynists, but find content. Peaceful men. Gave up chasing something that doesn't exist. Found happiness in hobbies, friendships, personal growth. Not angry about female nature, but accepting biological reality. Women can't help being hypergamous any more than men can help being romantic. Learn to find fulfillment outside romantic relationships. Some hire professional services for physical needs. Others focus entirely on platonic relationships and personal interests. Many report greater life satisfaction after abandoning romantic pursuit, stopped chasing fairy tale and started living real life. Now understand why brother stays single by choice, why male friends avoid serious relationships, why divorced men don't get married. They've learned that human love is business arrangement. Not emotional bond worth risking heart and resources. Men's romantic cynicism is learned behavior from female actions, not inherent male ability to commit or love. Women created male disbelief in love through conditional behavior. Begin recognizing this pattern in my own female friends. None have ever supported male partner through genuine hardship. All have left relationships when circumstances became difficult. Love,
Helikopter ist fast in
always
der
conditional
Bergungszone.
upon man. Maintaining performance standards. Realize that I've contributed to male cynicism about relationships. Never offered unconditional support to struggling boyfriends. Treated romantic partners like service providers rather than people. Expected constant performance while offering minimal reciprocal investment. Part of system that teaches men love is
Heli angekommen.
spend months trying to find examples of showing unconditional love. Search through social media, literature, personal experiences. Overwhelming evidence supports being respected about female nature. Rare examples of female loyalty involve exceptional circumstances, or women from traditional cultures with different values. Modern American women consistently demonstrate conditional love based on male performance rather than emotion. 6 months later, completely different understanding of relationships. Men aren't commitment focused, they're protection focused. Learned through experience that female love evaporates during hardship. Rational response is avoiding emotional
Noch
investment
15
in
Sekunden
conditional
und wir verschwinden.
relationships.
Abholung hat
Women
begonnen.
wonder where good men went without understanding the perfect way. Through consistently demonstrating that love is transactional, men adapted by treating relationships as transactions too, or avoiding them entirely to protect emotional well-being. Begin dating differently with this new understanding. Offer genuine support
Werbung
during
abgeschlossen.
difficult times rather
Der
than criticism.
Helikopter fliegt zurück.
Focus on emotional connection rather than material benefits. Try to demonstrate unconditional acceptance rather than conditional approval. Difficult to change ingrained patterns, but necessary for real relationships. Realize that feminist narratives about
Entdecke
male
kontaminierte
commitment issues is
Ausrüstung.
backwards. Men desperately want committed, loving relationships. Women are ones who treat commitment as conditional arrangement. Male romantic cynicism is defensive response to female behavioral patterns, not character flaw requiring correction through therapy or social pressure. Learned that love means different things to different genders. Men seek unconditional emotional bonds. Women seek conditional resource partnerships. Acknowledging this difference might help both sides adjust expectations. Rather than pretending both genders experience love identically, men's disbelief in love is evidence-based conclusion, not psychological problem requiring treatment. Women created this disbelief because their consistent
Wahrzeichen betreten.
want to change male attitudes, need to change female actions first. Being 31-year-old female, always dreamed of getting married and having a family. Grew up believing marriage was natural progression in serious relationships. Consider myself feminine, but still want traditional wedding and partnership. Recently turned 30, starting to feel pressure about my husband. Notice that guys my age seem completely uninterested in marriage. Not just reluctant or nervous, but actively opposed to it. Marriage is just expensive divorce. Assume they're just immature or afraid of responsibility. But their attitudes seem deeply held rather than casual deflection. Start paying attention to conversations about marriage among male friends. Discover they discuss it like financial suicide or legal trap. Why would I sign a contract that gives someone half my stuff? Marriage benefits women, destroys men. Initially dismissed as typical
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
but realize they're discussing
nähernde
specific
Feinde
legal
erkannt.
and economic concerns. Not vague fears about losing freedom or independence. Friend Jake explains his perspective on marriage economics. Women initiate 70% of divorces, but get their view at financial. No-fault divorce means she can leave for any reason. While man faces predetermined penalties. It's like signing blank checks and hoping she never cashes it. Shows me divorce statistics in this research. Numbers are shocking. Men lose significant assets. Also face legal and alimony and child support obligations. Even when woman-initiated divorce or was unfaithful, courts assume women need financial support regardless of circumstances. Visit family gathering, notice unmarried male relatives supporting the topic. When aunts ask about settling down, they give evasive answers. Later, corner my cousin Mark, who's 35, successful engineer. Honestly, marriage terrifies me more than anything else. Explains how he watched father get destroyed in a divorce. Dad lost house, custody, and pays mom's bills 15 years later. She cheated throughout the marriage, court gave her everything. Mom remarried wealthy man, while dad lives in studio apartment. Married ruined good man who did nothing wrong. Mark learned early that marriage creates massive financial liability. Regardless of why would I voluntarily enter system designed to destroy me? Attend wedding of college friend, notice interesting dynamics. Groom's male friends seem supportive but privately pessimistic. Overhear conversations during the bachelor party about files for divorce. Not bitter comments, but realistic assessment based on observation. Many have witnessed friends destroyed by divorce proceedings. Bride's female friends smart girl. Teachers have great performance benefits. Stark contrast between male concern and female celebration. Men viewing marriage as risk, women viewing as a cheat. Start researching statistics myself. Discover that everything male friends said is statistically accurate. Women do initiate majority of divorces in no-fault divorce states. Men typically family courts demonstrate clear bias toward mothers in custody decisions. Best
Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
even when fathers are equally or more involved parents. Legal system treats marriage dissolution as wealth transferred from men to women. Attend divorce lawyer consultation with recently separated friend. Lawyer explains how divorce asset division works in practice. Courts start with assumption that wife deserves half of everything, plus ongoing support to maintain lifestyle she's accustomed to. Even short marriages can result in years of alimony payments. Prenuptial agreements often thrown out by sympathetic judges. Family court sees its job as protecting women from financial hardship. No consideration for protecting men from financial devastation. Realize that marriage creates legal framework favoring women. Regardless of who causes marriage breakdown or why, speak with divorced men about their experiences with family court. Uncle lost custody despite being primary caregiver. Wife worked long hours. I handled school pickups. But court assumed children belong to the mother automatically. Now sees kids every other weekend and pays massive child
Wahrzeichen
support.
wohl gesichert.
Meanwhile, ex-wife barely spends time with children between dates. Family court rewards biology over actual parenting involvement. Neighbor describes losing house he built himself. Worked construction for 20 years, built dream home. Wife got house and divorced despite never contributing to construction. Lives in rental apartment while she enjoys house with new boyfriend. His labor and investment benefited another man. Marriage let her claim ownership of my life's work. Friend's older brother shares story about false domestic violence allegations. Wife filed restraining order during divorce proceedings. Claimed I threatened her to get advantage in custody.
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung
No
entdeckt.
evidence or witnesses, but court issued protective order immediately. Couldn't see children for months while allegations were investigated. Even after being cleared, supervised visitation only. Learned that women can weaponize legal system against husbands. False accusations is a strategy to maximize.
Wahrzeichen wird betreten.
Men have no protection against vindictive wives. Social support. Notice how wives treat husbands like employees they can fire. Constant criticism and threats about relationship ending. If you don't start helping more around house, I'm done. Maybe I made mistake marrying someone so selfish. Husbands walking on eggshells, trying to avoid triggers. Performing emotional labor to maintain female approval, while wives contribute minimal effort to relationship maintenance. Power dynamic heavily favors wives who can end marriage at will. Attend couples therapy session with friend and her husband. Therapist automatically assumes husband is source of problems. Men need to do more emotional work in relationships. Women's complaints are usually valid even if communication is poor. Husband's perspective dismissed or pathologized consistently. He pays for therapy sessions where he gets blamed for it. Wife gets validation, while husband gets criticism and homework assignments. Couples therapy is just an expensive way to make men feel guilty. Realize that marriage counseling industry reinforces female victimhood. Rather than addressing relationship problems objectively, visit male friends who've been through messy divorces. None express regret about relationship ending. All express regret about getting legally married in the first place. Should have just lived together without government involvement. Marriage life. Describe years of court battles and financial devastation. Lawyers getting rich while families get destroyed. Divorce industry profits from conflict, not resolution. Women have financial incentive to prolong proceedings. More litigation means larger settlements and attorney fees. Meanwhile, men just want to escape expensive legal nightmares. Start questioning why government should be involved in relationships. Marriage originally about property transfer between families. Modern marriage about wealth.
Der Bergungshelikopter ist fast da.
No clear benefit for men beyond social pressure and female expectation. Women get financial security, legal advantages, social status. Men get financial liability, legal vulnerability, performance pressure. Completely one-sided arrangement disguised as romantic partnership. Talk to financial advisor about marriage impact. Married men accumulate assets slower than single men. Divorce typically sets men back decades financially. Marriage is worst financial decision most men will make. Advisors routinely recommend against marriage for wealthy families. Too much downside risk with minimal upward potential. Women benefit from shared resources while men share their wealth. Economic analysis clearly favors male, especially for successful men with significant assets to protect. Attend wedding expo with engaged female friends. Notice how industry markets the female fantasies rather than their interests. Your dream wedding is a dream budget. Likely the happiness starts with the day. Entire Groom expected to pay for elaborate parties celebrating his financial captivity. Wedding industry profits from exploiting male provider roles. While promising women fairy tale experiences, they've been programming
Ladung fertig. Bereit zum
observe
Abflug.
online discussions about marriage
Heli
among
kehrt zur
young men.
Basis zurück.
Increasingly sophisticated analysis of legal and financial risks. Marriage 2.0 is broken, designed to extract resources from men. Traditional marriage died with fault-based divorce laws. Modern marriage is legalized theft disguised as romance. Not bitter ranting, but careful cost-benefit analysis. Young men researching marriage like dangerous investment, concluding that risks far outweigh potential benefits, especially given easily available alternatives for companionship. Speak with immigration lawyer about international marriage trends. American men increasingly seeking foreign wives. Domestic women seen as too risky for marriage. Traditional cultures produce women who value marriage commitment. American women view marriage as temporary lifestyle arrangement. Foreign wives appreciate partnership. American wives expect servitude. Cultural programming affects female approach to marriage obligations. International wives more likely to honor commitment through difficulties. Domestic wives more likely to abandon marriage when convenient. Attend male friend's commitment ceremony with long-term girlfriend. They've been together 8 years, but refuse legal marriage. Love doesn't require government permission or legal contracts. Commitment ceremony gives us recognition without legal liability. Couple enjoys all benefits of marriage without legal vulnerabilities. No family court involvement if relationship ends. Assets remain separate. No alimony obligations. Demonstrates that commitment is possible without marriage contract. Visit older male relatives to understand generational perspectives. Grandfather married 60 years before grandmother died. Marriage used to be permanent. Explains how economic changes affected female marriage. Women's financial but legal system still treats wives like dependent victims. It creates a situation where women have all advantages of independence. For era.
Sofortige medizinische Hilfe erforderlich.
Shares different perspective.
Agent
Divorce
außer
used
Gefecht.
to require proof of wrongdoing.
Kein
Had to
Lebenszeichen bei
demonstrate
Agent.
adultery, abuse, or abandonment. No-fault divorce
Sicherer
that
Bereich
women
betreten.
leave for any reason while keeping benefits. Describes how legal changes made marriage much riskier for men. Traditional marriage required mutual commitment and fault-based dissolution. Modern marriage allows unilateral termination with predetermined penalties. Law changed to benefit women. Men just haven't figured it out yet. Research marriage rates and demographic trends. Discover that marriage rates declining across all demographics. College-educated men most likely to avoid marriage entirely.
Überfallene Dark
Smart
Zone wird
men figured
betreten.
out the math doesn't work. Women complain about shortage of marriageable men. Without understanding they created problems through legal activism. Feminist legal reforms made marriage toxic for financially successful males. Who are exactly men most women want to marry? Self-defeating system where female empowerment destroys female opportunities. Attend law school seminar about family law, evolution.
Wahrzeichen wird betreten.
Professor explains how divorce laws changed to protect women. Traditional system left women financially vulnerable after divorce. Modern reforms ensure women maintain lifestyle post-marriage. No discussion of impact on male willingness to enter marriage. Incentives where marriage becomes predatory and unfair. Women have only men have everything to marriage. Speak with marriage counselors about trends they observe. Men increasingly reluctant to propose despite women frustrated by male commitment avoidance. Counselors blame toxic masculinity or fear of intimacy. Refuse to acknowledge that men might have legitimate concerns. Marriage should be natural progression of loving relationships. No recognition that legal
ist fast in der Bergungszone.
Therapeutic community reinforces narrative that male hesitation is pathological. Rather than rational
Registriere
response to
zusätzliche
hostile legal
Feindkontakte.
environment, visit courthouse during divorce proceedings to observe dynamics. Watch stream of men leaving family court looking devastated. Meanwhile, women emerge with lawyers discussing settlement strategies. Court awarded temporary
Feindliches Blenderkühlaktiv entdeckt.
evaluation from others,
Entdecke kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
system clearly providing maximum benefit. Men treated like criminals being sentenced rather than partners seeking resolution. Attend workshop about prenuptial agreements and asset protection. Court. Judges throw out agreements that seem unfair to wives. Courts assume women's side arrest or understanding. Even carefully crafted judges prioritize female outcomes over contract enforcement. Prenups work better in theory than reality. Men discover that legal protections are illusory, designed to make them feel safe while providing no actual protection. Speak with an actuary about marriage as financial decision. Marriage increases male financial risk, while decreasing female risk. Women's financial outcomes improve with marriage.
Der Helikopter fliegt zurück.
Divorce transfers wealth from higher earners to lower earners. Statistical analysis clearly shows marriage benefits women financially, while imposing costs on men that compound over time. Rational financial planning suggests avoiding marriage for high earners, especially men in their peak earning years. With significant assets, marriage becomes wealth destruction. Strategy 6 months of research reveals systematic modern marriage designed to benefit women at expense of men. Legal framework, social expectations, and cultural programming all favor female interests while imposing male obligations. Men figured out that marriage is a losing proposition, not but rational analysis of costs versus benefits. Women created this situation through decades of legal activism. Then wonder why men avoid begin understanding the real perspective of marriage. Legal system treats husbands like criminals delayed sentencing. Social system treats wives like victims deserving compensation. Economic system treats marriage like wealth transfer program. Rational men choose alternatives that provide companionship without legal liability. Long-term cohabitation, international relationships, permanent bachelorhood, all offer
Feindliches Blenderkühlaktiv
gathering
entdeckt.
with new understanding. Notice how married relatives seem resigned rather than happy, constantly checking
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
performing emotional labor to maintain peace. Meanwhile, unmarried male relatives seem relaxed and content, pursuing hobbies, traveling, investing in personal growth. Stark stress and single male satisfaction. Realize that marriage doesn't benefit men. It provides female validation at cost of male autonomy and resources. Men increasingly concluding that price is too high, especially when alternatives offer some vulnerability. Start questioning my own assumptions about marriage necessity. Always assumed marriage was relationship goals. Evidence suggests men and women have different risk-benefit calculations. Women see marriage as financial and social advancement. Men see marriage as financial and incompatible perspectives, creating inevitable conflict in dating market. Now, understand why men my age avoid marriage discussions. Not because they don't want commitment or love, but because marriage structure is fundamentally unfair to males. Women want legal institution that protects and benefits them. Men want partnership that doesn't threaten their future security. Current marriage laws make both goals mutually exclusive. Learned that male marriage avoidance is a rational economic decision, not psychological problem requiring therapy or social pressure. men adapted to hostile legal environments by avoiding its jurisdiction. Women complaining about the marriage of men created the problem themselves. Through supporting legal reforms that made marriage toxic for males, marriage crisis is actually a consequence of feminist legal victories. Women got everything they wanted and destroyed institutional.
Extended kontaminierte Ausrüstung.
Gender studies major president of the feminist organization. Regular speaker all throughout protests. Spent the last 4 years of college writing papers about dismantling patriarchal power structures. Thesis topics
Wahrzeichen
focused on
gesichert.
how society artificially creates physical weakness in women through conditioning. Always believed that men and women are essentially identical in capability and potential strength. Differences we see are just result of cultural programming and internalized gender expectations. Constantly arguing with anyone who suggests biological differences between sexes actually matter. Strength is a social construct designed to keep women oppressed, is literally my catchphrase. I have given dozens of presentations about how women can do anything men can do. Parents are liberal professors who raised me to question traditional gender roles completely. Never played sports growing up because I thought competitive athletics reinforced toxic masculinity. Preferred debate team, student government, and academic pursuits over anything remotely physical. Always dismissed athletic achievements as primitive displays of meaningless biological advantages. Friends joke that I could argue my way out of any physical confrontation. Spent summer working at a women's shelter, seeing victims of domestic violence daily. Hearing their stories made me more convinced that women need empowerment, not protection. Decided that learning self-defense would be the perfect capstone project for my thesis. Going to prove once and for all that with proper training, women equal men.
Fliegender Lieferservice
Research
im
local
Anflug.
gyms and martial arts
Bergung
schools
wurde
for the
angefordert.
most challenging environment possible. Specifically, want to avoid any women-only classes because that's exactly the problem. Find this hardcore MMA gym downtown that offers advanced mixed self-defense courses. Class description mentions realistic combat
Sicher
scenarios
Zivilist im Visier.
and no-nonsense
Überlass das mir.
military-style training. Perfect. This will be the ultimate test of my theories about gender equality. Sign up online, making sure to specify that I want the advanced men. When they call to confirm, spend the week before class doing extra yoga and body weight exercises to prepare. Research basic self-defense techniques online, watching YouTube videos, and feel confident that my will translate. Arrive at gym 30 minutes early, want to observe the space and get comfortable. Place looks exactly like I expected. Heavy bags, weights, testosterone-fueled energy everywhere. Walls covered with photos of fighters, military insignia, and motivational posters about discipline. Other students start arriving, mix of ages but all clearly experienced and athletic. Introduce myself to a few people, explaining my research project about breaking gender barriers. Most seem genuinely interested and supportive, not the hostile reception I anticipated. Instructor arrives, immediately commands respect from everyone in the room without saying anything. Late 40s, military bearing, scars on his knuckles. Looks like he's seen actual combat. Introduces himself as Sergeant Martinez, 20 years military, 10 years teaching civilian defense. Explains that this isn't a sport or hobby. It's about real-world survival situations.
Ladungserholung
If
gestartet.
you're here to feel good about yourself, there's a yoga studio next door.
Wir fliegen
Starts
in
explaining
15
his
Sekunden.
philosophy about violence, preparation, and understanding genuine threats. First reality check comes during the basic fitness assessment he puts everyone through. Push-ups, pull-ups, burpees, sprints. Nothing I haven't seen before in fitness classes. Manage about 12 push-ups before my arms give out completely. Everyone else hits 30 plus. Can't do a single pull-up, not even with assistance, while others knock out sets easily. During burpees, I'm gasping for air after 5 reps. Others are moving like machines. Sprint coaches, I'm dead last by a significant margin, despite trying my hardest. Sergeant Martinez doesn't comment, just marks notes on his clipboard with neutral expression. Already feeling frustrated, but convince myself this is just about cardiovascular conditions. Real test will come when we start learning actual self-defense techniques and strategy. Partner up for basic grip escapes. Get matched with Jake, accounting students. Seems pretty normal. About my height, maybe 170 pounds, soft-spoken guy who works in an office. Perfect test case. If I can't handle someone like him, then my theories need adjustment. Jake apologizes in advance, says he'll try to go easy since it's my first class. Exactly the kind of condescending attitude I came here to prove wrong about gender assumptions. Sergeant Martinez demonstrates proper technique for escaping wrist grabs. Looks straightforward enough. Basic twist and pull motion, using leverage rather than brute force, emphasizing technique over strength. Jake gently grabs my wrist, barely applying any pressure, just light contact, really. Attempt the escape technique exactly as demonstrated, putting my full effort into the movement. His grip doesn't budge even slightly. My wrist stays exactly where he placed it. Try again with more force, twisting harder and pulling with my entire body weight. Jake's hand might as well be made of steel, completely immovable despite his relaxed posture. Maybe try rotating the other direction, he suggests helpfully, clearly trying to be encouraging. Attempt it the opposite way, same result. His casual grip defeats my maximum effort. Jake isn't even paying attention, looking around the room while I struggle uselessly. Start feeling frustrated and embarrassed. Everyone else seems to be progressing normally. Ask Jake to loosen his grip. Maybe he doesn't understand he's supposed to let me practice. I'm barely holding on at all, he says, demonstrating how light his contact actually is. Can literally see that he's using minimal pressure, just resting his hand around my wrist. Somehow, this makes it even worse, realizing that his effortless grip trumps my best efforts. Sergeant Martinez notices my struggle, comes over to check my technique personally, demonstrates the movement again, this time using me as the subject for the escape. When he grabs my wrist, I can immediately feel the difference in grip strength. Even though he's clearly holding back, there's an underlying power that's frankly terrifying. Managed to execute the escape successfully when he deliberately loosens his grip for demonstration. Now you try it on him, he says, pointing to Jake, who's waiting patiently. Back to square one. All my attempts fail completely despite perfect technique, according to instructor. Sergeant Martinez has Jake switch to an even lighter grip, barely touching my wrist. Still can't escape, even when he's essentially just laying his hand on top of mine. Other students are moving on to advanced variations while I'm stuck on basic level. Rotate partners to try with different people, hoping maybe Jake was unusually strong. Get paired with Tommy, 19-year-old college freshman. Probably weighs 150 pounds soaking wet. Looks like he's never seen the inside of a gym. Skinny arms and narrow shoulders. Surely I can handle someone who looks like he gets winded walking upstairs. Same exact result. His casual grip is completely immovable regardless of my technique or effort. Tommy actually apologizes, asks if he should let me throw him off for practice. Sergeant Martinez overhears and explains that artificial success teaches nothing about real situations. In the real world, attackers aren't going to let you win for practice. Harsh but true, still completely demolishing my confidence about gender equality and physical confrontations. Move on to shoulder grab escapes, hoping different muscle groups might give better results. Technique involves shrugging off the attacker's hand with forceful shoulder movement. Jake places his hand on my shoulder, using what appears to be minimal pressure. Attempt the escape with explosive shoulder movement. His hand doesn't shift. Try again with my entire body behind the movement. Still absolutely nothing. Jake's hand might as well be super glued to my shoulder, completely immovable. He's not even gripping, just resting his palm there while I exhaust myself. Other pairs around us are executing smooth, successful escapes, looking natural and effective. Meanwhile, I'm turning red from effort while accomplishing literally nothing. Lunch break arrives and I'm already dripping sweat from 30 minutes of failure. Sit alone with my protein bar, trying to process what's happening to my worldview. Jake and few other guys come over, genuinely trying to be supportive and encouraging. Hey, everyone struggles at first. Don't get discouraged about the learning curve. Took me months to get comfortable with any of this stuff. You're doing fine. Appreciate their kindness, but they completely miss the point of what's happening here. This isn't about learning curves or experience levels. It's about fundamental biological reality. Everything I've believed and argued for years is being systematically destroyed. Second half of class focuses on ground defense, escaping from pins and controlling positions. Demonstration shows how to bridge hips and roll to escape someone on top. Looks simple enough. Just basic physics and leverage shouldn't require significant strength. Jake volunteers to demonstrate the position on me first. Instructor supervising closely. He's being incredibly gentle, just lying across me with minimal weight and pressure. Can immediately feel the difference. His body weight feels impossibly heavy and solid. Instructor shows me proper bridging technique, using hip drive to create momentum for escape. Attempt the movement exactly as shown. Jake doesn't budge a single inch. Try again with maximum effort, bridging my hips as explosively as possible. Manage to lift him maybe 2 inches before my strength gives out completely. Jake isn't even trying to stay down, just dead weight, not resisting the movement at all. Spend the next 20 minutes cycling through different escape techniques with various partners. Same result every time. Complete inability to move anyone regardless of their size or cooperation. Smallest guy in class is maybe 5'6" and 140 pounds. Looks like a computer programmer. Even he's completely immovable when he's on top, despite using zero resistance. Starting to feel genuinely panicked about what this means for my entire belief system. Have spent years telling other women that physical differences are just social conditioning. Now learning firsthand that I couldn't escape from a teenage boy who isn't even trying. Break time again, duck into bathroom to splash water on my face and think. Stare at myself in the mirror, trying to reconcile what's happening with everything I believe. Maybe I'm just out of shape. Maybe other women would perform better in this situation. But deep down, starting to realize that this goes way beyond individual fitness levels. Return to class for striking portions. Maybe this will be different since it's skill-based. Instructor teaches basic punching technique, emphasizing form and precision over raw power. Practice on heavy bags first, focusing on proper stance, rotation, and follow. Throw my best punch using perfect form. According to instructor, bag barely moves at all. Guy next to me throws what looks identical. Bag swings dramatically and makes loud impact sound. Instructor adjusts my stance and form, tells me to try again with better technique. Second attempt with flawless form, still barely any visible impact on the bag. Watch other students. Even the small ones are making the bags dance with their strikes. Clearly this isn't about technique or training. It's about fundamental physical capability. Move to partner striking drills, practicing controlled contact with protective padding. Paired with Jake again, he's volunteered to work with me for the remainder of class. We're supposed to practice light contact strikes to padded chest and shoulder areas. Throw my best controlled punch at his padded chest. He doesn't even step back. Good form, he says encouragingly. But I can tell he barely felt the impact. His turn to demonstrate on me, he barely taps me through the protective gear. Even through thick padding, can sense the massive potential force behind his gentlest touch. If he wanted to, he could probably launch me across the room with minimal effort. This realization makes me feel incredibly vulnerable and fragile for the first time. Never really thought about physical vulnerability before. Always felt mentally invincible. Class ends with light sparring, instructor pairing people very carefully by experience level. Obviously get matched with Jake again. Full protective gear, extremely controlled contact. Even with him moving in slow motion and pulling every technique, feel completely safe. Every movement he makes is faster, stronger, more coordinated than anything I can produce. Like trying to play tennis against a professional who's deliberately losing. The gap is so enormous that their easy mode is still impossibly beyond my capabilities. Drive home in complete silence, not sure how to process what just happened. Everything I've spent 4 years studying and believing has been shattered in one afternoon. Sit in my apartment that evening, staring at my thesis draft about empowering women. Pages and pages of arguments about how physical differences are just social constructs. Research actual scientific studies about strength differences between men and women. Data is overwhelming and undeniable. Average differences of 50–90% in various metrics. These aren't small gaps that can be overcome with motivation and better training. These are massive, fundamental biological differences that no social programming can change. Feel like my entire identity and worldview have been completely demolished. Call my best friend Sarah to talk through what happened, expecting support and understanding. She immediately dismisses everything, says, "I just had a bad day and shouldn't give up." You're letting one experience override years of education and research. Try to explain that this wasn't about having a bad day. It was about
Beamy Clara, 24, sociology student and feminist blogger, always posting about male privilege and how easy guys have it. Sitting in Professor Hillman's gender studies seminar last Tuesday, we're discussing modern masculinity or whatever. Can't help but roll my eyes, raise my hand and interrupt him mid-sentence. Tell him straight up that men in our society don't really suffer. Everything's handed to them on a silver platter. They get better jobs, higher pay, more respect. Meanwhile, women have to fight for everything. Professor just nods and listens to my whole rant. Other students are looking uncomfortable, but I don't care. This is important stuff, and someone needs to say it. When I finish, Professor Hillman leans back in his chair, asks me if I've ever actually tried living as a man, tells me I should try an experiment. Spend one full day living like a typical male college student. Follow the same routines, expectations, social pressures. Says it might give me perspective for my blog content. Honestly sounds kind of ridiculous, but also intriguing. Think about all the content I could get from this. Imagine the posts I could write about how absurdly easy it would be. Agree to do it, already planning my blog series in my head. Professor gives me some guidelines about the experiment. Need to take on typical male responsibilities and social roles. Can't rely on female social support networks during the day. Have to respond to situations the way society expects men to. Spend the weekend preparing and researching. Maya thinks the whole thing is hilarious when I tell her. She's my best friend, fellow feminist activist. We both agree this will probably be the easiest day ever. Plan to document everything for our respective blogs. She suggests I should really lean into the experiment. Act exactly how society expects men to act. Monday morning comes way too early. Alarm goes off at 5:30 a.m. because Nate invited me along to his job. He's my neighbor in the dorms and works construction part-time. Figured this would be perfect for the experiment. Actual physical labor that men typically do. Stumble out of bed, feeling already exhausted. Nate picks me up in his beat-up truck at 6 a.m. Tells me we need to be on site by 6:30 sharp. No time for my usual morning routine of coffee and social media. Just grab a protein bar and try to wake up in the passenger seat. Arrive at the construction site while it's still dark outside. Immediately realize I'm not prepared for this. Foreman assigns me to help move materials with the crew. Heavy bags of cement, steel beams, wooden planks. Within the first hour, my back is already aching. Try to keep up with the other guys, but struggling hard. Nobody offers to help or asks if I need a break. Just expecting to pull my own weight without complaint. Around 9 a.m., I'm feeling pretty beaten down already. Mention to Nate that this is more exhausting than expected. He just shrugs and says, that's how it is every day. tells me complaining won't make the work any easier. Other workers nearby nod in agreement. Realize that seeking sympathy isn't really an option. Break time finally comes, and everyone sits in silence. Scroll through my phone hoping for some encouragement. Usually Maya and my other friends would be texting support, but I committed to the experiment, so can't reach out. Feel weirdly isolated, even surrounded by all these people. Notice the other guys don't really talk about feelings or struggles. Second half of the morning shift is brutal. Muscles I didn't even know existed are screaming in pain. Sweat is stinging my eyes, and my hands are getting blistered. Keep waiting for someone to acknowledge how hard I'm working. Back home, my friends would be praising my effort by now. Here, nobody seems to notice or care about individual struggles. Lunch break arrives, and I'm practically collapsing. Find a quiet spot to sit and try to recover. Text Maya briefly, but remember, I can't really vent to her. She asks how it's going, and I just say it's interesting. Don't want to admit already how difficult this is becoming. Eat my sandwich in silence while the other workers joke around. Afternoon shift starts, and my body feels like it's breaking down. Every movement hurts, but there's still hours of work left. Try to pace myself. The foreman keeps pushing everyone. Tells us we need to finish this section before quitting time. No consideration for individual limits or comfort levels. Just the expectation that we'll somehow find a way to get it done. Around 3 p.m., I'm seriously questioning my ability to continue. Watch Nate and the other guys push through their obvious exhaustion. Nobody is complaining or asking for help. They just keep grinding through the pain and fatigue. Start to understand this isn't just about today for them. This is literally their everyday reality. Finally clock out at 4 p.m. and feel like I've been hit by a truck. Nate drives me back to campus, and I can barely stay awake. He mentions this was actually a pretty easy day for construction work. Tells me some days they work 12 hours in worse conditions. Can't even imagine how that was possible. Feel respect for him that I never had before. Get back to my dorm and want nothing more than a hot shower. But realize the experiment isn't over yet. Still have evening classes and social situations to navigate. Drag myself to Professor Martinez's lecture on social theory. Usually I'm pretty engaged and vocal in his classes. Sit down and immediately notice something different. When I raise my hand to make a point about labor conditions, Professor Martinez barely acknowledges my comment. Tells me we'll discuss it more after class if I'm interested. Normally, he encourages classroom debate and discussion, but today, my input seems less valued somehow. Try again later in the lecture with a question about methodology. This time, he gives a brief answer and moves on quickly. Other students aren't really engaging with my contributions either. Feel like I'm somehow less visible or important today. Wonder if this is what Nate experiences in academic settings. After class, I approach the professor like he suggested. Want to discuss some points about worker exploitation. He listens politely, but seems distracted and rushed. Gives me some generic advice about reading more theory. Usually our post-class conversations are much more substantial. Today, I feel dismissed and intellectually overlooked. Head to the gym next, because that's part of my regular routine. Normally I do yoga classes or light cardio with friends. Today decide to try the weight room like most guys do. Immediately feel out of place and intimidated by the environment. Everyone seems bigger, stronger, and more experienced. Start with some basic exercises I've seen guys doing. Bench press, squats, deadlifts, the typical stuff. Quickly realize I have no idea about proper form or weight selection. Nobody offers advice or guidance like they do in my usual classes. Expected to figure it out myself or risk looking incompetent. Struggle through a basic workout routine for about an hour. Other guys are lifting much heavier weights and showing off. Feel pressure to push myself harder and feel safe. End up nearly dropping a barbell and feel embarrassed. Nobody seems concerned about my safety or well-being. Just expected to handle my own business without help. Leave the gym feeling even more physically and emotionally drained. Muscles are shaking from the construction work and workout combined. Realize I still have several hours left in this experiment. Usually by this point in the day, I'd be texting friends for support, but committed to experiencing male social expectations, grab dinner alone at the campus dining hall. Normally, I'd sit with Maya or other friends from my classes. Today, eat in silence while observing other male students. Notice they mostly eat quickly and don't linger for conversation. Many are on their phones or studying while eating. Seems like a much more isolated social experience. After dinner, head back to my dorm to do homework. Have a sociology paper due tomorrow that I haven't started. Normally, I'd call Maya and we'd work on assignments together. Today, tackle it completely alone without any collaboration. Find it much harder to stay motivated and focused. Miss the social support I usually rely on for academic work. Around 9 p.m., start feeling really overwhelmed by everything. Physical exhaustion from construction work is still lingering. Academic stress is building up without my usual support network. Emotional isolation is becoming harder to ignore. Want desperately to reach out to Maya for encouragement. Resist the urge to break character and stick to the experiment. Try to power through the homework like I imagine men do. Just focus on getting it done without seeking help or validation. It takes much longer than usual because I keep getting distracted. Keep thinking about how lonely this whole experience feels. Finish the paper around midnight and feel completely drained, both physically and emotionally exhausted in ways I've never experienced. Realize I've been pushing through discomfort all day without complaint. Wonder how Nate and other guys maintain this routine consistently. Starting to question some of my assumptions about male privilege. Try to get some sleep, but my mind keeps racing. Body is sore from construction work and gym session. Brain is tired from academic work without social support. Emotions feel suppressed and unexpressed all day. Beginning to understand why men might struggle with mental health. Wake up Tuesday morning feeling like I barely slept. Alarm goes off, and I instinctively want to hit snooze. Remember that Nate probably doesn't get that luxury. Force myself out of bed to continue the experiment, already dreading another day of physical and emotional challenges. Meet Nate for another construction shift at 6 a.m. Body is still sore from yesterday, but push through anyway. Notice he never complains about being tired or in pain, just shows up and does the work regardless of how he feels. Try to match his stoic attitude and work ethic. Today's job involves even more heavy lifting than yesterday, moving concrete blocks in the hot morning sun. Within an hour, I'm sweating profusely and struggling to keep up. Other workers notice my difficulty but don't offer assistance. Expected to find my own way to contribute effectively. Around 10 a.m., I'm feeling seriously overwhelmed. Physical pain is intense and getting worse by the hour. Want desperately to take a break or ask for help. But notice none of the other workers are showing weakness. Force myself to continue despite every instinct telling me to stop. Lunch break comes as a huge relief from the physical demands. Sit with Nate and some other construction workers. They're talking about their weekend plans and other casual topics. Nobody mentions the difficulty of the work or physical discomfort. Realize emotional vulnerability isn't really acceptable here. Try to join the conversation, but feel out of place somehow. My usual topics of discussion don't seem relevant or interesting. These guys talk about sports, work, and practical matters. Miss the deeper emotional conversations I have with female friends. Starting to understand male social dynamics better. Afternoon shift is even more challenging than the morning. Body is reaching its absolute limits of endurance. Every muscle fiber is screaming in protest. But there's still hours of work remaining before quitting time. Watch other guys push through similar obvious discomfort. Around 2 p.m., I nearly collapse while carrying steel beams. Nate notices and asks if I'm okay. Want to admit that I'm struggling and need help. But remember, this is how men are expected to handle difficulty. Tell him I'm fine and force myself to continue working. Last 2 hours of the shift feel like an eternity, operating on pure willpower and determination. Every step requires conscious effort and mental focus. Understand now why men might develop such mental toughness. This daily grind demands incredible psychological resilience. Finally finish work and feel like I've accomplished something significant. Despite the pain and exhaustion, there's satisfaction. Nate compliments my workout and says I'm getting the hang of it. Feel proud in a way that's different from academic achievements. Beginning to appreciate the value of physical labor. Get back to campus and have just enough time for a quick shower. Need to attend Professor Hillman's seminar to discuss the experiment. Drag myself across campus feeling like a zombie. Other students look fresh and energetic compared to how I feel. Wonder if this exhaustion is normal for working men. Arrive at the seminar and take my usual seat. Professor Hillman asks how the experiment is progressing. Want to share all the insights I've been having, but realize I need to maintain the male persona until it's over. Give a brief update without revealing my internal struggles. During class discussion about gender roles and social expectations, I find myself seeing the topic from a completely different perspective. Male students' comments make more sense now than before. Understand some of the pressures and constraints they face daily. Wish I could contribute these new insights to the conversation. After the seminar, Professor Hillman pulls me aside, asks more detailed questions about my experience so far, tell him about the physical demands and emotional isolation. He nods knowingly and says this matches what others report. Suggests I pay attention to my emotional state over the next few hours. Head to the library to work on resources for another class. Normally, I'd find a table with friends and make it social. Today, sit alone and try to focus despite mental. Miss the collaborative energy I usually get from study groups. Academic work feels much more difficult in isolation. Spend 3 hours researching gender theory for an upcoming paper. Ironic that I'm studying about male experiences while living one. Starting to see gaps in some feminist theoretical frameworks. Wonder if we've been missing important aspects of male social reality. Feel like my worldview is shifting in unexpected ways. Around 7 p.m., decide to grab dinner and then hit the gym again. Want to maintain the routine that seems typical for college men. Eat quickly, without much attention to the social aspects of meals. Notice other male students doing the same thing. Meals seem more functional than social for many guys. At the gym, try to push myself harder than yesterday. Figure consistency and progression are important masculine traits. Body protests every movement, but force myself through the routine. Other guys are doing the same thing despite obvious fatigue. Realize this dedication to physical fitness requires real discipline. During the workout, observe how men interact in this environment. Very little emotional expression or vulnerability shown. Competition and performance seem to be primary motivators. Encouragement is minimal and always focused on achievement. Miss the supportive atmosphere of my usual fitness classes. Finish exercising and feel both accomplished and completely drained. Shower quickly and head back to my dorm room. Still have homework to complete before tomorrow's classes. Mathematical statistics assignment that requires several hours of focus. Normally, I'd work with study group, but tackling it alone tonight. Sit at my desk and try to concentrate on problem sets. Physical exhaustion makes mental work much more challenging. Keep losing focus and having to reread the same problems. No social support or encouragement to help push through. Understand why men might struggle more with asking for academic help. Around 11 p.m., finally finish the statistics homework. Feel proud of completing it independently despite the challenges, but also emotionally drained from the isolation and self-reliance. Realize I haven't had a meaningful emotional conversation all day. Starting to understand male loneliness in a visceral way. Try to wind down and prepare for sleep. Body is exhausted, but mind is still racing from everything. Think about Nate and how he does this routine constantly. Wonder about his internal emotional life and coping mechanisms. Feel new respect for the mental strength required for this lifestyle. Lie in bed reflecting on the past 2 days of the experiment. Physical demands have been much more challenging than expected. Emotional isolation has been surprisingly difficult to handle. Social expectations feel restrictive and demanding in different ways. Beginning to question some of my previous assumptions about male privilege. Realize tomorrow is the final day of the experiment. Part of me is relieved that it's almost over. Another part wants to continue learning from this experience. Feel like I'm gaining insights that could be valuable for my activism. Drift off to sleep thinking about how to process all of this. Wake up Wednesday morning for the final day of the experiment. Body is still sore, but getting slightly more adapted to physical demands. Mental state feels different than it did at the beginning. More focused on practical tasks and less on emotional processing. Wonder if this psychological shift is temporary or more lasting. Meet Nate for the last construction shift. He mentions that I seem to be getting stronger and more efficient. Tells me the other workers have noticed my improvement too. Feel genuine pride in developing these practical skills. Understand now why men might derive identity from physical competence. Today's work involves finishing a foundation that we started Monday. Requires precise measurements and careful attention to detail. Combine physical strength with technical knowledge and problem solving. Realize construction work is more intellectually demanding than expected. Gain appreciation for the skill and expertise these jobs require. During lunch break, have a longer conversation with the crew. They share stories about their families, goals, and life challenges. Notice they express care and concern in practical rather than emotional ways. Talking about providing for children, fixing problems, taking action. Understand male emotional expression might be different rather than absent. Afternoon work goes more smoothly than previous days. Body is adapting, and I'm learning efficient movement patterns. Still challenging, but feels more manageable than before. Other workers treat me more like an equal team member. Sense of belonging and contribution feels rewarding. Finish the final shift with genuine sadness about leaving. These guys have accepted me, and I've learned valuable skills. Nate says I could probably get hired if I wanted to continue. Feel honored by the compliment and the inclusion. Realize manual labor deserves much more respect than I previously gave it. Return to campus for the last portion of the experiment. Attend my afternoon sociology classes with fresh perspective. Listen to discussions about gender and social justice differently. See complexity in issues that previously seemed straightforward. Want to contribute these new insights? Wait until experiment ends. During Professor Chen's feminist theory class, we discuss emotional labor. Usually I'm very vocal about how women carry unfair emotional burdens. Today, I listen and think about the emotional isolation men experience. Wonder if we've been looking at only one side of the emotional labor equation. Begin formulating ideas for how to expand the theoretical framework. After classes, head to the gym for my final workout. Push myself harder than I have during the entire experiment. Want to end on a strong note and test my improved physical capacity. Other men in the gym nod approvingly at my effort and focus. feel accepted into this community in ways I never expected. During the workout, reflect on how my relationship with my body has changed. Previously focused mainly on appearance and how others perceive me. Now more aware of functional strength and physical capability. Appreciate what my body can accomplish, rather than just how it looks. Understand why men might develop different relationships with their physicality. Finish exercising and head back to my dorm to prepare for tomorrow. Experiment officially ends tonight, and I'll return to normal routine. Feel both relief and strange reluctance to give up this experience. Part of me wants to continue exploring these insights, realize I've learned things that will permanently change my perspective. Spend the evening completing final assignments as part of the experiment. Tackle advanced calculus homework without seeking help from anyone. Struggle through difficult concepts using only textbooks and online resources. Takes much longer than it would with collaborative study methods, but feel satisfied with the independent problem-solving accomplishment. Around 10 p.m., decide to write some preliminary notes about the experiment. Want to capture insights while they're still fresh and immediate. Reflect on the physical, emotional, and social challenges I've experienced. Think about how these relate to broader gender issues and social justice. Begin seeing connections I never noticed before. Write about the emotional isolation and lack of social support. Realize men might struggle with mental health for different reasons than women. Not because they don't have emotions, but because expressing them isn't socially acceptable. Wonder about suicide rates, depression, and other male mental health statistics. Feel like I need to research this topic much more thoroughly. Also write about the physical demands and expectations of strength. Understand now why men might feel pressured to be providers and protectors. These roles require real sacrifice and ongoing physical and mental toughness. Society depends on men willing to do dangerous, difficult, and demanding work. Feel like feminist theory needs to acknowledge and value these contributions. Reflect on the social dynamics and communication patterns I've observed. Men seem to bond through shared activities and practical problem solving. Emotional support happens through action rather than conversation. Different doesn't mean inferior or emotionally stunted, just alternative ways of creating connection and expressing care. Stay up until midnight writing and processing everything I've experienced. Feel like my understanding of gender has become much more nuanced. See both male and female experiences as involving unique challenges and privileges. Want to find ways to advocate for everyone, rather than just women. Drift off to sleep with my mind full of new ideas and perspectives. Thursday morning, wake up feeling different than I have in months. Experiment is officially over and I can return to my normal routine. But don't feel like going back to exactly the same patterns as before. Want to maintain some of the insights and changes I've developed? Get ready for my meeting with Professor Hillman to discuss results. Arrive at his office with several pages of notes and observations. He asked me to share my overall impressions of the 3-day experience. Tell him about the physical exhaustion, emotional isolation, and social pressures. Explain how my perspective on male privilege has become more complex. Admit that some of my previous assumptions were probably oversimplified. Professor Hillman listens carefully and asks thoughtful follow-up questions. Wants to know specifically about moments when I felt most challenged. Discuss the construction work, academic isolation, and gym culture. Explain how the constant expectation of strength and self-reliance felt overwhelming. Realize I'm still processing many aspects of the experience. He asks about potential changes to my activism and feminist writing. Tell him I want to expand my analysis to include male experiences more fully. Still committed to fighting gender inequality, but with broader perspective. Want to advocate for policies that address everyone's challenges. feel like intersectional feminism should truly include all gender experiences. We discuss the implications for gender theory and social justice work. Professor Hillman mentions that several students have had similar revelations, says the experiment helps people understand the complexity of gender roles. Both men and women face unique pressures and constraints in our society. Effective social change requires understanding all perspectives involved. Leave the meeting feeling validated in my new insights. Spend the rest of the day catching up with Maya and other friends. They're eager to hear about my easy 3 days as a man. Realize I need to carefully explain what I actually discovered. Want to share insights without seeming to abandon feminist principles. Meet Maya for coffee and try to describe my experience. Start by telling her about the physical demands of construction work. She initially dismisses it, saying women do physical labor too. Explain that it's not just about the work itself, but the social expectations. Men expected to endure pain and exhaustion without complaint or support. Describe the emotional isolation and lack of social connection. Maya argues that women provide emotional labor that men benefit from. Agree that this is true, but point out men also provide things women benefit from. Suggest we need to value different types of contributions more equally. Conversation becomes tense as she accuses me of betraying feminist values. Try to explain that I'm not abandoning feminism, but expanding it. Want to create space for understanding male struggles alongside female ones. Maya becomes increasingly frustrated with what she sees as backsliding. Tells me I've been brainwashed by 3 days of male perspective. Leaves the coffee shop angry and disappointed in me. Spend the evening alone processing the conversation with Maya. Realize that sharing these insights will be more challenging than expected. Many people in my social circle might see this as betrayal or weakness, but feel morally obligated to speak honestly about what I've learned. Decide to start with my blog post about the experience. Sit down to write the blog post that will conclude this experiment. Want to be honest about how my perspective has changed. Also want to maintain credibility with my feminist audience. Struggle to find the right tone and framing for these complex insights. Write and delete several different opening paragraphs. Finally, settle on an approach that acknowledges both male and female struggles. Describe the physical exhaustion, emotional isolation, and social pressures I experienced. Explain how this has made me more committed to gender equality for everyone. Argue that true feminism should address the ways that rigid gender roles hurt all people. Emphasize that recognizing male struggles doesn't diminish female ones. Write about the construction workers and their quiet dignity. Describe Nate's daily routine and the respect I've gained for his lifestyle. Explain how manual labor contributes essential value to society. Argue that we need to appreciate different types of work and contribution. Challenge the academic bias that devalues physical and practical skills. Discuss the emotional isolation and its impact on male mental health. Describe how the expectation of constant strength and self-reliance felt overwhelming. Suggest that men might need different types of emotional support than women. Argue for creating space for male vulnerability without feminizing it. Propose that men and women might express and process emotions differently. Write about the gym culture and physical expectations for men. Explain how the pressure to be strong and capable felt demanding. Describe the competitive atmosphere and lack of encouragement. Suggest that body image issues might affect men differently than women. Argue for more inclusive approaches to fitness and physical wellness. Conclude the post by reaffirming my commitment to gender equality. Explain that understanding male experiences has made me a better feminist. Argue that effective social change requires empathy for all perspectives. Call for more nuanced approaches to gender issues and social justice. Invite readers to question their own assumptions and seek deeper understanding. Publish the blog post late Thursday night. Feel nervous about the reaction from my usual audience. Know this might damage some relationships and professional reputation, but feel obligated to share what I've learned honestly. Hope that some people will be open to these more complex perspectives. Wake up Friday morning to dozens of comments on the blog post. Reactions are mixed with some praising my honesty and others expressing disappointment. Several male readers thank me for acknowledging their experiences. Some female readers accuse me of internalized misogyny and betraying the cause. Realize this conversation will be ongoing and challenging. Spend the morning responding to comments and messages about the post. Try to clarify my positions and address misconceptions. Emphasize that I'm still committed to fighting gender inequality, but want to do so with more complete understanding of everyone's experiences. Find myself defending both feminist values and male experiences simultaneously. Meet with Professor Hillman again to discuss the public response. He tells me this is a common reaction to the experiment. Many students struggle with how to integrate new insights with previous beliefs. Suggests I consider this a learning opportunity rather than a crisis. Reminds me that intellectual growth often involves discomfort and uncertainty. Reflect on how much my worldview has changed in just 1 week. Feel like I'm seeing gender issues with much more complexity and nuance. Still committed to social justice, but with broader perspective on what that means. Want to continue exploring these ideas through research and writing. Hope to contribute to more inclusive approaches to gender equality. Realize that the experiment has changed not just my understanding, but my identity. No longer feel comfortable with some of the simplistic feminist rhetoric I used to embrace, but not ready to abandon feminist values or activism entirely. Searching for ways to synthesize my old beliefs with new insights. Want to become an advocate for everyone rather than just women. End this week feeling grateful for the opportunity to challenge my assumptions. Understand now that empathy requires genuine effort to see other perspectives. Committed to continued learning about gender, privilege, and social justice. Hope that sharing my experience will encourage others to question their own biases. Believe that true equality requires understanding and valuing everyone's struggles. Sitting here now writing this final reflection. Thinking about Nate and the construction workers who accepted me. Remembering the physical exhaustion and emotional isolation I experienced. Grateful for insights that will shape my activism and writing going forward. Committed to advocating for a world where everyone's contributions are valued. Realize I still have so much more to learn about gender and society. Want to continue exploring these issues through research and direct experience. Hope to bridge divides between different perspectives on social justice. Believe that understanding each other is the first step toward real equality. Ready to continue this journey with more humility and openness than before. Be me, Ellen. Working at some clothing store, think I know everything about relationships. Constantly rolling my eyes at guys and their friendships. Men are just a herd, I'd say to anyone who'd listen. All they do is drink together and act tough. Remember this one time at the coffee shop near work. Group of guys sitting there. One looked upset about something. His buddies were patting his back, buying him drinks. Look at them, I whispered to Jessica. So fake, just performing masculinity. Jessica giggles while adjusting her newest hair color, some platinum thing. Right? Thank God we actually care about each other. Felt so intellectually superior. These men with their surface-level bonding rituals. Meanwhile, I had real friendships, deep connections. Thought I was so much smarter than everyone else. Spoiler alert, I wasn't. My crew consisted of Jessica and Megan. Jessica from university, constantly reinventing her look. This week she's got bangs, next week they're gone. always dramatic about everything, lives for attention. Girls, you won't believe what happened in my psychology class. Everything was either literally the best or absolutely tragic. Megan worked some office job, never really specified what. Had this way of looking at people like she's calculating their worth, spoke in measured tones, every word deliberate. That's interesting, she'd say when she disagreed. But I thought this was sophistication. Thought we were better than those mindless male groups. Our usual hangout was this trendy cafe downtown. Overpriced lattes and pretentious atmosphere. Perfect for feeling superior to everyone else. We'd spend hours dissecting other people's lives. Did you see how desperately Sarah from accounting was flirting? Those guys from the gym think they're so cool with their protein shakes. Felt like we were part of some exclusive intellectual circle. Jessica would document everything on her phone. This lighting. Megan would make dry observations about people's behavior. People are so predictable in their insecurities. I orchestrate most conversations, feeling like the leader, the one who really understood how everyone else did. We had this running joke about male friendships. Whenever we'd see groups of guys together, I bet they're talking about sports and beer. Probably planning their next fishing trip where they'll run with each other. Jessica would do impressions, dumbing down her voice. Bro, that was so sick, bro. Megan would add shared activities because they lack emotional intelligence. I'd feel so powerless. We talked about real things, feelings, relationships, not about those behaviors. Thought our friendship was unbreakable. We'd make elaborate plans, shopping marathons, everyone's fashion choices, movie nights where we'd analyze every character's psychological motivations, weekend brunches would last 4 hours minimum. We'll always have each other. New hair. Unlike men who abandon each other, Megan would nod. Emotional maturity is unfortunately rare. Felt like the practice that everyone else was missing. Our text chain was constantly active. Just sending out photos every morning. This day was effortlessly chic or trying too hard. Megan sharing workplace observations. My co-worker's relationship drama is fascinating from a psychological standpoint. I'd contribute stories from the clothing store. Customers trying on clothes they couldn't afford. Couples fighting over spending money. We'd analyze everything to death. Thought this was profound friendship. Way more meaningful than guys talking about their weekend plans. Started noticing small changes, but ignored them. Jessica taking longer to respond to messages. When she did reply, shorter responses. Less enthusiasm about our plans. Megan's observations becoming more pointed. Some people really do overshare, don't they? Felt directed at me, but couldn't be sure. When we met up, conversations felt different. Less supportive validation, more subtle judgment. Jessica more interested in her phone than our discussion. Megan's calculating stare lingering longer on me, but convinced myself it was temporary stress. Work pressure, school deadlines, life getting complicated. Surely our deep connection could weather minor bumps. Then everything in my life started crumbling simultaneously. Work became a nightmare. Managers constantly criticized our sales performance. Ellen, your numbers are concerning. We need to see improvement. Family drama exploded over some inheritance issue. Felt overwhelmed, drowning in problems I couldn't solve alone. Naturally turned to my support system. These amazing friends who were so much better than shallow male relationships. Surely they'd prove how superior female friendship really was. Prepared to be validated in all my beliefs about deep emotional connections. Texted Jessica first, heart pounding with anxiety. Having the worst week ever? Really need to talk to someone. Watch the message go from delivered to read. Hours pass, nothing. Finally get back a brief response. Ugh, that sucks. Super busy with this group project though. Group project she'd never mentioned before. Tried again the next day. Seriously struggling. Could really use my best friend right now. Sorry, babe. Professor assigned like 3 papers this week. But her social media told a different story. Pictures from some house party, laughing with people I'd never seen. Videos of her trying on clothes at expensive stores. Apparently had plenty of time for fun, just not for me. Turned to Megan, hoping for her analytical insight. Going through some serious stuff. Would love to get your perspective. Waited anxiously for her measured, thoughtful response. Got back clinical detachment instead. Sorry, Ellen, dealing with my own workplace politics right now. Maybe try talking to a professional about your problems. Felt like getting slapped with ice water. This was Megan's idea of support? Tried explaining how much I needed someone to listen. I understand you're struggling, but I'm not really equipped for this. Equipped? Like friendship was a technical skill. Meanwhile, seeing her check-ins in restaurants I couldn't afford. Weekend trips she'd never mentioned planning. Clearly had time and energy, just not for me. Desperation mode activated. Started calling instead of texting, hoping for real connection. Jessica's voicemail every time. Hey girl, leave a message and I'll get back to you when I can. Spoiler, she never did. Tried showing up at places I knew they'd be. Cafe where we used to meet regularly. Jessica there with different people, styling her latest hair transformation. Spotted me and gave a weird wave. Didn't invite me over. Felt invisible, like I was watching my own life from outside. Megan at the bookstore we used to browse together. Pretended not to see me completely. Or maybe genuinely didn't notice. Too absorbed in her own world. The breaking point came on a particularly awful Tuesday. Boss pulled me aside again about performance issues. Threatened my job security and corporate speak. Family situation reached peak toxicity. Felt like I was drowning in problems. Called Jessica, genuinely sobbing. Actually picked up this time, miracle. Ellen, what's wrong? Sounded annoyed, not concerned. Could hear music and laughter in the background. I'm falling apart. Everything's going wrong. I just need someone to talk to. Look, I get that you're going through stuff, but honestly, pause. Muffled conversation with someone else. We all have problems. You can't just dump everything on other people. Felt like she'd punched me through the phone. Dump everything? I'm asking my best friend for support. I'm not your therapist, Ellen. Figure it out. Hung up on me, sat there, staring at my phone in complete shock. Tried Megan one last desperate time. I know you said you're busy, but I'm really struggling with some serious issues. And I wouldn't be reaching out if I didn't genuinely need help. Her response came back quickly for once. Ellen, I think you might be going through something that requires professional help. I'm not qualified to deal with this level of emotional intensity. Perhaps it would be better if you spoke to a counselor. Clinical, detached, like I was a case study. Not a friend who'd spent months sharing intimate details of our lives. Realized she'd been evaluating me this whole time. Not connecting, just observing like I was entertaining. Sat alone in my apartment that night, scrolling through months of text conversations, looking for signs I'd missed. Realized our deep friendships had been completely one-sided. I'd been doing most of the emotional labor, asking about their lives, remembering details, offering support. They'd been taking notes, not taking part. Jessica had been performing friendship through social media. Megan had been conducting psychological experiments. Neither had ever really cared about me as a person, just enjoyed having someone who made them feel superior. The irony hit like a freight train. All those times I'd mocked male friendships as shallow, dismissed guys as emotionally unavailable, laughed at their simple bonding activities. Meanwhile, my sophisticated female friendships crumbled instantly. The moment I actually needed something real, those guys I'd ridiculed stuck by each other through genuine crises, helped each other move, covered shifts when someone was sick, showed up without being asked when things got tough. While my enlightened girlfriends vanished at the first sign of actual problems. Completely alone now. No Jessica with her constant hair changes and desperate attention seeking. No Megan with her cold analysis and superior attitude. Just me and the crushing realization that I'd been totally wrong. About friendship, about gender differences, about human nature. Everything I'd believed about myself and my relationships built on lies. Next few weeks were brutal. Avoided all the places where I might run into Jessica or Megan. Couldn't handle seeing them living their best lives while I was falling apart. Work situation got worse. Manager basically put me on probation. Ellen, we need to see dramatic improvement, or we'll have to make changes. Family drama escalated into full-blown warfare. Lawyers getting involved, relationships permanently damaged. Had never felt so isolated in my entire life. Spent most evenings alone, questioning everything I thought I knew. About friendship, loyalty, human nature in general. Started noticing things I'd been blind to before. Walking to work past that same coffee shop every day. Began actually observing the male groups I used to model. First time really paying attention instead of just judging. Tuesday morning, saw familiar faces from months ago. Same group of guys, but one was missing. Overheard fragments of conversation. Jake's been having a rough time since his dad passed. Should we check on him tonight? Already texted him. Told him we're coming over with food. No dramatic announcements. No social media posts about being supportive. Just quiet, practical care for their friend. Wednesday, different group at lunch. One guy looked stressed. Kept checking his phone anxiously. Interview didn't go well. Might not get the promotion. His friends immediately started problem solving. My cousin works in that industry. Wanted to make some calls. Got connections to 3 other companies. Let's update your resume. Drinks are on until you land something better. No analysis of the psychological state. No suggestions to seek professional help. Just immediate actionable support. Began watching more carefully over the following days. A group of guys from the gym I'd always dismissed. One hadn't shown up for workouts in over a week. His buddies went to his apartment to check on him. Found out he'd been struggling with depression. Didn't lecture him about mental health awareness. Didn't make it about themselves or their own experiences. Just showed up consistently, every day, until he was ready to come back. No fanfare, no expecting gratitude. Genuine concern translated into reliable presence. The contrast became painfully obvious. Remembered when Jessica's boyfriend broke up with her 6 months ago. She'd made it into a 3-week social media drama. Constant posts about healing journey and self-love. Megan and I were expected to validate every emotional update, analyze every text from the ex-boyfriend, attend emergency coffee meetings to discuss her feelings. But when I needed support, got dismissed immediately. Figure it out yourself, and not my job to be your therapist. The hypocrisy was staggering. Started seeing male friendship dynamics everywhere. Co-workers at other retail stores helping each other with shifts. Guys at bus stops sharing earbuds without being asked. Neighbors lending tools, fixing cars, moving furniture. No big emotional conversations about the meaning of friendship. Just showing up when needed. Practical help, consistent reliability. Everything I'd dismissed as shallow was actually profoundly solid. Built on actions rather than words. Proven through consistency rather than proclaimed through social media. Meanwhile, tried reaching out to other female friends from the periphery, acquaintances from work, old classmates, anyone. Same pattern emerged over and over. Surface level interest until actual problems came up. Then sudden unavailability, vague excuses, gradual ghosting. Going through my own stuff right now. Maybe we should talk when you're in a better headspace. Have you considered therapy? Apparently, having problems made me socially radioactive. One particularly enlightening incident happened at work. Coworker named Marcus was dealing with serious family illness. His girlfriend left him because he was too stressed and negative. Several female employees whispered about how draining he'd become. He's bringing down the whole mood in here. Someone should tell him to keep personal problems at home. But the male employees quietly adjusted, covered his difficult shifts without being asked, brought him coffee during breaks, included him in lunch groups when he seemed isolated. No one made speeches about brotherhood or male solidarity, just practical, consistent support until things improved. Realized facts about genuine friendship, bought into advantages about female emotional sophistication, while dismissing male bonds as primitive and superficial. The truth was exactly the opposite. Female friendships, in my experience, based on entertainment value and social positioning. The moment you stopped being fun or started having real problems, it became a liability to be managed with authority. Male friendships were built on reliability, less talking about feelings, more acting when it mattered. Started questioning everything I'd believed about myself. Was I actually a good friend to Jessica and Megan? Reviewed our relationships with brutal honesty. Realized I'd been just as shallow and self-serving. Enjoyed Jessica's drama because it made me feel stable and secure. Liked Megan's cold analysis because it made me feel emotionally superior. Never really cared about them completely. Just wanted validation and entertainment from our interactions. No wonder they'd drop me so easily. I'd been using them the same way they'd been using me. The revelation was humbling and devastating. Everything I'd mocked about male friendship was what I desperately needed. Loyalty that didn't depend on mood or convenience. Support that showed up in actions rather than words. Friends who stuck around when life got messy. Instead, I'd chosen relationships based on wit and sophistication. People who made me feel intellectually superior. Bonds that crumbled the moment they required actual sacrifice. Watching those guys at the coffee shop became a daily ritual. They weren't having deep psychological discussions. Mostly talked about work, sports, random observations. But when one was struggling, the others adjusted naturally. Picked up extra tabs, included him in plans, checked him regularly. No dramatic interventions or emotional processing sessions. Just quiet, consistent presence until things improved. The kind of friendship I'd never experienced began to understand why my relationships always felt unstable. Had prioritized cleverness over character. Chosen friends who made me rather than ones who'd support me. Valued people who made me feel superior rather than ones who challenged me to do better. Confused emotional intensity with emotional maturity, mistook psychological analysis as genuine care, built friendships on judgment of others rather than acceptance of each other. Most painful realizations come about later. Remembered times when Jessica or Megan tried to share real problems. Jessica's anxiety about her future after graduation. Megan's struggles with workplace discrimination. I'd responded with surface-level sympathy, then quickly redirected conversations back to more entertaining topics, never offering practical help or consistent check-ins. Just wanted to get through the return to our usual routine, sitting alone in that coffee shop one evening, watching the same group of guys include a newcomer seamlessly. Guy looked lonely. Clearly didn't know him. They just started talking to him about the game on TV. Within an hour, he was part of the conversation. No background checks, no evaluation period. Just basic human decency and inclusion. Realized I'd never seen female groups do
Wahrzeichen
this.
wurden gesichert.
Women tended to be more exclusive, more judgmental about newcomers. Required extensive vetting before acceptance. Contrast hit me like cold water. Male friendships I'd dismissed as simple were actually generous. They didn't require constant emotional labor to maintain. Weren't based on sharing secrets or analyzing personalities, built on shared activities and mutual reliability. When problems arose, they responded with practical help, not amateur therapy sessions or dramatic emotional processing. Just showed up, helped out, and kept showing up until things improved. Started feeling genuine envy watching these relationships. The ease of interaction, the lack of hidden agendas. No one was performing friendship for social credit. No one was documenting their loyalty for social media. Just people who enjoyed each other's company and took care of each other when needed. Everything I thought I wanted from Jessica and Megan, but had never actually experienced. Final wake-up call came unexpectedly. Ran into Jessica at the mall, couldn't avoid the encounter. She was with new friends, different crowd entirely. Rarely acknowledged me, clearly uncomfortable. Oh, hey Ellen, how are things? Tone suggested she didn't actually want to know. New friends, looking at me, I was interrupting something important. Conversation lasted maybe 2 minutes before she made excuses. Great seeing you. We should definitely catch up. Universal code for never contact me again. Watched her walk away laughing with people who replaced me. Realized I'd been just as replaceable to her as she was becoming to me. Walking home, past the coffee shop one more time. Same group of guys, but now I saw them completely differently. Not as shallow bros performing masculinity, but as people who'd figured out something I'd missed entirely. How to build relationships based on reliability rather than entertainment. How to support each other without making it about themselves. How to be present without being dramatic about it. Everything I thought primitive was actually sophisticated. Everything I'd thought was shallow was actually deep. Got home and looked at myself honestly for the first time. Admitted I'd been wrong about almost everything. Wrong about friendship. Wrong about gender dynamics. Wrong about what mattered in relationships. Spent years feeling superior to people who were actually better at human connection. Mocked bonds that were stronger than anything I'd ever experienced. Built my identity on being smarter than everyone else, while completely missing the point of what friendship actually meant. Deleted Jessica and Megan's numbers from my phone, not out of anger, but out of acceptance. We'd never been real friends anyway, just people using each other for validation and entertainment. They'd moved on because that's what people do. When the entertainment value runs out, couldn't even blame them. I'd have done the same thing in their position. Probably had done the same thing to others without them. Sat in the silence of my apartment, No constant text chains analyzing others' lives. No plans to meet up to feel superior to strangers. No performances of sophisticated friendship. Just me and the crushing realization that I'd wasted years pursuing relationships that were fundamentally hollow, while dismissing the kind of friendship I actually needed. The kind those guys at the coffee shop had figured out.
Tangos werfen Sucherminen.
Simple, reliable, and real. Be me, Claire. Feminist who spent way too much time reading about male privilege. Convinced men get automatic respect just for being born with certain anatomy. Always argued online about how unfair society is to women. See guys like Daniel from my hometown with his military medal. Think he got respect handed to him on silver platter because testosterone. Decide to prove women can earn same treatment if given chance. Brilliant plan. Join army, volunteer. Going to show everyone that gender doesn't determine worth. Picture myself becoming inspiration to women everywhere. Tell my friends about decision over coffee. Reactions are mixed as expected. Some think I'm brave pioneer breaking barriers. Others widely think I'm naive idealist. One friend asked if I really know what I'm getting into. Brush off concerns with confidence of someone who read empowerment blogs. Quote, statistics about women in combat roles. Talk about breaking glass ceilings and proving points. Inside, feel excited about upcoming vindication of my beliefs. Convinced this will be challenging but ultimately rewarding. Spend weeks before shipping out researching military life. Read articles about female soldiers succeeding. Watch documentaries about women in combat. Skip over parts about casualties and trauma. Focus on stories of triumph and recognition. Ignore warnings about harsh realities. Think those are just outdated stereotypes. Pack bags with confidence of someone about to make history. Include journals to document my groundbreaking experience. Ready to demolish gender stereotypes through sheer determination. Morning of departure, look in mirror one last time. See determined young woman about to prove important point. Hair styled perfectly, makeup subtle but present. Think about photo opportunities when I return. Imagine giving interviews about my experience. Picture Daniel and other guys having to acknowledge my achievement. Board bus training facility with head held high. This is my moment to show what real equality looks like. Other passengers are a mix of nervous young men. Some look like they're going to execution. Think to myself how dramatic they're being. Arrive at training base full of excitement and nervous energy. Expect some recognition for being female volunteer. Maybe special acknowledgement for choosing to serve. Instead, get immediate reality check from Sergeant Miller. This man's voice stripped me off brick walls. Bellows at everyone like we're all equally worthless maggots. No distinction between male and female recruits. Just fresh meat for the military grinder. First shock, nobody cares about my gender statement. Not even curious about why I joined. Get herded into processing line with everyone else. Forms to fill out, medical checks, equipment distribution. Whole process feels mechanical and impersonal. Expected at least some curiosity about my motivation. Instead, treated like just another number in the system. The guy next to me asked why I joined. Start explaining about proving women's capabilities. He just nods politely and changes subject to sports. Beginning to realize my mission isn't as noteworthy as I thought. Other recruits seem more worried about surviving than impressed by my presence. Hair gets shaved off like everyone else. Watch carefully maintained style fall to floor in clumps. No ceremony, no acknowledgement of sacrifice. Just another step in standardization process. Feel first pang of doubt as I see reflection. Look exactly like every other scared recruit now. Gender invisible under military buzzcut. Start questioning if this visual equality is what I wanted. Sergeant Miller doesn't care about anyone's former identity. First night in barracks is rude awakening. Sleeping quarters are basic metal bunks and lockers. No privacy, no comfort, just functional space. Other recruits settling in around me. Mix of scared kids and determined adults. Nobody seems particularly interested in my presence. Chloe, another female recruit, nervous, laughs at everything, even when drill instructor screams about lights out. Her anxiety is contagious and unsettling. Realize I'm not only woman here, but we're outnumbered 20 to 1. Wake-up call comes at ungodly hour before dawn. Sergeant Miller's voice echoing through building like air raid siren. Stumble out of bed with everyone else. No time for morning routine or mental preparation. Immediate rush to formation outside. Cold air hits like physical slap. Formation is lesson in military hierarchy. We are bottom of food chain, lower than dirt. Equal opportunity degradation for all genders. Miller doesn't care about anyone's background or motivation. Physical training begins immediately and brutally. Push-ups until arms give out completely. Sit-ups until abs scream in protest. Running that makes lungs burn like fire. Obstacle course designed to break spirits. Watch tough-looking guys struggle just as much as me. Some actually perform worse than I do. Starting to understand this isn't about gender advantages. It's about pushing everyone past their breaking point. No special treatment for anyone regardless of chromosomes. Body starts aching in places I didn't know existed. Hands develop painful blisters from constant training. Feet covered in sores from ill-fitting boots. Sleep deprivation makes everything feel surreal. Thought my ideological conviction would carry me through. But physical limits don't care about feminist theory. Start having dangerous thoughts about whether I overestimated myself. Maybe men really are naturally stronger. Get angry at myself for thinking that way. Remember, I came here to prove equality through action. Mess hall becomes place of quiet solidarity. Recruits share extra food when someone looks ready to collapse. Conversations are brief but meaningful. Complaints about sore muscles and brutal schedule. Nobody discusses politics or gender theory. Survival becomes only topic worth discussing. Watch other recruits struggle with homesickness. Realize even tough guys have breaking points. My assumptions about male stoicism are cracking like my blisters. See vulnerability in people I thought were automatically privileged. First encounter with weapons training. Handling rifle feels heavier than expected. Accuracy requires patience and steady hands I don't have. Male recruits don't automatically excel at marksmanship. Some women in my group outshoot several guys. Sergeant Miller criticizes poor performance regardless of gender. Screams at everyone with equal intensity and creativity. Beginning to see that competence matters more than anatomy. Respect comes from results, not biological lottery. My feminist theory didn't account for this complexity. Chloe's nervous laughter getting more frequent and hysterical. Starts giggling during serious briefings about combat tactics. Other recruits beginning to avoid her unstable energy. I try talking to her during rare free moments. She admits feeling overwhelmed by constant pressure. Says she joined to prove something to her ex-boyfriend. Realize we both came here trying to prove points to others. Maybe motivations matter less than ability to endure. Her instability making me question my own mental strength. Weeks pass, an unofficial hierarchy starts emerging. Older recruits who've been here longer assert dominance over newcomers. Not the formal chain of command, but something more primitive. They call us fresh meat and spirits. Expect us to clean their equipment, do their laundry, perform menial tasks while they rest. This isn't in any manual I read about military equality. System operates on unwritten rules nobody explained. Gender doesn't matter here either. Abuse is equal opportunity. First real encounter with hazing happens late one night, when officers aren't around to witness. Senior recruits surround group of newcomers, including me. Force us to scrub floors with toothbrushes, wash their uniforms by hand, perform ridiculous tasks like find left boot for right foot in dark. Watch fellow recruit get slapped for being slow to answer questions. My sense of justice explodes inside. Want to protest, but other newcomers frantically signal me to stay quiet. My turn for personal humiliation comes soon enough. Senior recruit they call Bruiser singles me out. Orders me to clean entire bathroom alone while others rest. Scrub every surface until it's spotless. Takes hours and leaves hands raw and bleeding. Want to argue about fairness and teamwork. But other recruits shoot me warning looks. Understand that protesting will only make things worse. Spend nights silently scrubbing, jaw clenched with anger and shame. Another night brings different torture. Forced to stand guard over Bruiser's locker for hours, holding heavy training rifle at attention position, arms screaming with pain but can't lower weapon. If I drop it, punishment gets worse for everyone. This is equality I asked for, but not how I imagined it. Bruiser laughs when I try to explain why this is unfair. Says if I wanted special treatment, I should have stayed home. Realize he's treating me exactly like male recruits get treated. Witness systematic breaking down of other recruits. Guy next to me crying quietly as he scrubs floors. Another recruit forced to do jumping jacks until he collapses. Quiet kid gets worse treatment for showing fear. Confident athlete who mouths off gets broken down hardest. Pattern isn't based on gender, but perceived weakness. Everyone here goes through this systematic humiliation. Starting to understand this is how military hierarchy actually works. Physical training intensifies as time passes. Marching with full packs that cut into shoulders, obstacle courses in full gear under blazing sun, long runs that leave half the unit vomiting. Watch recruits of all backgrounds struggle equally. Some quit during particularly brutal session. No shame in their departure, just quiet understanding. Those who remain bond through shared suffering. Gender becomes irrelevant detail compared to endurance. Combat simulation exercise becomes major test. Teams assigned randomly without regard for gender balance. My team includes mix of personalities and abilities. Have to work together to complete mission objectives. No time for gender politics when simulated bullets flying overhead. Focus entirely on survival and success. Discover teamwork transcends social categories I used to obsess over. Adrenaline makes everything else seem trivial. Performance under pressure matters more than anything else. During exercise, teammate gets wounded in simulation. My responsibility to evacuate him to safety. Guy is twice my size and dead weight. Struggle to drag him across rough terrain. Other team members provide covering fire. Manage to complete evacuation despite physical disadvantage. Feel genuine pride and accomplishment. The pride comes from helping teammates, not proving gender point. Starting to understand different kind of satisfaction than I expected. After a particularly brutal episode of nighttime hazing, when all newcomers are forced to do push-ups in mud and rain as punishment, I reach emotional breaking point. Physically exhausted with bruises on palms from rocky ground, uniform soaked and filthy, mentally drained from constant humiliation. Respect I dreamed about is nowhere to be found. Senior recruits just smirk at contempt. Fellow newcomers look as beaten down as I feel. Lying in bunk afterward, stare at ceiling and think. Romantic ideas about military brotherhood were completely naive. Soldier bonding happens through pain and humiliation, not through inspiring speeches about equality. Men I thought had automatic privileges suffer right beside me. Bunkmate groans from back pain after brutal day. White kid secretly cries reading letters from home. In this shared misery, I find bitter taste of real equality. We're all equally powerless against military machine and senior recruits. Catch reflection in barracks window during formation. Tired, hollow-eyed face with grimly set mouth. Barely recognized cheerful, defiant girl who arrived months ago. Idealism has been ground down by daily reality. But something new growing inside. Stubborn endurance and solidarity. Think to myself without former bravado. If the guys around me can get through this, so can I. Not about proving feminist point anymore, just about personal survival and not abandoning teammates. Realize I'm changing in ways I didn't expect. Physically stronger, but emotionally drained. Thought process shifting from idealistic to practical. Less concerned with proving points, more focused on surviving each day. Still not ready to abandon my original mission, but starting to question what equality actually means. Maybe it's not about getting same treatment. Maybe it's about enduring same hardships. Need to push through to see where this leads. A year later, almost time for discharge. Everything changed about me since that breaking point. No longer confused newcomers, but senior soldiers. Other recruits look at me with a mix of respect and wariness. Not because I'm a special woman, but because I survived when others didn't. Physically transformed, lean, muscled, sun-weathered, movements confident and economical, like someone who knows their worth. Finally have the respect I came here seeking, but it tastes different than expected. Remember lying in that bunk staring at ceilings, thinking, if guys around me can get through this, so can I. Well, I did get through it, became one of them. Chloe never made it back from administrative transfer. Heard she got medical discharge for psychological breakdown. Makes me realize how close I came to same fate. Sitting in the same barracks now, but as one of the senior ones. The ones who control newcomers' lives now. New batch of fresh recruits arrived a month before my discharge. Watching them stumble off the bus brings back memories. Scared kids with unrealistic expectations about military life. Some cocky, some terrified, all equally unprepared. Among them is a young woman who makes my stomach twist with recognition. She's got same eager determination I had a year ago. Announces loudly during introduction that she's here to prove women deserve equal treatment. Other veterans exchange knowing looks and barely concealed smirks. This new girl, call her Masha, is a painful mirror of my former self. Same speeches about equality and breaking barriers. Same naive confidence that theory will carry her through reality. Watching her brings back flood of shame about my own arrogance. How insufferable I must have sounded making those proclamations. How little I understood about what I was walking into. Part of me wants to warn her, but the system doesn't work that way. She needs to learn the hard way, like everyone else. First night after new arrivals settle in. Senior soldiers gathering for traditional welcome ceremony. Time to introduce newcomers to real military hierarchy. Not the official one from manuals, but brutal social order that actually runs them. My fellow veterans expect me to participate. After all, I suffered through same treatment. Now it's my turn to be on giving end instead of receiving. Chance to pay forward what was done. Watching preparations brings back vivid memories. Remember my own first night when seniors surrounded me. Forced to do push-ups until collapse. Scrub floors with toothbrushes. Systematic humiliation designed to break down civilian identity. Understand now it was a necessary part of transformation. Creates bonds through shared suffering and submission to hierarchy. System perpetuates itself as former victims become enforcers. My turn to continue the cycle that made me who I am. Masha stands among 5 terrified newcomers in empty barracks after lights out. Wide eyes reflecting same mix of fear and defiance I once had. Senior soldier called Thunder starts usual ritual, forcing them to do squats, sing ridiculous songs, push-ups on knuckles. I watch from my position, remembering being in their place. My service buddy Sergei nudges me with his elbow. Come on, help with discipline. Show that feminist how things really work here. Moment of truth arrives. Step forward as everyone expects. Remember my own suffering a year ago, how I wanted rescue. But also remember how that suffering forged me into who I am now. Look at Masha's defiant eyes and see my old naive self. Make decisions that feels inevitable. Grab Masha by shoulder and push her toward cleaning supplies. You heard thunder. Floor needs scrubbing with toothbrush. Move it, recruit. Participate fully in same ritual that once broke me down. Masha looks at me with shock and complete betrayal. Probably expected solidarity from another woman. That kind of thinking doesn't survive here long. Other newcomers see there's no special protection coming, begin their own humiliating tasks without further protest. Seniors not approving of my participation, earned my place in hierarchy through suffering, now defending. This is how the system works, how it's always worked. Over following days, continue participating in newcomer discipline. Force Masha to wash my uniforms by hand. Make her stand guard over my equipment for hours. Assign her worst cleaning duties while I relax. Same punishments I endured now, flowing through me to next generation. She keeps looking at me with hurt confusion. Clearly expected different treatment from another woman. But military doesn't recognize those civilian categories. Watch Masha struggle with same realization I had. Physical training pushing her past limits she didn't know existed. Discovering that ideological conviction means nothing to exhausted muscles. Seeing tough guys cry and weak-looking kids persevere. All her theories about gender advantages crumbling under daily reality. Same journey I took from idealism to pragmatism, except now I'm on the other side watching it happen. Masha tries approaching me privately one evening. I don't understand. I thought you'd be different. We're both women here. Look at her with mixture of pity and annoyance. That's your first mistake, thinking gender matters here. Military doesn't care what's between your legs, only what you can endure. I earned my place, same way you'll earn yours, through pain and discipline. No shortcuts, no special treatment, no sisterhood. Her face crumples with disappointment. Probably thought she'd found ally in hostile environment. But I learned hard lessons about what equality actually means. It means everyone gets broken down equally. Everyone suffers equally to earn their place. Civilian ideas about gender solidarity are luxury you can't afford here. Survival depends on accepting military hierarchy, not fighting it. Major field exercise scheduled for final weeks. Mixed squads of veterans and newcomers. Assigned to lead team including Masha and several others. Chance to demonstrate leadership skills developed over past year. Also opportunity to show newcomers what real standards look like. No coddling, no consideration for their feelings or civilian sensitivities. During long march with full equipment, one of younger soldiers starts falling behind on steep incline. Masha struggling too, but trying to hide it. Other veterans suggest leaving stragglers to catch up later. Remember my own struggles with physical demands, but also remember that pushing through made me stronger. Keep up or fall out, your choice. But squad doesn't wait for weakness. Tactical phase brings simulated enemy contact. Newcomers panic under pressure as expected. Masha freezes when simulation starts, drops to ground in terror. Veteran takes simulated hit, needs evacuation. Moment when all my training crystallizes. Take command without hesitation. Bark orders with absolute authority. Masha, get the wounded to cover. Stop cowering and move. This is what you signed up for. Now prove you can handle it. Squad responds to my commands because I've earned their respect. Not through gender solidarity, but through demonstrated competence. Newcomers follow orders because they understand consequences of failure. Veterans respect my tactical decisions despite recent arrival. Complete mission objectives through discipline and training. No participation trophies, no special consideration for anyone's feelings. After action briefing, commanding officers, our squad noted for maintaining standards, completing objectives. Commander addresses me directly. Solid leadership under pressure, soldier. That's what we expect from our non-commissioned officers. Recognition. I dreamed about for over a year finally arrives, but feels different than imagined moment of feminist triumph, earned through competence in military system, not by changing it. Final weeks before discharge filled with reflection, helping prepare newcomers for responsibilities they'll inherit, sharing practical knowledge about survival and advancement. Masha approaches me one last time before I leave. Was it worth it? All the pain and humiliation? Pause before answering with hard-won wisdom. Pain builds character. Humiliation teaches hierarchy. Both are necessary. Continue conversation with Masha in private moment. I came here thinking I'd prove feminism could work in military. Thought I'd change the system, show everyone women deserved special consideration. Learned instead that military changes you, not other way around. There's no place for feminism here, no room for civilian gender politics. Only room for soldiers who can follow orders and complete missions. If you want to survive and earn respect, forget everything you learned about women's rights. Masha stares at me with growing understanding. So, we just accept everything? Never fight for better treatment? Shake my head firmly. You fight for your country, your unit, your mission. Nothing else matters. Equality here means everyone suffers equally to prove their worth. No special consideration, no different standards, no sisterhood. Just soldiers doing their jobs regardless of what's between their legs. That's the only equality that works in military. Final formation for discharge ceremony. Commander hands over military records with brief commendation. Private Claire, you served with distinction. Good luck, citizen. Voice carries respect earned through demonstrated reliability under pressure. Fellow soldiers shake hands, exchange contact information. Some give small farewell gifts as tokens of shared experience. Genuine camaraderie built through common suffering and mutual support. Walking towards base exit with a heavy duffel bag, past formation of newcomers drilling under sergeant's supervision. Masha catches my eye briefly across parade ground. No longer looks at me with expectation of special treatment, beginning to understand what military service actually requires. Give her professional nod of acknowledgement, nothing more. She straightens up and focuses on her training. Step through base gates into the civilian world for the first time in years. Arrived as idealistic feminist, convinced of systemic gender advantages, leaving as experienced soldier with realistic understanding of military hierarchy. Didn't change the system or prove feminist theory. Instead learned that some institutions demand complete submission to function. Military effectiveness requires abandoning civilian social categories, including feminism and all its assumptions about special treatment. Final thoughts as base disappears behind me. Not the crusader for women's rights I plan to become, but definitely not the naive idealist who arrived either. Somewhere between those extremes found actual soldier, who learned that military has no use for gender politics, only for people willing to endure whatever service demands. Respect earned through performance, not through identity. In military, feminism is luxury you can't afford if you want to survive. Be me, Anna, 23, having coffee with my friend Sarah yesterday afternoon. sitting in this overpriced hipster cafe downtown, watching people through the window, lattes getting cold while we gossip about everything and nothing. Conversation drifts to relationships, as it always does. Sarah suddenly remembers something and brings up my brother David again. Apparently, she's been wondering why he's still completely single at 28, not even dating anyone, not even trying from what she can tell. Tell her he's been single for like 2 years now. Maybe longer, honestly. Can't even remember his last girlfriend at this point. Sarah looks genuinely confused by this concept. Keeps asking what's wrong with him, if he's weird or antisocial or
Sich
something.
nähernde Feinde erkannt.
Lean back in my chair, already knowing this conversation by heart. Explain that nothing's actually wrong with David physically or mentally. He's just completely hopeless when it comes to women. Has zero game, absolutely zero social skills in that department. Barely even tries to meet people anymore. Just complains constantly. Always making pathetic excuses about how difficult modern dating is, how women are impossible to understand, how apps don't work. It's honestly embarrassing to listen to sometimes. Sarah nods along knowingly, says he's probably one of those guys who whines about dating apps. Meanwhile, every girl we know meets guys online all the time. She suggests I should help him out somehow. Points out that I'm attractive, understand what works with guys. Could probably get him dates easily if I just showed him what he's doing wrong. The idea starts forming in my head immediately. Been wanting to prove this point to David for months now. That his whole dating is impossible for men theory is complete garbage. Time to show him how simple this really is when someone competent takes over. Drive home around 6 p.m. feeling determined about this new mission. David's beat-up Honda already in the driveway as expected. Guy gets home from work and immediately becomes a hermit every single day. Find him sprawled across our old sectional couch watching Netflix. Probably the same exact position he was in yesterday and the day before. The living room smells like microwaved leftovers and general resignation. Decide to just dive right into the conversation I've been planning. Ask him when he last actually tried talking to a girl. Like seriously tried. Not just awkward small talk at the grocery store or whatever. He pauses his boring show and tells me about some barista at the coffee shop near work. Tried making conversation with her a few times when it wasn't busy. Asked about her day, mentioned the weather, basic stuff like that. She was polite, but obviously not interested. Just being professional. So naturally he gave up and stopped going to that coffee shop entirely. Classic David move right there. Retreat at the first sign of discomfort. Point out that he gave up because a service worker was nice to him. That's literally her job, being polite to customers who buy coffee. Ask if he actually asked her out, or just assumed she wasn't interested. He gets uncomfortable and starts explaining how he could tell she wasn't into it. How women make it obvious when they're not interested. Didn't want to be that creepy guy who bothers workers trying to do their jobs. Shake my head at this completely defeatist attitude he's developed. Tell him he probably just can't read signals properly. Maybe she was waiting for a real move. He looks at me like I suggested climbing Mount Everest in flip-flops. Starts going into his usual speech about how different it is for guys. How I'm a pretty girl, so guys approach me all the time. How men have to do all the initiating and handle constant rejection. Most women don't even respond to dating app messages, apparently. The ones who do usually lose interest after 2 texts maximum. Here we go with the victim complex again, right on schedule. Tell him that's complete bullshit, and he knows it deep down. Plenty of average-looking guys have girlfriends and wives. They're not all models or millionaires, perfect jolly. He's just making excuses, because actually trying is scary and uncomfortable. Or because he legitimately doesn't know what he's doing wrong. He runs hands through his hair, looking frustrated, says he's tried everything. Dating apps, meeting people through friends, hobby groups, even speed dating. Nothing ever works out according to him. It's all hopeless. Lean forward to make my point clearer to his thick skull. Explain that he's probably doing everything wrong from start to finish. Sending boring messages, waiting too long to ask girls out, targeting women who are completely out of his league realistically. Girls can smell desperation and low confidence from miles away. It's like a built-in superpower most women develop by age 16. He stares at me blankly and asks what exactly I suggest he do differently. Hire some expensive dating coach? Get plastic surgery? Move to another city? Suddenly, the brilliant idea from the cafe crystallizes perfectly in my mind. Sit up straighter, feeling genuinely excited about this plan forming. Tell him I'm going to prove something important to him once and for all. Going to show him exactly how easy dating actually is when you know the rules, when you understand what you're doing instead of stumbling around blind. He raises both eyebrows skeptically, clearly not believing this is possible. Explain that I'm going to create him a proper dating profile that actually works. Show him how normal, socially competent people talk to potential dates. People who understand what makes women respond and stay interested. David immediately starts shaking his head and protesting. Doesn't want his sister involved in his dating life. Says it's crossing boundaries. But I'm getting more excited about this experiment by the minute. Tell him I know exactly what girls want to hear, what gets their attention, what makes them laugh and feel comfortable with a stranger online. He clearly doesn't know any of this, otherwise wouldn't be single at 28. Propose giving me 1 week with his dating apps, just to prove the point. Guarantee I'll get him more matches and actual meaningful conversations than he's had in the past 6 months of pathetic attempts combined. He's still protesting, but I can see him starting to waver slightly. Asking what if it backfires? What if someone finds out? What if I embarrass him? Wave away these concerns dismissively because they're completely irrelevant. Won't backfire because I actually understand what I'm doing here, unlike his current strategy of giving up before even getting started properly. David stares at the ceiling for a long moment, clearly torn, can practically see the internal battle between his pride and desperation. Finally asks if I really think it's that simple, that he's just doing everything wrong. Tell him I don't think it. I know it for certain beyond any doubt. He needs someone who understands female psychology and social dynamics, someone who knows how to be interesting and confident in text conversations, which he obviously doesn't based on his track record of complete failure. He sighs heavily and reaches for his phone after another minute of consideration. Agrees to let me try, but sets up conditions first, naturally. If this makes things worse, I owe him dinner for an entire month. And if anyone asks, this whole thing was entirely my idea from start to finish. Grab his phone before he can change his mind or add more stupid conditions. Tell him when this works perfectly, he owes me a sincere apology. Has to admit that dating isn't actually impossible in normal men, just that he was approaching it completely wrong this entire time. Spend the next 2 hours completely overhauling his pathetic digital presence. His existing profiles are somehow even worse than I imagined they would. Boring mirror selfies that make him look depressed and antisocial. Bio that reads exactly like a resume someone submitted to HR. Sample messages he's sent that sound like job applications or tax forms. No wonder he's not getting any responses from actual human women. This makes him sound like an accountant having some kind of midlife crisis. Delete absolutely everything and start completely from scratch with fresh approach. Pick his best photos from the past year, ones where he actually looks happy. Write new bio that shows some actual personality instead of listing credentials. Craft opening message templates that are flirty without being creepy. Confident without coming across as arrogant or desperate. David watches nervously as I work, clearly having second thoughts about this. Keeps asking if I'm sure about this strategy. What if girls expect someone different? Tell him he'll just have to learn to be more interesting in real life. upload everything, and immediately starts swiping through potential matches. Matching reasonably attractive girls left and right, exactly as predicted. Way more success in 10 minutes than he probably had all last month. David looks genuinely shocked by these immediate positive results. Can't believe how easy I'm making this whole process look. Explain that it's working because I actually know what I'm doing here. Unlike his previous amateur hour attempts at online dating, start messaging with new matches with a confident playful opening lines. Nothing forward or sexual, but definitely not boring generic stuff either. Asking about their hobbies and interests, making light jokes where appropriate, showing genuine curiosity about them without seeming desperate for attention. Within an hour, have 3 active conversations going simultaneously. Girls actually responding with full paragraphs instead of one-word answers, sending laughing emojis, asking questions back, seeming genuinely engaged. David just sits there watching in complete amazement at this transformation. Show him the conversations developing on his phone screen. Explain that I'm being confident, but not pushy or aggressive, asking them about things they clearly care about based on their profiles, making them laugh without trying too hard, or being a dancing monkey. It's not rocket science, just basic social skills applied properly. He reads through the messages looking genuinely confused by something. Points out that these are just normal conversations between normal people. Exactly. That's the entire point I've been trying to make. By midnight, have successfully lined up 2 potential coffee dates for the weekend. One girl even suggested meeting tomorrow evening after work if it's free. David looks like he's witnessed some kind of impossible miracle happening. Can't believe how effortless I made this whole process appear to be. Feel incredibly smug about proving my point so quickly and decisively. Tell him it was always this simple. He just needed someone competent in charge. Someone who actually understands how women think and what they respond to. Hand him back his phone with all these active conversations in progress. Explain that his dating life is now officially fixed and functional. Just needs to avoid screwing it up by reverting to his usual boring personality. Keep the confident energy I established with these girls from the beginning. Be interested. Don't overthink every single word. Stop being so neurotic. David nods eagerly while staring at his phone in complete disbelief, acting like I just performed actual magic instead of basic social competence. Go to bed feeling absolutely incredible about this successful intervention. Knew this would be easy once someone with actual skills took control. David's dating problems were clearly just massive user error this whole time. Nothing that couldn't be fixed with a little female intuition and common sense. Tomorrow, he'll probably wake up to even more matches and messages waiting. Maybe by the end of this week, he'll actually have a real girlfriend finally. Sometimes being completely right about everything feels absolutely amazing. Wake up next morning feeling like a dating genius. Check David's phone immediately to see overnight progress. 3 new matches, 2 more messages from yesterday's conversations. One girl sent her number without even being asked. This is going even better than expected, honestly. David shuffles into kitchen looking confused and slightly panicked. Spent half the night reading through all these conversations, apparently. Doesn't understand how I made it look so effortless. Explain that today's the real test, though. Keeping momentum going. Anyone can get initial matches. Maintaining interest is where most guys fail. Show him how to respond to the new messages properly. Keep the same confident energy. Don't get weird or desperate. He watches nervously as I craft responses that sound natural and engaging. Within an hour, have 2 more potential dates lined up this week. David keeps asking if this is sustainable. Seems too good to be true. Spend my lunch break managing his conversations from work, checking his phone every few minutes to keep response times reasonable. Girls seem to appreciate quick replies that aren't just hey or LOL. Actually putting thought into each message, asking follow-up questions, showing genuine interest in their lives and hobbies. By end of day, have 5 active conversations with actual substance. This is easier than managing my own dating life, honestly. Get home to find David pacing around the living room anxiously. First coffee date is tomorrow evening, and he's completely freaking out, worried that he won't be able to maintain the personality I created online. What if she realizes he's not as confident or interesting as his messages? What if the conversation dies after 10 minutes of awkward silence? Roll my eyes at this predictable anxiety spiral he's having. Spend the evening coaching him on basic date conversation skills. Topics to bring up, questions to ask, how to keep things flowing naturally. Remind him that I already did the hard part of getting her interested. Now he just has to not completely blow it by being himself. She's already invested enough to agree to meet in person. That's the biggest hurdle, according to everything I know about dating. Tuesday evening arrives, and David leaves for his coffee date. Wearing the outfit I picked out, armed with conversation topics I suggested, feel genuinely excited to hear how this victory plays out. Spend the time responding to his other matches to keep those warm. One girl suggests drinks this weekend, another wants to do lunch Friday. Having multiple options is exactly what David needs for his time. He returns 2 hours later, looking deflated and confused. He sits heavily on the couch without saying anything for several minutes. Finally explains that the date was fine, but nothing special happened. Conversation was okay. She seemed nice enough. No obvious red flags. But she texted afterward, saying she didn't feel a romantic connection. Thanks for the coffee, but doesn't want to meet again. Tell him that's completely normal. Not every first date leads to something. The important thing is that he got the date in the first place. That's more progress than he's made in months of trying alone. Still have 4 other active conversations to focus on anyway. One rejection doesn't mean the system isn't working perfectly. Rest of the week continues with mixed results that start feeling frustrating. Managed to set up 3 more dates through his various app conversations. Girls seem interested in the chat, agreeing to meet relatively easily. But something keeps going wrong during the actual face-to-face meetings. Either they're not interested afterward, or David screws something up. Friday lunch date goes similarly to the coffee situation. Girl is friendly during the meal. Conversation seems fine from his description. But afterward, she says she's not looking for anything serious right now. Suggests they could be friends, but clearly means she's not attracted. David starts questioning whether my messaging strategy is creating false expectations. Maybe I'm presenting him as more confident than he actually is in person. Weekend drinks date is even worse somehow. Girl shows up, stays for exactly 1 drink, makes excuse about early morning. Clearly wanted to leave as soon as possible after meeting him. David comes home looking genuinely defeated for the first time. Says maybe his original assessment was right about dating being hopeless. I'm starting to feel slightly less confident about this whole experiment. Spend Sunday evening analyzing what might be going wrong here. My messaging game is clearly working to get these initial meetings, but something about David himself is failing to seal the deal. Maybe he's more awkward in person than I realized. Or maybe these girls had different expectations based on my confident texts. Still refuse to believe that dating is actually as difficult as he claims. Monday morning brings fresh motivation and new matches to work with. Decide to adjust strategy slightly. Be more selective about who I message. Focus on girls who seem more down to earth, less likely to have super high standards. Maybe I was aiming too high with some of the more attractive matches. David needs confidence builders, not more brutal rejections right now. Spend the week casting a wider net, messaging more girls with different approaches. Some get the confident, playful treatment. Others get more genuine, sincere messages. Trying to figure out what type of person would actually click with David's real personality. Response rates are still good, much better than his solo efforts ever were. But converting online interest into actual dates is becoming more challenging. Girls start flaking more often now for some reason, agree to meet but then cancel last minute with vague excuses, or worse, just stop responding entirely after agreeing to specific plans. David notices this pattern developing and starts getting frustrated with me. Points out that this is exactly what he was dealing with before my intervention. By the end of second week, I've managed only 2 actual meetups. Both end the same way as the previous dates, polite rejection afterward. David sits me down for a serious conversation about calling this whole thing off, says he appreciates the effort, but it's clearly not working the way I predicted. Maybe his original approach was bad, but my approach isn't solving the real problem either. Refuse to give up this easily. Insist we just need to refine the strategy more. Maybe the issue is the types of places he's meeting these girls. Coffee dates and lunch meetings are too formal, too much pressure. Suggest trying more casual meetups, group activities, less date-like situations. Anything to get past whatever barrier is preventing real connections from forming.
Bergung angefordert.
David looks exhausted by this whole process now, in a way he never did before. Says the constant rejections are actually worse when they come after getting hopes up. At least when he was messaging girls himself, expectations were low from the start. Now he's experiencing rejection at a much higher frequency and intensity. Each failed date feels worse because it seemed so promising initially. Spend the weekend trying to understand what exactly is going wrong here. Review all the successful conversations I've had on his behalf. Girls seem genuinely interested in the person I'm presenting through text. Funny, confident, interesting guy with his life together. But something about real David isn't matching up to this digital persona. Sunday evening revelation hits while scrolling through his photos again. Maybe the problem isn't his personality or social skills at all. Maybe it's something more basic that I've been refusing to acknowledge. Something about physical attraction or chemistry that can't be faked through clever messaging. Start wondering if I've been solving the wrong problem this entire time. Monday morning, check his phone to find several matches have unmatched overnight. Girls who seemed interesting just disappeared without explanation. Other conversations that were going well suddenly go cold and die. Response rate dropping significantly compared to the first few days. Something has definitely changed, but can't figure out what exactly. David notices the decline too and brings it up during dinner. Points out that initial success might have been beginner's luck. Or maybe the app algorithms changed. Or maybe I was messaging better girls initially. Suggests maybe we should try a completely different approach, or just give up. Still refuse to admit this might be harder than I originally thought. Spend evening researching dating app strategies online frantically, trying to figure out what successful people do differently. Most advice seems obvious and basic, stuff I'm already doing. Be confident, be interesting, ask engaging questions, don't be desperate. But clearly something crucial is missing from my understanding of this process. Late night realization that maybe I've been approaching this backwards. Focused so much on getting matches and initial interest, but completely ignored what happens during and after the actual meetings. Can't control David's in-person presence through my phone screen. And maybe that's where the real challenge exists for guys like him. Fall asleep feeling genuinely confused for the first time since starting this. What seemed like simple female intuition isn't translating into actual results. Beginning to suspect there might be factors I don't fully understand. Things about male dating experience that aren't as straightforward as assumed. But still not ready to admit David might have been right all along. Third week starts with me doubling down on different strategies. Maybe the problem is timing, messaging girls at wrong hours, or maybe I need to be more aggressive about setting up dates faster. Perhaps giving them too much time to think leads to flaking. Spend Monday morning crafting new approaches based on online research. Try being more direct, more playful, more mysterious in different conversations. Anything to break through whatever wall we keep hitting. David's enthusiasm has completely disappeared by now. Goes on dates like he's attending job interviews for positions he doesn't want. Comes home with the same defeated expression every single time. Starts describing the rejections in more detail that makes me uncomfortable. Girls being polite, but clearly uninterested. Checking phones constantly during conversations. Some making excuses to leave early, others just going through the motions. Wednesday evening, he comes back from another failed coffee meetup. This time, the girl was actually rude about it. Didn't even pretend to be interested. Spent most of the date on her phone. Gave one-word answers to his questions. When he asked about meeting again, she said she was busy indefinitely. David sits down heavily and says something that stops me cold. Tells me this happens to him constantly, even before my intervention started. Ask him what he means by constantly, thinking he's exaggerating for sympathy. He explains that this is his normal experience with dating, has been for years. Most girls who agree to meet him seem disappointed when they see him in person. Conversations that flowed online suddenly become awkward and stilted face to face. Many dates end early with transparent excuses about family emergencies or early mornings. The polite rejections afterward are actually the kind ones. Feel genuinely confused by this information because it doesn't match my worldview. Ask him if maybe he's misreading social cues or being too pessimistic. Surely some of these dates must have gone better than he's describing. David looks at me with this tired expression I've never seen before. Says, I can believe him or not, but this is his actual lived experience. Not some incel fantasy or excuse making, just the reality he deals with. Spend Thursday evening really analyzing the patterns we've established. My messaging definitely works better than his original attempts. Getting matches and initial conversations isn't the problem anymore. Girls seem genuinely interested in the person I present through text, but something fundamental breaks down during actual face-to-face meetings. And it's breaking down consistently, not just occasionally. Friday brings the most uncomfortable realization yet. Managed to set up another date for David with a girl who seemed really engaged. She was laughing at my jokes, asking personal questions, suggesting activities. Seemed like the type of down-to-earth person who would appreciate his genuine personality. Spend extra time coaching him on conversation topics she mentioned being interested in. Feel optimistic that this one might finally work out differently. He leaves for the date wearing his best outfit, armed with talking points about her hobbies. Actually seems somewhat hopeful for the first time in weeks. I spend the evening feeling proud of matching him with someone compatible. Girls seem genuinely sweet and interested in getting to know him better. Maybe all those previous failures were just practice leading to the success. David returns an hour and a half later, looking completely broken. Doesn't say anything for 20 minutes, just stares at the wall. Finally explains what happened in detail that makes my stomach drop. Girl arrived, took one look at him, and her entire demeanor changed instantly. Went from enthusiastic texting personality to cold and distant within seconds. Apparently, she spent the whole date acting like she was trapped there. Gave short answers, didn't ask any questions back, kept checking the time. When he mentioned something funny from their text conversations, she barely smiled. After exactly 1 hour, she said she had to leave for a friend's emergency. Texted him later that evening saying she wasn't ready to date anyone right now, but he saw her active on the dating app again within hours. Something about the way David describes this particular rejection hits differently. Not his usual complaints about dating being difficult or women being picky, but genuine hurt and confusion about why someone would be so cruel. Why agree to meet someone if you're going to treat them like a leper? Why waste both people's time with obvious lies and fake emergencies? Spend the weekend in a weird headspace I've never experienced before? Keep thinking about all the failed dates from his perspective instead of mine. Imagining what it would feel like to have someone's interest evaporate instantly, to watch someone go from excited to disgusted in the span of seeing your face, to deal with that rejection over and over again for months or years. Monday morning brings a message from one of his matches that really bothers me. Girl we've been texting for over a week suddenly sends a brutal response. Says she looked at his photos again and doesn't think we're compatible after all. To phrase it in a way that's clearly about his physical appearance, not his personality or interests or anything I've been representing through text. Something about this direct honesty is worse than the polite rejections. David notices me staring at the phone screen, looking upset. Asks what's wrong, and I show him the message without thinking. He reads it with no visible reaction, just nods like this is completely normal. Explains that this type of response used to devastate him when he first started online dating. But now he's almost grateful when girls are honest, instead of wasting his time. At least she told him directly, instead of leading him on, or standing him up. Spend Tuesday thinking about all the matches who unmatched without explanation. All the conversations that died suddenly after we exchanged more photos. All the dates where girls seemed disappointed from the moment they arrived. Patterns I dismissed as coincidence or bad luck that might be something else entirely. Something about physical attraction that I never had to think about as a woman. Wednesday evening, David sits me down for another serious conversation. Says he appreciates everything I've tried to do, but wants to call off the experiment. The constant cycle of hope and rejection is wearing him down more than his old approach. At least when he got fewer matches, he had lower expectations about outcomes. Now every failed date feels worse because it seemed so promising through text. Try to argue that we just need more time, different strategies, better screening. Maybe focus on personality compatibility over physical attraction somehow. Or find girls who are more open-minded about different types of guys. David shakes his head and says something that stops all my protests cold. Points out that I've never experienced what he goes through on these dates. Ask him what he means by that, feeling defensive about my dating expertise. He explains that I've never had someone look at me with disappointment or disgust. Never had to watch someone's interest die in real time during a conversation. Never dealt with the specific type of rejection that men face in dating, where your worth as a person gets evaluated and dismissed within seconds. Feel genuinely angry at this suggestion that I don't understand rejection. Tell him about times guys have lost interest in me or chosen other girls, about getting ghosted or having relationships end badly or feeling unwanted. David listens patiently, then says, those experiences aren't the same thing at all. That I've never been the one doing all the approaching and initiating. Spend Thursday night lying awake thinking about this conversation, trying to remember times I actively pursued someone who wasn't interested, versus times someone pursued me and I wasn't feeling it back. Realize that most of my dating experiences have been from the position of choosing, not the position of hoping to be chosen by someone else. Friday brings another brutal reality check I wasn't prepared for. Checking David's phone during lunch break when a new match messages him. Girl seems interested initially, conversation going well for the first few exchanges. Then she asks for more recent photos than what's on his profile. Send her a couple good ones from last month, nothing misleading or deceptive. She responds an hour later with a message that makes me feel physically sick. Says he seemed more attractive in his profile photos and doesn't want to meet, but phrases it so bluntly that there's no pretending it's about anything else. Just straight up tells him he's not good looking enough for her standards, then immediately unmatches, so he can't even respond or ask questions. Stare at this interaction for several minutes, trying to process what just happened. Girl went from interested to completely dismissive based purely on seeing clearer photos. Nothing about personality or compatibility or shared interests mattered at all. Just immediate physical judgment that ended everything instantly. Never realized this could happen so casually and frequently. David finds me sitting quietly at dinner, not touching my food. Asks if everything's okay, and I show him the latest brutal rejection. He glances at it with zero surprise or emotional reaction whatsoever. Says this type of thing happens probably twice a week on average. Sometimes girls are more polite about it, but the message is always the same. Ask him how he deals with this level of constant rejection without going insane. How he maintains any self-esteem or motivation to keep trying at all. David shrugs and says, "You either get used to it or you stop trying entirely." Most guys he knows have either developed thick skin or given up completely. The ones who can't handle it usually become bitter and angry about women. Spend the weekend in a completely different mindset than when this started. Keep thinking about every interaction from the past 3 weeks differently. All those enthusiastic text conversations that led to disappointed dates. All those polite rejections that were probably much harsher in reality. All the girls who unmatched or ghosted without explanation, suddenly making sense. Sunday evening have the most uncomfortable realization of this entire experience. Maybe David was never bad at dating in the way I thought he was. Maybe he was just dealing with challenges I never had to face or understand. Maybe the problem wasn't his approach or confidence or social skills at all. Maybe it was something much more basic that no amount of clever texting could fix. Monday morning, delete all the dating apps from his phone without asking permission. Can't stand the thought of managing another conversation that will lead nowhere. Or setting him up for another crushing rejection, disguised as a polite coffee date. David notices but doesn't say anything, just nods like he expected this. Spend the day thinking about everything I said to him over the past month, how confident I was that dating was simple and he was just doing it wrong. How smugly I dismissed his complaints about modern dating being difficult. How certain I was that female intuition could solve his problems easily. Feeling genuinely ashamed of my arrogance for the first time in years. That evening, find David reading on the couch, same spot where this all started. Sit down next to him, but don't say anything for several minutes. Finally, work up the courage to ask if he's angry about how this turned out. He closes his book and looks at me with something like sympathy. Says he's not angry because he tried to warn me this would happen. Tell him I'm sorry for not believing him about how difficult dating actually is. For thinking his problems were just incompetence or lack of confidence. For dismissing his experiences as excuses or self-pity or victim mentality. David nods quietly and says, "Most women don't understand what it's like because they experience dating from a completely different position." Ask him how he stays positive about relationships when facing this much rejection. How he doesn't become bitter or resentful toward women in general. David thinks for a moment, then says, "Bitterness only makes everything worse. That most women aren't cruel on purpose. They're just honest about what they want. And what they want isn't necessarily what he has to offer." Sit in silence for a long time, processing everything that happened. Thinking about how confident I was just a month ago that I understood dating. How simple everything seemed from my perspective as an attractive woman. How completely wrong I was about the challenges men face in modern dating. How naive my assumptions were about attraction and compatibility and rejection. Finally understand why David seemed so tired when talking about this stuff. Not tired from lack of trying, but tired from years of constant disappointment. Tired from having his worth evaluated and rejected over and over again. Tired from pretending that kind of treatment doesn't affect him emotionally. tired from people like me telling him he's just not trying hard enough. Go to bed that night feeling like I learned something important but uncomfortable. Something about dating and relationships that I never wanted to acknowledge. About how different the experience can be depending on which role you play. About how much harder it is to be the one who has to prove their worth, rather than the one who gets to decide if someone else is worth your time. Next morning, wake up and look at David differently than I have in years. Not as my hopeless brother who can't figure out simple social interactions, but as someone dealing with challenges I never had to face myself. Someone who's been handling constant rejection with more grace than I would have. Someone who deserves more respect than I've been giving him. Never mentioned the dating experiment again after that, and David never brings it up either. But something fundamental changed in how I understand his situation, and maybe in how I understand dating in general. Some lessons can only be learned through experience, even secondhand experience. Beamy Daniel, 25. Dating Emily for 2 years now. She's 24, hardcore feminist, always quoting some article she read, constantly talks about patriarchal structures and systemic oppression. Whatever. I love her anyway. Sitting at home after work, making dinner. Emily
Der Bioreaktor ist unten im DARPA-Labor.
look in her eyes.
Diesmal wissen Sie, dass Sie kommen und auch, wo Sie hinwollen. Bereiten Sie sich gut vor.
Gender roles. Daniel, I've been thinking about something revolutionary. Here we go again. She starts pacing around the kitchen like she's giving a TED Talk. You know what? I read this incredible piece today about financial power dynamics. I keep stirring the pasta, nodding along, and I realize something groundbreaking. Men have been conditioning women to accept financial dependence. She's getting more animated by the second. So, I've decided to conduct a social experiment. Oh no. I'm going to be the sole provider for 1 entire month. She says it like she just announced she's curing cancer. I'll pay for everything. Rent, food, entertainment, your personal expenses, literally everything. I stop stirring and look at her. Emily, you don't have to prove anything to me or anyone else. She waves her hand dismissively. This isn't about you, Dad. This is about dismantling the myth that men are natural providers. Already pulling out her phone to document this moment. I'm going to demonstrate that the whole men must provide narrative, just societal conditions. She's typing rapidly, probably crafting the perfect social media. If I can do it effortlessly, it proves the system is designed to benefit men. Turn off the stove. Sensing this conversation isn't ending soon. Her phone rings immediately. Emily puts it on speaker without asking me. Girl, you'll never believe what experiment I just designed. Her friend's voice is excited. I'm going to financially support Daniel for a whole month to prove a point about gender dynamics. Silence on the other end is exactly Emily has absolutely literally dismantling patriarchal expectations. Friends getting hyped up now. Show the world that women providers too. This is so empowering, right? I'm going to document everything and maybe write an article about it. Emily's practically glowing with excitement. Hands up and turns to me with this triumphant
Wie weit sind die
expression.
Sprengsätze?
See,
Gelegt, aber nicht scharf.
this is
Dann mach mal
exactly
schneller,
the
ihr
kind
seid
of
nicht
progressive
allein da
action
unten.
we need more of. I just nod because arguing with Emily in Crusader mode is pointless. Learned that lesson the hard way? Next morning, Emily wakes up extra early. She's making elaborate breakfast for both of us. Today marks the beginning of our little social experiment. Using that condescending tone, she reserves for explaining feminism to men. I've already handled the rent payment and transferred money for all our expenses. Getting dressed for work while she watches me, studying my reactions like I'm a lab specimen. How does it feel, Daniel, having someone else manage all the financial responsibilities? Honestly, it's weird, but not the way she probably expects.
Spannungsspitze erkannt.
Takes some pressure off.
Das ist schlecht.
She nods
Renners Leute
and makes
nutzen
notes
Strom,
in her
irgendetwas
journal.
anzutreiben.
Exactly.
Passen Sie auf.
Now you understand how women have felt being financially dependent. Except she's never actually been dependent on me. We've always split expenses pretty evenly. But whatever. At work, a coworker mentions his overtime shifts. These double shifts are brutal, but mortgage won't pay itself. Guy's got 2 kids and a wife who works part-time. Makes me think about Emily's experiment. Wonder if she realized what being sole provider actually means. Come home to find Emily's ordered expensive takeout, some fancy fusion place downtown I've never heard of. Since I'm treating, figured I'd experience the minor.
Angriffsdrohnen erkannt.
Receipt on the counter shows $95.
Feindliche Stürmerdrohne entdeckt.
That's more than my usual weekly grocery budget. Bouncing around excited, telling me about her empowering. I felt so powerful today, Daniel. Like I had financial fun, gesticulating
Aktives
wildly.
Stromterminal erkannt.
This must be
Bringen
happening
Sie Isaac in
all
die
the
Nähe,
time.
dann sehen wir, ob den Strom
Just having
abschalten
that
kann.
economic authority over everything. I'm eating my overpriced Korean fusion while she explains her theory. It's intoxicating, honestly.
Beginne Abschaltung. In der Nähe bleiben.
Centuries. She's already planning her next trip. Tomorrow, we should try that new wine bar everyone's talking about. Weekend arrives. Emily wants to hit the trendy cocktail scene, a place where single drinks cost more than entire meals elsewhere.
Angriffsdrohnen erkannt.
My treat, obviously. I'm embracing the provider role completely. Says it with a proud smile, like he discovered electricity. Orders top shelf everything without checking prices. At the bar, Emily is telling everyone about her revolutionary social experiment.
Angriffsdrohnen erkannt.
I'm proving that women are equally capable of financial achievement. Bartender nodding politely while mixing our third round of $15 cocktail.
Stromterminal
Emily
deaktiviert.
tips him 30%
Sie haben
and
es fast
announces
geschafft.
loudly,
Legen Sie das andere
this
Stromterminal an.
really good quality looks like.
Beginne Abschaltung. In der Nähe
Already
bleiben.
planning our next expensive adventure. We should do that wine tasting next weekend. Maybe catch a show. Pulling up ticket prices on my phone. $80 each. Perfect. I want to really provider lifestyle.
Angriffsdrohnen
Treating it like
erkannt.
playing house is not fun. Sunday brunch with her friend becomes a celebration. Emily made an elaborate spread home first, then go to the expensive place anyway. Look at me being the perfect provider.
Schwere Verwundung
Pancakes
entdeckt.
and bottomless mimosas. Friends absolutely eating this up. Girl, you're crushing this experiment. How's Daniel adjusting to being provided for? They're discussing me like I'm not sitting right there.
Stromabschaltung
Seems
beendet.
to be processing the
Das
role
fällt Ihnen
reversal.
auf.
Emily laughs. I know. Though I think he's still learning what it means to surrender. Frowning on, hearing profound wisdom. Men have such fragile egos about money. This is probably challenging their masculine identity. I excuse myself to use the
Feindziele
bathroom.
eliminiert.
Hear them diving deeper into theories
Beeilung.
about
Wir müssen diesen
financial
Bioreaktor sichern.
emasculation and economic gender dynamics. Emily's taking notes again. Back home, Emily's researching more expensive activities. We should do that cooking class next week. It's only $150 per person. She's browsing luxury experiences like she's window shopping. There's this wine and paint night that looks amazing. Adding everything to her calendar without checking her bank balance. Calls her mom to brag about the experiment. No, Mom, I don't need financial help. I'm actually the one providing now. Long pause while her mother responds. It's a social experiment about dismantling
Fast
patriarchal
geschafft, aber wir müssen alles genau nach Plan machen. Das Zeug ist
Another
empfindlich.
pause.
Verstanden.
This one even
Brenner,
longer.
wir halten Sie auf, solange
Hands
es
up,
geht.
slightly annoyed, still confident. My mom doesn't understand progressive relationships. She's stuck with traditional thinking. We need back to planning our expenses. Anyway, where were we? Right, that new rooftop restaurant. Emily's been working some extra freelance hours, but she's treating it like a fun challenge rather than necessity. Just want to make sure I can really spoil us this month. She's humming while transferring money between accounts. This is actually easier than I expected. Catches me looking at one of the receipts. Don't worry about the cost, Daniel. That's my job now. She says it with this satisfied authority. I'm learning that being a provider is actually quite natural for me. Files the receipt away with all the others, her little collection of expensive decisions. End of week 2, Emily's still riding high. I can't believe how smooth this is going. She's counting up all her expenditures with pride instead of concern. Turns out women are just as capable of financial dominance as men. Already planning to extend the experiment. Maybe I should make this permanent. Beginning of week 3, Emily's still confident, but cracks starting to show. She's checking her banking app more frequently, always closing it quickly when I walk by. Just staying on top of my finances like a responsible provider. But there's something different in her voice. Emily's friend calls for their usual check-in. How's the provider experiment going? Emily hesitates for the first time. It's really educational, more complex than I initially anticipated. What do you mean complex? You're literally just paying for stuff. Well, it's not just paying for stuff. It's the constant mental load. Emily's pace is impossible. Like, I'm always calculating, always thinking about the next minute. Friend jumps in immediately. Don't let Daniel guilt you about spending money. Not guilty, it's just everything costs more than I expected. You're overthinking. Women have been managing households forever. Emily glances at me while nodding. You're absolutely right. I'm just adjusting to the responsibility. She doesn't sound convinced anymore. Starts browsing freelance job boards immediately after hanging up. Emily pays the rent, and I watch her face. Slight wins in payment processes. She immediately opens her laptop and starts applying for it. Just wants to build up a buffer of fun activities. But she's been saying that every day. Co-worker mentioned taking her family a positive $400 last week. Kids wanted to do everything. Mini golf, arcade, fancy dinner. He shrugs like it's normal. That's what being a dad means, right? You make it work. Starting to understand why he always looks tired. Come home to Emily hunched over her laptop. She's been working on some boring copyright projects. The kind she used to call soul-crushing corporate propaganda. How's it going? Fine. Great. Really engaging content about insurance policies. Typing aggressively, clearly hating everyone. Keeps glancing at the payment amount in the corner of $300, 2,000 words about auto coverage. Just embracing the challenge of providing. But her jaw is clenched the entire time. Emily's usual post-work rants are changing. Instead of complaining about Patreon, focus on money. Do you know how little my nonprofit pays me? Pacing around with leftover takeout. Like, how is anyone supposed to support a household on this salary? I try to be supportive. You're doing amazing. She stops and stares at me. Am I though? Because I feel like I'm constantly scrambling. Catches herself immediately. I mean, it's a valuable learning experience about male financial pressure. Emily starts working until 2 a.m. regularly, taking on 3 different freelance projects simultaneously. I wake up to aggressive type, muttered complaints. Get some sleep. Can't. Need to finish this project. Client wants it first thing. Her desk is covered in empty coffee cups and energy drink cans. The woman who used to do yoga every morning is now surviving on caffeine. Being a provider means making sacrifices. but she looks miserable, saying it. Emily oversleeps and panics, rushing around the apartment like the world is ending. I can't afford to be late. Can't miss a single hour of work. She's talking to herself more than to me. Every hour matters. Every penny counts. Her friend texts about weekend plans, some expensive wine tasting event. Emily stares at the message for a long time, starts typing, can't afford, then deletes it, types. I'm swamped with provider responsibilities instead. Emily's doing laundry and meal prep obsessively now. Bought generic brands for the first time since I've known her. No more organic, free-range anything. Comparing unit prices, like she's solving mathematical equations. Smart shopping is part of being an effective provider. Neighbor overhears Emily on the phone with her bank. What do you mean I'm approaching my credit limit? She's walking around the apartment, voice getting higher. I calculated everything. I had a budget. Gets rejected, hangs up, throws her a phone across the room. Neighbor rolls her eyes through the thin walls. Some people never learn. Emily's personality is shifting dramatically. She wakes up checking her bank balance before getting out of bed. Daniel, we need to have a serious conversation about expenses. Pulls out a notebook filled with obsessive calculations. I've been tracking every single purchase, and the numbers are concerning. She flips through pages of meticulous records. Rent, utilities, groceries, gas, your lunch money, entertainment. Counting on her fingers like a manic accountant. It literally never stops. There's always another expense I didn't anticipate. Her handwriting gets more frantic with each page. Emily's friend calls during this financial crisis meeting. Emily doesn't put it on speaker this time. Takes the call in another room. I can hear muffled arguing through the wall. No, I'm not giving up. Yes, I know what I said. It's more complicated. Comes back looking frustrated and defeated. She thinks I'm just not embracing the challenge properly. Emily's voice has a bitter edge now. Says I need to lean into the discomfort, trust the process. Air quotes with genuine anger. Easy advice when it's not your money hemorrhaging. Emily's working another late night, crying quietly while typing. I bring her tea. She doesn't even acknowledge it. Just keeps wiping her eyes and hitting keys aggressively. I can't keep this pace up, Daniel. First honest admission she's made in weeks. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. But I do. I announced this experiment publicly. She's looking at her social media posts from week 1. All the confident declarations and empowerment rhetoric. I can't be the woman who failed after 3 weeks. Emily comes home from work. Doesn't say hello, just collapses on the couch. Stares at the ceiling for 30 minutes. I used to think men Her voice is quiet, different than before. Didn't realize they had to sacrifice everything just to keep up with basic expenses. Her friend shows up uninvited, all fake energy and positivity. Girl, you're almost done. Just one more week of proving your point. Emily's sitting there like a zombie. Friend doesn't notice, doesn't care. You're going to have such an amazing story to tell about female empowerment. I don't feel empowered. Emily says it so quietly. Eleanor's missing. Friend acts like she didn't hear. What you're doing is revolutionary. You're changing the narrative. Emily just nods mechanically while staring at her empty bed. Friend finally leaves after an hour of cheerleading. Emily immediately breaks down. She has no idea what this actually feels like. Sobbing into her hands. No one does. They just want me to succeed for their own validation. I sit next to her, not saying anything.
Diese
She
Tunnel
leans
scheinen
against
auf
me
keinem
for the
Plan
first
zu
time
sein.
in weeks.
Sie sind vorerst auf sich
So
gestellt.
tired, Daniel. So fucking tired. Emily never swears unless she's completely broken. I don't know how people do this for years, decades. She She's looking at her credit card statements. I've blown through my savings and I'm going into debt. Her voice is hollow, defeated. All for what? To prove some point that it doesn't even matter? But she still has one more week to go. The final week starts, and Emily looks like she aged 5 years. Dark circles under her eyes, constantly checking her phone for work. Just need to make it 7 more days. She's talking to herself more than to me. Sounds like she's trying to survive a natural disaster. Emily's working 4 different freelance projects simultaneously. Laptops, overnight, and being open 18 hours straight. Insurance costs, tech blog posts, social media content, and grant writing. She lists them like battle scars. Whatever pays the bills. Her friend calls for what she doesn't know will be the last time. How are you feeling about finishing strong? Emily's stirring instant ramen, too tired to cook. I'm learning a lot about the male perspective on financial responsibility. Diplomatic answer that says nothing. That's amazing. You're going to have such insights for your article. Friends still living in week 1, Emily's fantasy. Yeah, insights. Emily's voice is completely flat. Hangs up and immediately gets back to copywriting about dental insurance. Emily's mom calls. Honey, you sound exhausted. Are you eating enough? I'm fine, Mom. Just busy being a provider. But she's eating cereal for dinner. This experiment is really opening my eyes. Understatement of the century. Co-worker mentions his wife surprised him with dinner. Cost her a fortune. He said I deserved it after my promotion. He's genuinely happy about the gesture. Sometimes it's nice when someone else takes care of the finances. I think about Emily's experiment being anything but nice. Come home to Emily having a breakdown at the kitchen table. Bills spread everywhere. Calculator in one hand, phone in the other. Credit card is due tomorrow. She's doing math over and over, hoping numbers will change. I don't have enough. I literally don't have enough money. She looks up to me with genuine panic. And you need to ask me, because I hate myself. Already know what's coming. Can you cover the credit card payment? Just this once. The irony is lost. Hand her my debit card without saying anything. She takes it like she's accepting the receipt. This doesn't count against the experiment. Bargain for herself. It's just a temporary cash flow issue. But we both know what this means. Emily spends the entire night working. I wake up at 4 a.m. to find her passed out on her knees. Article about 10 ways to maximize your insurance coverage. Half finished on screen. Carry her to bed. She doesn't even wake up. Laptop still running. Another deadline approaches in 3 hours. She wakes up panicked, rushing to finish the insurance line. Submits it to typing because there's no time to prove. Good enough. They're paying me $50 for this garbage. Immediately starts the next one. Blog post about productivity apps. The irony is killing. Emily's phone buzzes with a low balance warning. She stares at it for a full minute. 2 more days. I just need to last 2 more days. But she's already borrowed money from me. The experiment failed days ago. She just won't admit it. Neighbor hears Emily on another phone call from her bank. Please, I just need a small increase to my credit limit. She's begging now, all pride. It's temporary. I have income. If rejected, hangs up and throws her phone across the room. Neighbor finally speaks up to the wall. Having money problems, sweetheart? Emily's mortified that someone heard. Just managing some temporary cash flow challenges. Still trying to maintain the facade. Sounds familiar. My ex-husband used to make those same calls. Neighbor's voice was serious. Always thought providing for a family would be easy until he had to do it. Emily goes silent. Funny how that works out. Last full day of the experiment. Emily can't even pretend anymore. She's eating plain coffee. It's all we can afford. I used to judge men for being stressed about money. She's speaking to her bold more than to me. Thought they were just being dramatic or controlling. Takes another bite months even moving. Turns out constant financial pressure actually changes you as a person. First genuine insight she's had in 4 weeks. Makes you desperate. Makes you do things you never thought you'd do. Emily's friend texts asking about celebration plans. Tomorrow's the big day. How are you going to celebrate crushing the experiment? Emily stares at the message for 20 minutes, types and deletes a dozen responses. Finally just
Bereiten Sie sich
sends
vor.
rain check
Werner
on
weiß, dass Sie
celebrating.
zum Helipad wollen.
Final
Und
morning
wartet auf Sie.
arrives. Emily wakes up and doesn't check her bank balance. It's over. I made it through the month. There's no victory in her voice, just exhaustion and relief that it's ending. She's adding up all the money she borrowed from me. I owe you $847, writing it down like a confession, plus whatever interest you want to charge. I tell her not to worry about interest. She almost cries with gratitude. Emily's friend calls to congratulate her. You did it. You proved women can be providers just as well as men. Emily's holding the phone away from her ear. Yeah, I proved something all right. Friend doesn't catch the tone. So, when are you writing the article about your success? Emily looks at her laptop, then at the pile of unpaid freelance work. I need some time to process everything I learned, which is code for never. After the call, Emily sits quietly for a long time. I owe you an apology, Daniel. She's not looking at me. Not just for the money, for everything. I thought being a provider was just about having enough income. She's speaking slowly, choosing words carefully. Didn't realize it was about constant worry, sacrifice, never feeling secure. About working jobs you hate because bills don't care about your dreams. Neighbor overhears this conversation too. Can't resist one final comment through the wall. Sounds like someone finally figured out what it's like to be the man in the relationship. Emily winces, but doesn't argue. First time she's been called out without fighting back. Emily deletes all her social media posts about the experiment. I'm not ready to admit publicly that I was wrong, but she's admitting it privately. Maybe someday I'll write about what I actually learned.
Macht die Geschütze
About
bereit.
how hard
Sorgt
it
dafür,
is,
dass hier keine
how it breaks you
Luftunterstützung
down.
ankommt.
She looks at our stack of bills. Want to split these going forward? First time she suggested sharing financial responsibility. I mean, if that's okay with you. Like she's asking for a favor instead of offering equality. Emily starts researching budgeting apps. I never had to think about money management before.
Automatische Geschütze erkannt.
She's looking at expense
Es steht ein
trackers
Hubschrauber
spreadsheets.
bereits, der den
Always
Bioreaktor bergen
just
kann.
assumed if you
Sichern
made
Sie den
decent
Bereich
money,
und geben
you'd
Sie
have
an
to.
sich nach.
Turns out there's a difference between making money and managing. A week later, Emily pays for dinner, but splits the check. This feels more fair. She says it quietly, like she's admitting defeat. But it's not defeat, it's understanding. I get it now. Why relationships work better when
Sie
both
können
people
nicht mehr weg.
Emily never mentions the experiment to her friends anymore. When they ask about her revolutionary experience, she changes the subject or gives vague answers. It was education, is her standard response, followed by immediate topic changes. She still works as a freelance project, but now it's to build savings, not to prove points. I never want to feel that financial panic again. She's learned the value of emergency funds, or put all the pressure on one person. Emily's relationship with money completely changed. She checks prices now, compares options, flips, coupons without embarrassment. Turns out being financially responsible isn't impressive. It's just responsible.
Systemfehlfunktion.
Neighbor sees us both carrying groceries. Look at that, sharing the load. Emily nods instead of getting defensive. Turns out teamwork makes more sense than competition. First time she's acknowledged that relationships aren't battles. Emily finally admits it. the experiment was harder than I expected. Doesn't elaborate, but Mom understands. Sometimes the best lessons are the ones that humble us. Emily agrees without arguing about patriarchal language. Months later, Emily rarely mentions feminism in the context of our relationship. She still believes in equality and understands it differently now. Equal doesn't mean identical. She says when splitting dinner, sometimes it means both people doing their part. She never wrote that article about female empowerment, but she learned something more valuable, that being responsible for everything is exhausting regardless of gender. And partnership means sharing burdens, not marriage. Emily occasionally thanks me for letting her fail. You could have stopped me and said I told you so, but I never felt the need. Watching her figure it out herself was worth more than
Sofortige medizinische Hilfe
now
erforderlich.
we actually work together instead of keeping Be me, 26-year-old feminist back then, sitting at coffee shop with my friend discussing her cousin's recent divorce. She's going on and on about how devastated the guy must be, how awful divorce is for men. Can't help but roll my eyes at her naivety. Decide it's time to educate her about the real world. Are you seriously buying into that sob story? I interrupt her mid-sentence. She stops talking and looks at me with confusion written all over her face. What do you mean? Divorce is literally the best thing that can happen to a man. They just pretend to be sad because society expects it. Lean forward in my chair, getting animated about this topic that I'm obviously passionate about. I've been thinking about this a lot lately, especially since Michael went through a divorce. Think about it logically. No more nagging wife telling me what to do every 5 minutes. No more honeydew lists. No more having to check in before my My friend is listening, but still looks skeptical. But what about losing the house? Kids? Laugh at her concern, because she's missing the bigger picture completely. They get to be the fun parent now. Show up every other weekend, take the kids to Disneyland, be the hero. Meanwhile, the ex-wife is stuck dealing with homework, bedtime tantrums, and all the boring daily grind. Take a long sip of my latte, feeling satisfied with my analysis. Plus, they're free to date whoever they want. No more being tied down to one person who stopped trying years ago. My friend is starting to nod along, beginning to see my point. I never really thought about it that way. That's because we're conditioned to feel sorry for them. But look at any divorced man after the initial shock wears off. They're out there living their best lives. Gesture broadly with my hands to emphasize the freedom aspect. My brother Michael just went through a divorce 3 months ago. I guarantee you he's probably out at bars every night, dating, finally able to do whatever he wants without asking permission. Friend seems convinced now, which feels like a victory. You're right. Men always land on their feet. Exactly. They act all broken-hearted for sympathy, but deep down they're celebrating. Finish my drink and check my phone, feeling proud of myself for opening her eyes to reality. I should probably visit Michael soon and see how he's adjusting to his new bachelor lifestyle. Few days later, scrolling through my social media feeds during lunch break, see another article shared about emotional labor in relationships. Perfect opportunity to share some wisdom with my followers. Type out a lengthy comment about how this is exactly why divorce benefits men more than women. Men never had to do the real emotional work in the first place, so when marriage ends, they're not actually losing anything meaningful. Meanwhile, women are left dealing with all the same responsibilities they always had, just without a partner. Post gets dozens of likes within the first hour. Feel validated seeing other women agreeing with my perspective in the replies. Decide this would be a good time to check up on Michael. Haven't actually seen him since the divorce was finalized. He's probably been avoiding family gatherings because he's too busy enjoying his newfound freedom. Or maybe he's embarrassed about how much happier he is now. Either way, it's been too long, and I should make sure he knows the family supports his decision. Grab my purse and car keys, deciding to surprise him with an impromptu visit. Curious to see what kind of upgrade he's made to his living situation. That house in the suburbs was always too family-oriented for a single guy. Probably got himself a nice downtown loft or trendy apartment with all the amenities. Maybe one of those places with a rooftop pool and fitness center. The kind of place where successful bachelors live. Driving through his old neighborhood just out of curiosity. Passed by the house where he used to live with his ex-wife and kids. Notice there's a different car in the driveway now. Makes sense that he sold it. Probably made a decent profit in this market. Good for him for not letting sentiment hold him back from making smart financial decisions. Now he can live somewhere that actually suits his lifestyle instead of being stuck in suburbia. Pull out my phone to GPS his new address that Mom gave me last week. Some apartment complex on the other side of town. Not the downtown area I was expecting, but maybe he wanted something quieter. Or maybe he's just being smart about saving money while he figures out his next move. Either way, I'm excited to see how he set up his new bachelor pad. Probably has it decorated exactly how he wants for the first time in years. No more compromise on furniture or wall colors or any of that domestic stuff. Pull into the parking lot of Mountain View Apartments. Have to drive around for a few minutes looking for Building B. Place is a bit older than I imagined, but maybe he's going for character over luxury. Or maybe he's just focused on location and amenities rather than having the newest building. Find his building and walk up the outdoor stairs to the second floor. Unit 203 is at the end of the hallway. Knock on the door and wait. Hear some shuffling around inside, but it takes a while for him to answer. When the door finally opens, Michael looks surprised to see me. "Samantha, what are you doing here?" He looks tired, but that's probably just from staying up late, enjoying his social life. "I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd stop by to see your new place." He hesitates at the doorway, not immediately inviting me in. It's not really set up for visitors yet. "Come on, Michael. I'm your sister. I don't care if it's messy." He reluctantly steps aside and lets me walk past him into the apartment. What I see immediately stops me in my tracks, standing in what can only be described as a studio apartment. Maybe 400 square feet total, if I'm being generous. There's a mattress on the floor in one corner with rumpled sheets. No bed frame, no headboard, just a mattress and pillow. In the center of the room, there's a card table with 2 folding chairs. Small television sitting on what looks like a milk crate against the far wall. That's literally all the furniture in the entire space. Kitchen area consists of a mini fridge, microwave, and hot plate on the counter. No dining table, no couch, no coffee table, no decorations of any kind. Bare white walls without a single picture or piece of art. This looks more like a temporary shelter than a home. "So this is nice," I say, trying to hide my shock. Michael closes the door behind me and doesn't respond. "When are you planning to get some real furniture?" "This is what I can afford right now." Walk over to the kitchen area and open the refrigerator. Half a gallon of milk, some lunch meat, leftover pizza in a box, a few condiments. This is not the lifestyle upgrade I was expecting to see. "Where's all your stuff from the house?" He sits down heavily in one of the folding chairs. Had to sell most of it. "Why would you sell your furniture?" Needed the money. Sit down in the other folding chair, feeling confused and uncomfortable. "But you're doing okay financially, right? I mean, now that you don't have all those marriage expenses?" He lets out a laugh that doesn't sound happy at all. "Sam, do you know what I pay in child support and alimony every month? Shake my head because I never really thought about the specifics. 60% of my take-home pay. Try to process this information while looking around his sparse living space. But that still leaves you with 40%. That should be plenty for a single guy. 40% to cover rent, utilities, food, gas, insurance, and everything else. Starting to realize that my calculations might have been off. What about the house? Didn't you get half when you sold it? The house went to secure the kids' future. They needed stability. Feel a sinking sensation in my stomach as my confident theories begin to crumble. Sit in uncomfortable silence for several minutes, trying to figure out what to say next without admitting I was completely wrong. Michael gets up and walks to the small window overlooking the parking lot. You want something to drink? I've got water. Sure. He opens a cabinet that's mostly empty except for a few mismatched glasses, fills one with tap water, and hands it to me. Notice his hands look rougher than I remember, like he's been doing manual labor. Are you still working at the same company? Yeah, same job, same pay. He sits back down and stares at his hands. Actually picked up some weekend work too, loading trucks at a warehouse. This doesn't fit the narrative I've been building in my head about his post-divorce life. Weekend work? But that's when you have the kids. I have them every other weekend. The off weekends I work. Do the math quickly in my head and realize he basically never has free time. When do you go out? Meet people? He looks at me like I just asked him when he plans to fly to Mars. Go out where? With what money? Get up and walk around the tiny space again, trying to make sense of everything. This is nothing like what I expected to find. But you're free now. No one telling you what to do. Free to work 70 hours a week so I can afford this place and still send money for the kids' school supplies. His voice is getting quieter, more tired. Michael, I had no idea it was this hard. Why would you? Nobody talks about this part. Feel heat rising in my cheeks as I realize how ignorant I've been. But surely it gets easier, once you adjust. He stands up and walks to the window again, not answering right away. Every morning, I wake up and remember that my kids are growing up without me there. Every night I go to bed knowing I missed another day of their lives. This conversation is making me deeply uncomfortable because it contradicts everything I've been saying. At least you don't have to deal with your ex-wife anymore. He turns around and looks at me with an expression I can't quite read. Sam, she wasn't the problem. We just grew apart. It happens. But all those arguments, the stress of marriage, what arguments? What stress? Realize I'm projecting things I've read online onto his actual experience. I just assumed, most couples. We were actually pretty happy most of the time. We just wanted different things in the end. This is getting worse by the minute. Everything I thought I knew about his situation is apparently wrong. So why did you get divorced then? She wanted to move closer to her family. I had a good job here. We tried to make it work, long distance, but trails off and shrugs. It wasn't anyone's fault, really. Feel like an idiot for all the confident proclamations I've been making. Do you miss her? Every day. His honesty hits me like a slap in the face. All this time, I've been talking about how happy divorced men are, and my own brother is miserable. Decide to change the subject before this gets even more awkward. How are the kids handling everything? His face immediately changes, becomes softer, but sadder. They're doing okay, better than I expected, actually. That's good. Yeah, kids are resilient. They've adjusted to the back and forth pretty well. He walks over to the milk crate where the TV sits and picks up a framed photo I hadn't noticed. Hands it to me without saying anything. It's a picture of him with two young kids at what looks like a park. They're all smiling and look genuinely happy together. They're beautiful. That was last month when I took them to the zoo. Study the photo more carefully and notice something. You look happy here. Those are the best days. When I have them, nothing else matters. Hand the photo back to him, and he places it carefully back on the milk crate. But then they go home and... He doesn't finish the sentence, but I can fill in the blanks. The apartment suddenly feels even smaller and more depressing. Do they like coming here? They pretend to. Kids are good at that. Look around at the bare walls and single mattress on the floor. Can't imagine 2 children being comfortable in this space. Where do they sleep when they stay over? We make it work. Sleeping bags, air mattress sometimes. Feel a tightness in my chest that I wasn't expecting. Michael, this isn't what? Want to say it isn't fair, isn't right, isn't what I thought divorce looked like for men, but all of those admissions would require me to acknowledge how wrong I've been. Nothing. I'm just surprised, that's all. My phone buzzes with a text message. Glance at it and see it's from my friend asking how my thriving divorced brother is doing. The irony makes me feel sick to my stomach. Put the phone back in my purse without responding. I should probably get going soon. Let you get some rest. You don't have to leave. I don't get much company. The way he says it makes it clear that he's lonely. Really lonely. Not just casually single and loving it. Lonely. Are you dating anyone? He laughs, but there's no humor in it. With this lifestyle? Living like a college student at 32? There are plenty of women who wouldn't care about that. Maybe, but I'm not really in a place to offer anyone much right now. He gestures around the sparse apartment. Besides, most of my energy goes toward trying to be a good dad from a distance. Never considered that dating might be complicated for divorced men. Always assumed they were out there having the time of their lives with no responsibilities. What do you do for fun then? Read library books, watch Netflix, go for walks sometimes. This sounds like the life of someone who's depressed, not someone who's been liberated. That sounds kind of pathetic. I wasn't going to say that. It's okay, it kind of is. Uncomfortable silence settles over us.
Helikopter ist fast in der Bergungszone. Agent fordert Verstärkung an.
Mind-boggling shit of all. Like, I get leaving a doomed scenario. That's understandable. I'm not saying do it, but I at least can empathize with that a bit. But some people leave when they're, like, legitimately heavily winning. They just have no concept. They get their first hook when I have, like, 3 total hooks and there's 2 gens left, and then they DC. I'm like, you are winning! What are you doing? You are literally gonna win the game, except now probably not. Whole point is, I don't know what has gone wrong with the community in these past couple weeks. I'm thinking it's maybe the disconnection penalty changes. For those who don't know, they recently kind of changed how the disconnect penalties work. Now you basically get like 1 or 2 free disconnects and they recharge with basically good behavior. I think it's like every, I don't know, 20 games or something, you remove a disconnect penalty point, and it starts off with no penalty for the first 2 disconnects. However, it takes much longer to reset those penalties, which I think is kind of a cool way to do it. I'm actually perfectly fine with that. I'm just trying to think of a variable that might have affected people just giving up so much. It could be because survivors are upset they're not getting the changes that were proposed in the PTB, because frankly, they were massively overcooked, let's be real, and maybe they're as a form of protest. But dude, it just makes me circle back to the question, why are these people even playing the game? It's not even like I'm like doing like a, you know, obnoxious blood favor triple regression ghoul shit. I will uncloak and hit somebody with Wraith and they will instantly disconnect. Like, it doesn't matter what I'm playing. It's just people just, it seems like they don't even want to play Dead by Daylight. I don't know why they want the game. We discussed this in the stream a little bit, and I think it's kind of like, it's like drug-seeking behavior, where people will play 10 shitty games in hopes of getting that one game that made them fall in love with Dead by Daylight. Because the game, when it is fun, is really fun. But as people play more and more and get more and more jaded about it, they need more and more shit to get to that good game again. So it's literally like a drug to them. And so they need to wade through more obnoxious shit in their mind in order to find that one really fun game again. What is to the point now, I don't know, these people don't have 50-minute like DC penalties, because it's every game. Every game, multiple people. And I don't even blame the second or third guy for DCing. If someone DCs at 5 gens, I'm like, all right, they're fucked. I don't really care if anyone else gives up. I get it at this point. But, dude, it's just like, my will to play DBD is so low this past week. I've just been, like, really struggling to play the game. I don't know what this bug was. I couldn't pick her up. I'm not BMing her. But I'm worried because Krasu is going to be more of the same. Krasu, I will just tell you right now, if you haven't played in PTB, is not an enjoyable killer to go against, like, at all. She is really kind of Chucky Scamper on steroids. She's actually better than that, and it's going to be miserable to go against. So we're just going to have more of it. So I'm just dreading this new release. I feel like we're going to get a day of people seeing what the new killer can do, and then she'll be added to the list of 72 killers that I won't play against, according to, like, every survivor. And I'm just getting sick of it, man. Like, I'm actually, like, getting, like, my empathy for the shit survivors have to go through is just really running out. And again, I was even someone, like, you know, a long time ago, back in the days, I was even advocating these games because I think they were crimes against humanity, hour-long, you know, games, and I didn't describe how that was worthy of disconnecting. Dude, the shit that we have in the community is nowhere even close to as bad as that stuff. That stuff was like, you had to just wait for the server to time out bad. This is just like, oh no, the range is invisible and you can't see, I don't like that, disconnect. Like, it's not even comparable. Like, I do agree that I shouldn't have advocated for disconnecting really in any way, but you gotta understand, it was for Old Legion and Skull Merchant. Those are such horrible examples that I don't think it's fair to criticize me for that. And also, that was years and years ago. That was like, what, 2-3 years ago now at this point? So my whole perspective on this has just completely changed. And frankly, I'm just so fucking sick of people DCing. I understand leaving when it's a losing scenario, but most of the times they're in winning scenarios and we're still leaving. It's just completely ruining.
Registriere zusätzliche Feindkontakte. Kontaminierte Ausrüstung entdeckt.
Ich sehe gar nichts. Erledigt.
Hey guys, Scott Mojo here, and welcome to the top 10 dumbest add-ons in Dead by Daylight history. Now, when I say dumb, I mean like way too strong, way too weak, or just the design makes no sense and will never really see any benefit. I'm not including things like speed limiter or padded jaws or really any of the meme add-ons. That's because those are intentionally designed to be silly add-ons. So it's not dumb design, they're meant to be dumb. So these are add-ons that when you look at the description of them, you're just like, what?
Überfallene Dark Zone wird verlassen.
Making this. That's kind of the essence of what I want this list to be in. Oh man, this is going from the entire game's history. It was genuinely very difficult to boil this down to 10, and there might be a lot of disagreements here because here's some honorable mentions. Like there was like literally 50 I can think of. So narrowing it down to 10 was very, very tough. But I'm gonna try my best to do that and explain why everything is in the place that they currently are. So let's start off with the very first one, number 10, Rat Liver. This is an add-on for the Demogorgon, and basically all it does is it makes you move slightly faster while holding the when you're charging your shred attack, basically. And I went on a crusade about this add-on a long time ago because a lot of people said this is an add-on. Even a lot of very experienced Demogorgon names swore by this add-on. But I always felt that I was destined for something greater, and I knew that this add-on was really not good. So by its description, it seems like that'd be useful. While you're holding your power, you move faster. That's great. It lets you zone a bit safer. You can threaten people while still moving towards them a bit quicker. That's great, right? But that's not how the add-on actually works. The thing is, it takes 0.65 seconds to actually be able to go from nothing to launching your shred. That's all it takes. Now, this add-on increases the movement speed you suffer when you suffer the penalty, but the penalty to your movement speed isn't applied until half a second, which means it's only applying like a 3% increase in movement speed to like a 0.15 second window. So really, it does nothing. It actually basically has no effect unless you're just walking around the map holding your power for some reason. In almost all scenarios, there's actually no tangible benefit to running this add-on whatsoever, and that's why I think it's so infuriating, because I had to actually do frame data testing to realize that Demogorgon isn't slowed down at all until he's almost completely done actually using his power. So this only affects a very tiny portion of it, and the number itself is tiny, so it has even less of an effect to the point where the add-on effectively just Rat Liver has always been terrible, still is terrible, almost has no effect. Frame data moving with and without it, and there's perceptibly almost no difference unless you're walking around with your power for several seconds. So, Rat Liver number 10, add-on design makes no sense based on how the killer actually works. Number 9, the knotted rope add-on for Houndmaster. At the time of making this video, this is a very recent addition to the game. Now, knotted rope's effect is whenever the Houndmaster's dog is currently grabbing someone and you hit them with a melee attack, your attack cooldown is reduced, sort of like the effect of Save the Best for Last. So that, in theory, sounds great, and on the PTB, when the killer was first actually being tested, it was actually really good. It was a 40% reduction that also stacked with Save the Best for Last, which was insane. So you'd be able to sick the dog on somebody, hit them really quickly, and then recover really fast and just hit them again very quickly. So much so that on the PTB, it was kind of a little overpowered. So when it hit live, it got very, very heavily nerfed. I believe the different phases it went from 40 to 20 to 10%. And that was the initial version on live that we got. So it got nerfed to 10%, which, you know, it's like 2 stacks to Save the Best for Last. Not bad for a yellow add-on, might as well still use it. Fine. Nope, a little bit later, it got reduced to 2%. which is so small a number that it doesn't do anything. It is the most fuck you add-on nerf I've ever seen in this game's history. 2% reduction, it's physically imperceptible to the human eye. You can't even see what the add-on does. And you'll notice a trend with a lot of these add-ons. When you hit them, you will so it is, I think, the single most numerically nerfed add-on in this game's history. Going from 40%. Coming in at number 8, an add-on that I am very well acquainted with because nowadays it's actually very good. But back in the day, Wilker Tongue on Nemesis pretty much didn't do this. That's most confused with how Nemesis works in general. So there was a mechanic when you hit a survivor that was not infected with your physical whip, it would hinder them for a very tiny amount of time. At the same time, they would get a speed boost as if they were injured by an attack. So you just wouldn't even notice the hinder. It lasted like 0.2 seconds or something. It was such a small amount of time that it just simply did not matter. So the hinder was pretty impactful numerically. It was at 20% slow, but again, it's for such a short amount of time that you couldn't tell. Now, Liquor Tongue increased that duration by like a couple of seconds. Again, though, to a point where you couldn't tell what it actually did. The hinder duration was so short that increasing the hinder by like 0.15 seconds or whatever didn't matter because the actual value was so short to begin with. And hell, even if it wasn't, adding 0.15 seconds to the slow is nothing considering it's during a speed burst that the survivor gets as a nowadays, the base hit hinder has been greatly increased in duration. So Liquor Tongue originally went from 3 seconds, like it went from 0.2 to 3 seconds. That was a massive buff. Then they buffed the base kit hinder and nerfed the add-on back down to 1 second. But still, it's 1 additional second of a 20% slowdown. So it's actually an extremely good add-on now. Now you can visibly tell when it's happening. But when this first came out, and for frankly most of Nemesis' life cycle was like almost 4 years until they actually fixed it. The add-on hinder didn't do anything, and the add-on you could equip it, but just like knotted rope, it was an effect that was impossible to actually at frame data analysis due to human error, like the 0.2 second differences. You could not tell a difference with this add-on. It effectively just did not do anything. Next, Mother-Daughter Ring. This was an add-on for Spirit that only recently got nerfed. It was broken for an extremely long time, granting an immense during Spirit's power, which is already faster than normal. So it's 40% faster, not of base killer movement speed, it's 40% faster than her increased movement speed already. So you can just cross the entire map in one power unit. Now, it had a downside not being able to do press marks, but Good Spirits did not give a shit about that at all, because you could still hear things, you could still see grass moving. It really wasn't enough of a downside to justify how insanely fast have to use your power for long, which effectively meant your cooldown was shortened too. If you're covering twice the distance in half the time, you're using half the power. So that meant your cooldown was effectively better at the same time. There's also an interesting interaction with duration add-ons and how it interacted with cooldown, but that's a whole separate issue. But Mother-Daughter Ring and Full Spirit let you go an insane amount of distance in a short time, making every loop pretty much impossible to play against even a remotely decent Spirit. You just had to basically 50-50 a pallet and hope for the best. Better yet, the Spirit can just take the pallet and catch up with you before you can get anywhere else because she's moving at Mach 70. So Mother-Daughter Ring has been nerfed. It's still a good add-on, though. It still gives you 25% increased movement speed, which is still, again, based off of her already increased speed. So it's still a very good add-on. It's not examples of an add-on that is broken simply because of the number of values assigned to it. Not the effect it has, it's just you're just simply too fast to be able. So Mother-Daughter Ring and Dried Cherry Blossom, which is another silly add-on that also got nerfed. These used to be incredibly problematic, but they have been toned down a bit. Again, still very good add-ons, and after a nearly 50% nerf to the initial value, it's still good. I can show you how Spirit. Number 6 was Prayer Beads. Prayer Beads might not have actually been stronger objectively than Mother-Daughter Ring for Spirit, but the design was more dumb. So for purposes of this tier list, top 10, I guess, the design was more dumb. So whenever Spirit uses her power, there's this whistling sound that you can very clearly hear. It sounds like a vacuum, people call it. And you can tell kind of where she is based on her power. And that's a recent change, by the way. The directional audio of that was not always a thing. In fact, for most of Spirit's life cycle, it was just generic. audio, so you would just know she was using her power, but that was basically all the indicator that you got. Enter prayer beads, which made it so your power just made no sound at all. Meaning, if you were playing Survivor and there was a spirit in the lobby, at all times, you had to assume you were just going to get grabbed off a generator. That's how stupid it was. You had to play the entire match as if you were just going to get grabbed off a generator, a tome, a save, anything. Because she would just hit you with 0 warning. There was no indicator whatsoever that she was going to be in her power, other than if, like, you were insanely attentive and saw grass moving in there. But a lot of people combine with like NDR, be way outside of terror radius, so you'd have no idea where she is, walk to a gen, the actual effect of mother-daughter ring in purposes of winning the match was probably stronger than in terms of dumb design, having everybody have to just be paranoid at all times when going against a spirit is really, really stupid. And it's kind of like I'm calling it like the emerging gameplay that happened with add-on existing was part of like the dumbest things that this game has ever had. And yeah, I just remember the paranoia of having to just basically had to like gen pack whenever someone wasn't being actively chased by the killer, which you also couldn't tell back in the day because there was constant guessing, am I gonna get grabbed? When you did get grabbed, you're like, oh, killer, so like you're reacting to there's nothing that happened. It's really, really sad. Coming at number 5, again, more of a recent addition to the game, the Medusa's Pair add-on for Dracula. Now, this add-on has been nerfed, but what it used to do was ridiculous. So Dracula is already one of the strongest killers in the game. He's very, very, very good. And he has 3 separate powers that are not all equally strong, but still very good, and some of his individual powers are better than the entire powers of other killers. So this add-on, this fun little add-on, makes his bat form, which is already basically Vecna Fly, but 50 times better because it has 0 cooldown. It makes it so when you teleport, again another thing he can do, to a window, everyone around that window would be hindered by 15% for 5 seconds. For justification, Clown's entire power is slowing people by 15% for 5 seconds, and he has to reload. That's his entire power. That's just what the entire Clown does. This is an optional add-on for one of 3 powers that a very strong killer has. The fact that this shipped to the live servers while invalidating the existence of Clown to begin with was the most mind-boggling shit ever. It's like they forgot that the Clown existed, because again, actually it's even stronger because Clown Slow would only last that long if you just stood in the gas. Once you leave the gas, it quickly expires. So it actually lasts even longer than the Clown's Hinder, while also letting you use the teleport feature, which also comboed with Lapis Lazuli, another add-on that didn't quite make the top 10 here, which would block the window as well, and then use the whole 2 other powers on top of that if you didn't want to use any of those. If it was added to a bigger killer, I think it would be a bit more understandable. Still kind of insane compared to poor Clown. But it would be more understandable, but the fact that they added it to a killer with a record like top 6 or 7 or something, it's mind-boggling. It's almost like Blight, just having these insanely busted add-ons for a very long time. But he's already strong enough with nothing. Entire other killer powers on top of what he can already do. It's just insane. It has been toned down a lot now, though, so it is far more fair. The original version of this pair made absolutely no sense to kill as strong as Dracula. 4, an add-on we've probably all been hit by and went, oh, that's cool. Iridescent Head for Huntress. Now, admittedly, again, this add-on is not nearly as broken as it used to be, but it's still stupid design. Even nowadays, what the add-on does is it relegates you to only having 1 hatchet total, but that hatchet one-shot you. The problem is most hunters just get in a melee range and throw a hatchet they can't possibly miss at you, so it still feels like absolute shit. It feels like shit is the Huntress to do. You're not doing anything impressive. Feels like shit for the survivor getting hit by it because the killer didn't do anything impressive. I suggested for literally 7 years straight that Iridescent Head be changed so it one-shots at a distance. So, you know, past a 16-meter range, which they already have the code in for because that's the distance that the hatchet distance achievement is for, so it's already there. Just make it so... Also, Iridescent Coin for Deathslinger does the same thing. Just make it so it's a distance space, so at least if you get one shot, it's because someone hit a really cool, distant, long-range hit on you. I'd be like, okay, this sucks, but, you know, nice shot. At the very least, I can say that. But no, half the hunters that run this, they just either face camp with it or proxy camp with it, so you can never save anybody because it just one-shots you, so you go down. Or they'll just, you know, back rev you basically and just throw it at your butt. It's such bad design, and it used to be even worse because it used to not relegate you to one hatchet. It used to reduce the amount of hatchets that you had, which meant everyone comboed it with equal 2 more hatchets. So the standard iridescent head was actually 3 hatchets, so you can basically kill the entire team before you had to reload a single time. I had a bunch of clips on my Twitch a long time ago of me doing exactly that. If you were good at Huntress, it was just bustedly unfair. But it's really dumb for the gameplay that it promotes. The melee range attacks and proxy camping people. It's not fun to save against the proxy camping Huntress. It's not only is it not fun, it's impossible. Once you're locked into the animation of saving someone, you just die. You can't really avoid that. The most you can do is try to fake the unhook and like sort of bait it, I guess. And but a patient hunter is just going to know the halfway point to guarantee a down on you. So the gameplay that it promotes is the worst part about it. Obviously, it's overpowered on top of that, but the gameplay that it promotes is the most boring, mind-numbing shit, and it could be solved entirely by just making it distance-based. Now, that still has the problem of enabling it for proxy camping, but at the very least, we move the issue of just hitting people in the butt 2 feet away from them away and making it at least a bit more impressive. You can even make it more in a 2-meter proximity to hook people if you wanted to have it happen. That's a very easy thing to implement as well. So there are plenty of ways you can make it better, but it doesn't change the fact that even to this day, it's terrible design. Number 3, we're going to see a lot of blight coming in the future here. Number 3 is Alchemist Ring, which, again, recent trend was finally nerfed. But Alchemist Ring for years and years and years just dodged nerfs so much. I'm one of the, if not the best killer in the game, especially at the time. And this add-on enabled you to basically always have your power up. So when Blight uses his power, he's got 5 charges, 5 bounces, and he has to use his power once before he can actually swing. What Alchemist Ring used to do was make it so if you hit any one of those charges on a survivor and you swung and hit them, it would instantly refill all charges of your power, meaning as soon as you hit the survivor, you could just bounce and hit them again 3 seconds later. That essentially just removed the cooldown from the killer, and the only reason it was not the most busted out on the entire game is because you still had to kind of know how to play Blight a little bit. You still had to actually hit people with your power to benefit from it. The thing is, though, with the add-on, you have so many attempts to do so that it's really no excuse to not hitting somebody with it. And getting a full instant power refill so the survivor could not possibly get anywhere was really, really stupid. It also comboed with a later add-on on this list to insane efficacy. And yeah, just having your power, one of the strongest powers in the entire game, be up the entire game. I don't even need to discuss this more, why it was so broken. It only recently, after like 5 years, got nerfed. I cannot believe it lasted that long. And yet, at number 2, Compound 33 was even more broken. A lot of people complained about Alch Ring way more than this add-on, but without a doubt, Compound 33 was the most busted add-on that Blight had. What this add-on used to do is when you charged into a pallet, it would break the pallet. Now, the pallet swing into it and break the pallet, but it incurs a normal cooldown. It's not faster than like a normal break, it's just a standard pallet, so it's fine. It's part of this kit. Not only break it almost twice as fast as a regular pallet break, I believe the cooldown was 1.5 seconds. Top of my head, 2-point-something seconds. So it was notably faster than a regular pallet break, but at the same time, you could just smash against any pallet that was dropped against you, and by the time you were done recovering from 1.5-second animation, your power was back up again. You could be on the game and still pallets in 50 seconds. Like, if a pallet was dropped in front of you, you would use 1 bounce to break it, recover, your power's back, and you hit the guy 5 seconds later. It was so busted, and it was so brainless, the gameplay. You didn't have to learn how to play any loop. You could even slap Bamboozle on there, and the survivors effectively had 0 defense. They couldn't use windows, they couldn't use pallets, they couldn't use any resources whatsoever. There was nothing left for them to use. The fact that they broke the pallet so fast is almost not even as painful as the fact that they recovered their power during the recovery, which was already way too short. again, nowadays, add-ons finally, after, like, again, 5 years, got nerfed. But we had to deal with the rain of horseshit with the Alpha-Ring Compound 33 combo. Get hit, instant back. Break pallet, instant back. Window bamboozle. There were no options for survivors when you had to play against the build. You just might as well just... By far his most broken add-on, and it lasted way too long. And finally, at number 1, the old anti-hemorrhagic syringe for Survivor. Nowadays, what the syringe does is far more fair. It's still an extremely strong add-on. Basically, it passively heals you. You apply it to yourself, and it heals you at the same rate that that heal would have happened if it was being done to you by a channeled, self-care or survivor healing you. So it's still very powerful because you can use it in chase, keep running, getting chased, and then heal midway during the chase, which was really, really strong. So it's still a very, very, very strong add-on, possibly one of the best add-ons in the entire game for Survivor. But back in the day, it was even more insanely busted. Now, the Styptic Agent also used to be different as well. The Styptic Agent used to instantly heal 1 health state, which was really, really, really brokenly strong. Nowadays, it just applies endurance for a few seconds, which is still really good at the right time, but it's not busted. Anti-hemorrhagic syringe, back in the day, healed you from any state to full. It healed you. So whether you were on the ground or injured, it didn't matter. You would be sent to full. So if they had an egg gate, a killer could down someone, you would apply the syringe to that person, and now they're just full health again. And they just... basically, you healing instantly. And there was nothing the killer could do about it, because as they were wiping their animation, they were uncounterable, other than like having Franklin's or something like that. There was also a very advanced tech that survivors applied the syringe to themselves in the same very tiny window that the killer attacked them. Basically, when the killer lunging, they could stop and syringe themselves. What would happen is you could be involved. I don't know exactly how it works, but you could basically revive yourself. You would get down, you would apply, and then you would get yourself back up to full health. So imagine being killer, you hit someone, and then instead of them going down, they are now full health running away. What am I looking at? Like, it was so busted, and you could have so you basically had to shoot through broken health stages. You couldn't really count anyone if there was someone nearby. Yeah, it did consume the medkit, but who gives a shit? Like, that's the effect it had was so incredibly impactful that it would be worth it. You could also find these based on whatever person you had that you could actually find shit like that. Actually, no. Did it apply to iridescent add-ons? I think it didn't apply.
Ich habe ein Störgerät!
It's been a couple of years. But regardless, it had the actual match. And in terms of being dumb design, there was nothing dumber than watching a survivor just negate everything you did. It's because there is another add-on that was so stupid it deserves number 0 in the description. It is objectively the most broken add-on I've ever seen in its entire lifespan, and luckily it didn't last that long. It only lasted like a year. And this is very, very early on from the game's, life cycle. Even then, subsequent versions were very strong. But the original brand new part was the dumbest add-on ever to exist in Dead by Daylight. Nowadays, what a brand new part does is remove, I believe, 10 or 15% off the maximum amount of a generator required to finish it. So, still very useful, but not busted. The previous version before that allowed you to apply a giant chunk of progress to a generator if you would hit 2 great skill checks. Very, very strong, but still not quite broken. The version before that made it so you would get those skill checks, but they would stop skill checks. You would do giant chunks of the generator to be able to finish it. That was pretty broken. That was really fucking stupid. And yet, the original version of brand new parts said, fuck all that noise. You right-click and press spacebar, you instantly complete the generator. No caveat, the generator just finishes from 0 to full. And you could have 4 of these on a team, and so essentially all you had to do was have everybody move on the generator for 30 seconds and you won the game. Because now everyone else can run and just ding, 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 ding. There's no further explanation required as to why instantly finishing a generator with one add-on is the dumbest add-on that they've ever made in the game's history. So I'm not going to elaborate further. That is it. Old brand new parts are the dumbest thing to ever exist in terms of add-ons in this game's history. Tombstone pieces, there's nothing even touches what this used to do. Even odd bulbs back when insublinds were a thing, nothing can circumvent, ignore the entire game, which is doing generators. And that's what we're doing. Now, eventually back in the day, getting frames was 50 times bigger, so there were less of them, but when you got one or two in the killer, it was basically like, you don't even just go back to the menu. You couldn't win. So that is it. That is my list. Again, so many honorable mentions. I know there are so many more broken add-ons, but it was like impossible to put this down. Watch Mojo from here, and today we're going to be going over the top 10 wildest bugs Dead by Daylight.
Feindlichen Drohnenstock entdeckt.
The criteria for determining wildest, it is sort of... It's going to be a balance between how long the bug lasts.
Medizinische Hilfe erforderlich.
How impactful it was, how funny it was, how good or bad it was. Basically, I just picked the 10 most notable things that I could think of, whether they were very minor in the sense they weren't, ruining games or anything like that, or they were just downright funny, or they just completely broke the game. There's not really too much of a criteria here. It's just the top 10 I can think of in terms of being
Kontaminierte Ausrüstung
so,
entdeckt.
not an exact science here, but none of my top 10 actually are. That being said, we'll go right into the very first one. Spirit Ass Camp. For some reason, this has been in the game almost since Spirit came out. So this bug is very simple. Whenever you pick Spirit as killer and start the match, the camera doesn't rotate around you as normal. It just rotates around your ass. And that's it. That's the entire bug. And you would think, okay, well that's pretty funny, but that's not worthy of like a top 10. And normally you'd be right, except it's been there for like 5 years. The duration that this bug has existed, I feel like I have to include it at least in the 10th position here, because it's insane how it hasn't been fixed, so much so that a portion of me thinks that this is just intentional. I actually think this might be intentional because there's no way after 5 years they haven't fixed just the camera rotation around the killer starting. It doesn't make any sense to have that rotation by now. And I don't know what caused it. I just know it's been there for almost the entire time the Spirit has existed. And no one really complains about it because, ass. So, it's definitely a weird one. I don't know why it's here, but it's here to stay forever, apparently. Number 9, Western animation bugs in general. Now, these sort of err on the side of not really harming the game too much, they're just really funny. And even to this day, there are still a couple of animation bugs that can happen with Wesker, but there's been so many, it's hard to even count. One of my favorites is when you try to use your charge on somebody, but they dead hard or get enduring at the exact same time. They will basically be in the grabbed animation as if you are holding them, but then they'll be running away. And that pretty much doesn't reset until they do a new animation of some kind. So the change will continue as they're usually after they're dead hard, and they'll just flying across the ground. It's really funny. There's also a couple of ones where you're stuck in the throne animation. There's been numerous bugs with the grab with Wesker, and they're a lot harder to replicate now. Really, the frame perfect dead hard on kind of a high ping is like the only way to get that one now. But there have been so many different Wesker bugs, and pretty much all of them have just been really funny to see. So definitely not something that negatively impacted the game at all. Just something that you saw and you just find hilarious. Number 8, the Insta-Kill Anniversary Event Effect. So this was during the Masquerade Anniversary event. Now, during that event, there was an ability the killer could have if they powered up their event power, where they could remote hook somebody. So instead of having to pick them up, walk them to a hook, you would pick them up. You could press, I believe, Q. I forget the exact button, but you could press a button and teleport that person to the nearest hook. It was really convenient as killer. It honestly was kind of overpowered. It just lets you skip the entire hooking stage pretty much entirely because you just threw them on a hook wherever. It didn't really matter. And so that was really, really strong. But there was one specific, very weird bug that would happen under a specific set of circumstances. So the exact thing that would happen was you would pick up someone as killer, and right before you would teleport someone to a hook, they would have to be saved off of your shoulder, whether it be under a pallet and have perfectly timed pallet stun, or a flashlight save, or like a flashbang or something. If you timed this perfectly, the weirdest thing would happen. Instead of the person just getting saved and running away, the person that did the saving would instantly teleport to the hook instead. So you would have people on death hook go for a flashlight save and then just straight up instantly die when they tried. It was the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen, but really, really frustrating because you would get the most perfect save of Survivor and then just instantly die. It's one of those things, it's almost like dark humor, where how do you not laugh at that? Like, even if you're pissed about losing the match, just you get in position for a save and then you just eat shit and explode. It's just, I don't know, like the absurdism there just elevates this bug above so many. And unfortunately, for hilarity's sake, it only lasted during the event, and I believe it was fixed pretty quickly as well. So it's not like we're going to really see that soon, and it was a pretty short-lasting one, but it's the combination of how ridiculous it is, and I would say it didn't harm anybody, but it did. It definitely harmed survivors a lot. But it was a very specific set of circumstances that had to happen, and it wasn't super common, but when it did happen, you just couldn't help but laugh. Next, the gen popping while players are dead bug. I don't really know how to word this bug better, but basically a very long time ago, there was an issue where if there were a certain number of players dead, more generators would pop related to how many people are dead. Basically, it was the number of dead people plus one, I think is the correct formula for that. So, in an example here, you would have 2 people dead, but 3 generators. The people would do 1 generator, and then it would be the 2 dead plus 1, and then all 3 generators would finish. I don't know how the hell this bug came to be, but it was really rough for that entire, I feel like it was like a month before they fixed it. Because if you kill people too early, you might actually end up losing more than if you left people alive past a certain point. Like once there was 1 generator left, then you could start killing people because they couldn't kill negative generators. But if you were in that scenario where there were like 1 or 2 people dead, you had 2 or 3 gens left, it wasn't a free win anymore as killers. You actually were very likely to lose because all they had to do was 1 generator and all of them would complete. Again, I don't know what caused this. I don't know why it lasted so long. I can't even think of the exact patch that this happened on, but it was a really frustrating time to play killer because any pressure that you had, there were people that actually, I know this is sort of a meta that's happening now, but people were actually just slugging people out to deal with it because at least if they were slugged out on the ground, they wouldn't have to worry about the person dying until they had everyone down on the ground. So I guess that was the beta for a possible slug meta that's trying to happen now. But yeah, it was really, really difficult killer, and I believe it took about a month to fix it. Again, I don't know how that happened, but the formula was basically again, however many people were dead, plus 1 is the amount of generators that would get completed after someone alive and generated. So brutal time to play killer. Pretty much the top of the field. Number 6, Merciless Storm. In general, it's been bugged in so many different ways, but one of the bugs was by far the most detrimental to the game health. Before that, I'll talk about one of the previous bugs in which you would hit the skill checks of Merciless Storm. For those who don't know, Merciless Storm is a perk that when a generator is almost finished while you're working on it as a survivor, you'll get a bunch of rapid fire skill checks. If you miss a single one of them, the generator gets blocked. So it's like a little frantic moment right at the end there. It's not very good, but on certain killers, or maybe even with like unnerving presence or doctor, it can be pretty useful. So that's what the perk does, but there was one bug where even if you hit the skill check perfectly, it would treat it as if you missed and the generator would get blocked anyway. So this would make your teammates make fun of you for missing a skill check, even if you did not, and then you had to deal with the generator being blocked. So it was basically free guaranteed slowdown, and that was really obnoxious. So they eventually did fix that, but then another much worse bug arose where if you missed a skill check with Merciless Storm, not only would the generator get blocked, it would regress down to almost 0. So you would go from like 90 to 10% on the generator every time this bug happened. And it wasn't a guaranteed consistent thing from what I could see. I remember as Survivor going against killers with Merciless Storm, and it didn't always happen. And when it did happen though, I mean, you basically had to do 7 or 8 generators as Survivor while this bug was happening. And it made Survivor pretty much unplayable because you can't do that many generators. It's pretty much impossible if the killer just AFK half the match. So that was really bad, and the problem was you couldn't even punish people for abusing it because they could just simply claim ignorance. They'd just be, oh, I just like Merciless Storm, it's my favorite slowdown perk. And then you can go, oh, but you're abusing a bug. And they'll just go, I didn't know it was bugged, I don't read forums, I don't watch streams. And it's true, you can't really prove that they knowingly abused an exploit. So unless they were like streaming or like, haha, I'm exploiting, but no one's gonna do that. So yeah, it was really annoying. No one was getting banned for it, and we had about a month straight of games that were basically unplayable as Survivor if killers were abusing this. Again, whether they were intentionally abusing it or not doesn't really matter. It was everywhere, and it was an absolute nightmare. I don't really know how you're supposed to trigger it because, like I said, it was seemingly random. Sometimes it would happen and sometimes it wouldn't. But if the killer had the perk on, you were extremely long, drawn out, very boring match. Coming in at number 5, Wake Up. Wake Up was bugged to an extremely dangerous degree during one tap. Wake Up would increase the speed of everything instead of increasing the speed that people can execute. So basically, every action a Survivor took was just 15% faster, and I mean every single action you would take. I'm not saying you just do gens 15% faster, you do heals 15% faster. No, you unhook 15% faster, you vault faster, you drop pallets faster, you vault pallets. Everything is faster, and 15% faster. It was basically like double old resilience, or at least almost. And all you had to do was slap on the perk. And of course, it let you open gate faster as well. Now, without the perk being bugged, Wake Up was kind of dog. Even now, it's not even that great. They buffed it to a useful degree in the nerfed again, but back then, when it affected every action you could take, it was objectively the best perk in the entire game. So many people were running it. Again, mysterious clueless people that had no idea it was bugged. Crazy. They're all just deciding to use Wake Up now. How about that shit? But again, I don't think it was a very heavily punished thing, if at all. I don't remember anyone getting banned for it. But Wake Up eventually, I believe, was disabled. They kill switched it, which did take a little bit of time, but there was about a week where everyone was just 15% faster on all actions, and it's like you just took Cheat Engine and set the speed multiplier to 1.15. It's just, it made killer games basically impossible. Things, generators went too fast, chasing people was 10 times harder. It was just every action that you took was 15% faster, and it was an absolute nightmare. So luckily they did kill switch it, and then they did change the perk, and they changed it again, they changed it again, until the current version that we have. It did happen to be pretty useful on PTV, but then they reverted it back to being kind of just like, I get why they did that. They did want to incentivize sort of that case hour left, and then you just open the gates for full Survivor and Wake Up and get out like that. But overall, I do think the perk could do with some type of buff to make it a bit more usable, but maybe not the insanely broken form. Coming in at number 4, we're starting to get into some very, very insane Legioned men stacking. Again, was one of the things that I believe some people got punished for, but it's so hard to punish people for using things like this. Again, some people might not know. And in truth, a lot of people did not know because there was no patch note that talked about this. It just sort of happened and people started slowly noticing this over time. But if you stack like the Dirty Blade add-on from Legion, if you were to hit someone in your power, normally they'll get a bleed out bar. After like 10 or 12 seconds, you get the exact timer. It's a relatively short time. They can keep the bleed out bar and they mend themselves and they're good to go. But with this combination of add-ons, for some reason, every time you put someone to mending, it would stack the previous amount. So if you hit it once, it would be 12 seconds, but then if you hit the mending again later, then it would be 24 seconds, and you could see how Legion hits people, 50 times during a match. You basically had mends that took 20 minutes to finish, so you just couldn't play the game anymore. And it made it, again, impossible to win as Survivor action. Right? You just out, and that was it. You had a little bit of time to like work on the generator or something like that, but for the most part, you could not complete the men. And the men bar would go away at the same rate. You just couldn't make the bar like. If you were doing the men action, it would pause it, but then that's all you were doing, and you would never finish. So effectively, you were just you just couldn't do anything for the rest of the match. So again, this bug did get fixed as well, but it made somehow more miserable than the original Legion, which is the dumbest thing that nature has ever done in the game's entire history. So they somehow made something even more dumb than that, because DC penalties were in, so you couldn't just leave, and also you just had to sit there for 20 minutes mending, or intentionally die, just slug yourself on the ground and don't mend. Those are only two options for against Legion. By far one of the most obnoxious bugs. Coming in at number 3 proves that not all of these bugs need to be extremely detrimental or game ruining. Some of them can just be really funny. And this is the infamous tale of Gerald. Gerald is an extremely cursed abomination that arose from a glitch being able to swap skins when you're not supposed to be able to swap them. I never really learned how to do this bug myself, but you could basically unlink sets and just put headpieces on bodies that you were not really able to normally do. So what you could do is just put, James Sunderland's face on Cheryl's body, and then you had Gerald. An absolute nightmare abomination. For some reason, the skin contorted and got really skinny and like Slender-Man-y, but also had like the shoulders of a god, and it had like this scary ass like run cycle, and the neck did not properly connect. And there were other variants of Gerald. I'm not saying Gerald was the only one. Really, the correct name of this bug is unlinked swap glitch or something like that. It's more something like that. But I brought up Gerald because Gerald was the original eldritch horror that arose from this bug. And to this day, Gerald is seen as like one of those Cthulhu-type entities that you read about in ancient scripture, and there's tales and first-hand accounts of seeing it, but no one's ever personally seen it themselves. It was an absolutely terrifying time to play Killer, because when you would see that, you would just stop in your tracks and be frozen with fear due to the threat of what Gerald could possibly do into you. You could only see Gerald if you had 50 insight, which took a lot of farming, and it was just an absolutely terrifying time to play the game, even as Survivor 2. All joking aside, Gerald was an absolutely hilarious bug, and I wish they did not fix the ability to link or unlink sets that were a part of one cosmetic set and swap them with crazy shit, because it led to so many stupid things like this that were just so fucking funny to see. So we can't have any fun. Gerald, unfortunately, did meet his end. There were a couple of similar things that arose and then kind of dropped back out very briefly, but Gerald had a very short life, but what a life it led. Number 2, it was Christmas 2016. A lot of people were not playing the game at that time. I would assume most of my viewers did not even touch the game in 2016. Those people playing way back then have moved on or in some way are not related to the game anymore. But in Christmas 2016, I've talked about this in previous videos before, there was a time when the developers were on Christmas break, so they could not fix anything. So basically, there was an entire month of the game where there was a perk swapping and a perk duplicating bug. So basically, you could have 4 of the same perks, or you could equip Survivor perks on Killer or Killer perks on Survivor. And you can imagine how incredibly broken that may be, because imagine a Killer running Bond, for example. You would just see everybody. You had permanent ore reading of the entire team. Imagine stacking 4 Unrelentings, and in fact, that's a thing a lot of people did. Back in the day, Unrelenting also had a built-in Save the Best for Last effect where it actually worked on successful attacks too. So you would stack Unrelenting, and you could move faster than running by just swinging at people. And when you hit them, you had no attack cooldown, so you could hit them twice in 1 second. It was obviously insanely broken. There were a whole bunch of broken combinations, and survivors were abusing this too. You could stack 4 self-cares and heal yourself faster than the killer could even touch you. There was so many insanely broken combinations with this, between the swapping and the super game, that the game was an absolute chaotic shit show for that entire month. There was no different response during that whole time. I started in 2017. I just barely finished it. I missed the cutoff by a couple of months, but I heard tales from people before of how you weren't even playing Dead by Daylight anymore. It was basically a chaos modifier. It was like a special game mode for a month because no one was playing legit. Everyone was exploiting everything. It was really easy to do too. All you had to do was switch roles and then click your inventory kind of at the same time. And there was also an issue here around this too where you could drop your killer power. And that was the Christmas 2016 patch was so unbelievably busted in so many ways. And we had an entire month of just, there was nothing you could do about it because the developers were on vacation. So the game wasn't even Dead by Daylight then. It was just pure chaos. So many different creative builds appeared with stacking the same perk and swapping perks. It was both a nightmare from what I've heard and also kind of fun because it was just, yeah, it's like everyone was just playing with cheats. Speaking of Christmas 2016, the final and greatest bug that Dead by Daylight has ever had, not because it was the most detrimental, not because it was the most harmful or the most notable or anything like that, it was just simply the best thing I've ever seen in my life. Some of you might have heard tales of the creature Gerald, and that's a very scary eldritch creature, but there's only one creature in Dead by Daylight's history that is scarier than Gerald, and that is the #1 Chainsaw Myers.
I have to see this.
This was the most terrifying thing in Dead by Daylight. It was an extremely brief time in the game's history where it was truly a horror game. I don't care how many hours you had, it was utterly terrifying. Chainsaw Myers, if you were not aware, was part of a bug where you could acquire other killers' powers. Some of you might have seen clips before where killer powers have been on the ground because that's how they were coded. Basically, a Huntress Hatchet might be on the ground, you could pick up the power, and now you had Huntress Hatchet's power. I don't remember how to actually trigger this bug specifically, but basically what it involved was picking Myers and picking up Billy's chainsaw. Something about swapping roles at the last second, swapping killers. You would have the chainsaw power in your inventory, and people would queue up as Michael Myers. Now, you could do this with other killers too, but people picked Myers because he had basically no tear radius in Tier 1. So you had a one-shot killer with the movement speed of the chainsaw with basically no tear radius. And the best part is the model didn't render properly as well, because when you had the killer power, it tried to contort your skin to the chainsaw, and sometimes it would work, and sometimes your body just wouldn't appear. So you would get this absolutely terrifying glitched floating Myers head that made no sound and had a floating chainsaw below it and also a floating butcher's knife right above it. It was the most horrifying thing. I've seen so many clips of this bug, and the thing is, you wouldn't even hear the chainsaw is the scariest part. At least with the Billy chainsaw without a tear radius, you would hear the chainsaw. But no, it was so bugged that the Myers would just walk next to you and you would just die instantly. From a chainsaw that they could see on their screen, they could see the bar, but you just saw a floating head just fucking kill you and then vanish into the ether. It was the most terrifying thing in this game's history, and by far, in my opinion, the most notably hilarious thing I've ever seen. I could watch clip compilations of people getting scared by that shit all day. It is my favorite bug in the entire game's history. Again, it didn't exactly ruin the game. It was just something that was just so ridiculous that you can't just help but go, cinema. That is it. That is behavior in a nutshell right there. Floating Myers head with a glitch chainsaw, making no sound, one-shotting people. God bless. And that's it. That was my favorite bug in Dead by Daylight. There have been so many, and I could not even... There's 50 I could come up with. These are the 10 that were my favorite. I'm curious to hear what you guys have, because I'm sure you've got your own, but thank you... Thank you for watching. I gotta go feed him now. Bye-bye.
Suche wird durchgeführt. Zugriff gewährt.
It's a cancer that started in 2016, and unfortunately, it's terminal now. I can't really think of any way to rectify this anymore until the game eventually dies. So this is something we're stuck with now. Problems in Dead by Daylight will only be circumvented with perks and new killers and powers and things like that, and that's it. That is one of the biggest problems in the entire game, without a doubt. Finally, I think the dumbest decision that Behavior has ever made for Dead by Daylight, some of you might have guessed this already, is skill-based matchmaking. Now, before we go any further, I'm not trying to have scrub mentality here. I don't think I should be going against people that are vastly worse than me. I don't have the problem with skill-based matchmaking in general. I think that's completely fine. The problem is Dead by Daylight doesn't have skill-based matchmaking. It has escape-based matchmaking, which is a completely different thing. They should not even call it skill-based matchmaking. Now, on Killer, it's a bit more feasible and a bit more accurate, because typically if you're killing 4 players over and over again, you're probably doing pretty good, right? But for Survivor, they have not figured out that escapes are not tied to your skill level at all. And in fact, there might even be a negative correlation where the best player on the team runs the killer the whole game, gets camped in endgame, and then dies. The game considers them to be even worse. And because of that, because it does not account for skill whatsoever, we have wildly mismatched games, so insanely different. I could go against a 4-man comp team. I'm sweating my ass off, barely hanging in there. And then the next game, I'll go against a baby Meg with 50 hours in the game. And there's just no in between, because someone might have been boosted to that point because their friends are really good and they play with their friends and their friends die for them or whatever. Like, there's just no way to account for survivor skill with the system that they're using. And there are ways to do that. The emblem system was a start. It was close to what they needed to do. They just needed to refine the emblem system. A functional emblem system with the old rank system would be the best form of the game. Now, they have to do a lot of work, and I even detailed how this would be possible. Like, you have to account for individual killer specifics. For example, what I mean, if there was an emblem to be chased by a killer, you would not rate the Wraith and, I don't know, the Trapper in the same way, because the Wraith is not really chasing that much. They're going to be doing more hitting and running. They aren't chasing when you're invisible, so you can't punish the survivor for not getting chased by a killer that doesn't chase. So you'd have to have a higher multiplier on the Wraith, or like the Nurse, for example, doesn't really chase very much. So you'd have to have a higher multiplier on the survivor then you'd have to aggregate the entire total chase time in the match and assign each survivor a value based on how much of that time they took up. So that's what I'm talking about. It's a lot more complicated, but it is possible. You can do it. They just decided not to, and they went with this super shitty hockey analogy, escapes is all that matters, skill-based matchmaking system. And because of how broken that system is, the entire system is simple. It was a giant waste of resources. It was a giant waste of time. It takes years to get to the point where it still doesn't work or really do anything that it's supposed to do other than separate brand new players from basically everybody else. It's not visible, so you can't track it. So people just make up numbers in their head. They just assume they're high MMR, even though they might not be. It causes all sorts of infighting based on people making a bunch of sunken health. They should either double down or remove it. Double down and show MMR, or remove it and let us go back to what it used to be. Again, I'm not opposed to having your matches take place in an even playing field. I'm okay with that. It's just the fact that that's not what happens. That's not how the system currently works. It does not function as a skill-based matchmaking system should function. And the sad part is, even if it still did, they still prioritize queue times on top of all that, which I think is the wise decision. But even if it was perfectly accurate, it would still throw you in with random people because they don't want to have, a Dowsy waiting 50 minutes for a Twins game scenario. So that's not going to work either. So I think it was a giant waste of time, a waste of resources. The rank system was completely fine. It worked fine. They just had to make the emblem system a bit better. And instead of refining in a system that already accounted for way more than the current one does, they just said, fuck it, threw it out the window, and just gave us this super piece of shit that we've got now that has caused so many just controversies and infighting and dramas, and it was just, I think, the dumbest that's it. Those are the dumbest things that we've done in the game's history. Again, I had a whole bunch more. Some honorary mentions just looking up, like I had like 50. I mean, there's been the Gen Kick meta, Rune Undying Tinker, Light Dodging Add-on nerf, Circling Healing, Survivor volume still not being equalized, the Thrill the Hunt buff. old RPD, DC penalties and bot replacements happening at the same time, which makes no sense. Completely overpeat. For the people buckle up, breakable wall, like just thousands of things that come here. I just wanted to go over the top 10 that I found to be most impactful to the game overall. So I'm curious to hear what you guys think about my list here. Next, I'll be coming up with the best things they've done because as much as we'd like to make fun of them, there's also been a lot of people who do for example, just things like that. So that is it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching.
Feminine Ausrüstung entdeckt.
Be me, Anne. I guess I should start by saying I'm not proud of how I acted. But to understand the story, you have to understand who I was a few months ago. I was in my 3rd year of college, studying social sciences. My whole world was about theory, about social structures, power dynamics, and a lot of feminist literature. I saw the world through a very specific lens. I believe, and I guess I still do to an extent, that society is structured to benefit men in a lot of ways. The patriarchy, systemic advantages, all that. I wasn't just reading about it, I was living it, or so I thought. I was active in student groups, went to rallies, and my social media was a constant stream of infographics and call-outs. I thought I was doing important work. My brother, Stephen, is 2 years older than me. He's a good guy, I suppose. He works a regular IT job, goes to the gym, plays video games with his friends online. He's not unattractive. He keeps himself clean. He's in decent shape, but he's quiet. Always has been. And he was single. Permanently single. In my mind, the lens I was using, this just didn't compute. I'd see all these articles and posts about the struggles women face in the dating world, the harassment, the unsolicited pictures, the emotional labor. And I saw men who seemed to put in zero effort and still had girlfriends. So, when I looked at my brother, I saw a problem that needed fixing. I decided his issue was internal. He had to be one of those guys, the ones who secretly resent women for not paying attention to them. An incel in the making. I told him this, by the way. Not in a gentle way either. I was convinced it was a form of tough love. I'd say things like he needed to unpack his privilege, that his passivity was a form of toxicity, that he was waiting for a woman to just fall into his lap without doing any of the work. He never really argued. He'd just get this tired look on his face, shrug, and say he was fine with how things were. That, to me, was the biggest red flag of all. He was checking out, giving up. This all came to a head one evening, probably back in the spring. We were having dinner, my parents were out for their anniversary, so it was just me, Stephen, and one of my friends from college who was just as passionate about this topic as I was. My friend was talking about some guy from one of her classes who was, in her words, aggressively mediocre, but had a new girlfriend every other month. And that set me off. I looked right at Steve, who was just quietly eating his pasta. I told him that was true, that the bar for men was on the floor and he couldn't even be bothered to trip over it. My friend nodded eagerly, adding that it was a known fact that dating apps were overwhelmingly populated by men, giving women the ultimate choice. She said it was simple supply and demand. Stephen didn't even look up. He just said he wasn't interested in that stuff. I asked him why not. I demanded an actual reason. He said it looked like a waste of time. He told me he'd rather spend his evening at the gym playing a game with his buddies than swiping on faces and sending messages into the void. The void. That word really got to me. I accused him of being defeatist. I told him it was only a void because he wasn't trying hard enough. I said his attitude was the problem. He finally looked at me and said that I had no idea what I was talking about. For him, that was the equivalent of a massive outburst. He's not a confrontational person. That's when I had the idea. An experiment. A way to prove once and for all that I was right and he was just making excuses. I proposed a bet. I told him he would create a Tinder profile right then and there, and I would manage it. I would pick his picture. I would write his bio. I would even advise him on who to swipe on. He had 2 weeks. If, in those 2 weeks, he got a date, just one single date, he had to admit I was right and take me and my friend out to a really nice steakhouse we've been wanting to try. If he failed, if he got 0 dates in 2 weeks, I would drop the subject completely. For 6 months. No more incel talk, no more lectures, no more advice. He looked at me for a long moment. I could see the appeal of 6 months of silence in his eyes. It was a powerful motivator. He sighed, a deep, long, suffering sigh, and said, "Fine." My friend cheered. I felt this surge of righteous victory. I was going to fix my brother and get a free steak dinner out of it. It was a win-win. We started immediately after dinner. I grabbed his phone and made him sit next to me on the couch. First, the pictures. I went through his camera roll. It was a disaster. A few awkward selfies with bad lighting. Group photos where he was in the background. A picture of him holding a ridiculously large fish he caught with our dad 2 years ago. I physically cringed. I told him this was Exhibit A for why he was single. I explained that his photos needed to show his personality, but in an accessible, non-threatening way. They needed to be high quality. They needed to show him smiling. He said he hated smiling for photos. I told him to get over it. We spent the next hour conducting a full-blown photo shoot. I made him change his shirt twice. We went into the backyard for the golden hour lighting. I had him pose with our dog. I told him that was a classic move, shows you're nurturing. I made him stand against a brick wall trying to get an urban, casual shot. He was so stiff and uncomfortable through the whole thing. He kept saying he felt ridiculous. I told him this was the work. This was the effort he'd been avoiding. In the end, we had 5 usable photos. A clear, smiling headshot. Him with the dog, looking happy. A full-body shot of him in a nice shirt, not looking directly at the camera. A picture of him on a hike we took last summer. I told him it shows he's active. One of the casual brick wall photos. I was pretty proud of him. He looked like a normal, approachable guy. Next was the bio. This was my masterpiece. I deleted his initial attempt, which was something like IT guy. I like hiking and video games. Not sure of what I'm looking for. I told him that was the most boring bio in human history. It had 0 personality. I spent 20 minutes crafting the perfect text. It was a work of art from my perspective. It was witty, but not arrogant. It mentioned his job, but in a self-deprecating way. It listed his hobbies, framed him as passions. I included a line about being a proud feminist ally. I thought that was a brilliant touch. It would signal to all the smart, progressive women that he was a safe, good guy. I also added a question at the end to encourage messages. Something like, tell me the most controversial opinion you have that's not about politics. I read it aloud to him. He just stared at me blankly and said, I would never say any of that. I told him that was the point. He was being sold as a product, and this was good marketing copy. The real him could come out later, on the date that he was definitely going to get. He didn't argue. He just let me post it. The profile was live. Phase 1 of the experiment was complete. Now came the swiping. I sat with him for a while, instructing him. My rules were simple. No swiping right on profiles that were just a blurry group photo or a sunset. No swiping on bios that were just an Instagram handle. He had to look for women who seemed to have a personality, who had written something thoughtful. I was trying to rig the game in his favor, to aim for quality over quantity. He did it for about half an hour, then said he was bored and went to play his computer game. I checked his phone a couple of times over the next few days. He was swiping, maybe a little bit each evening. He wasn't putting in the hours I would have, but he was participating. And nothing happened. By day 4, he had 0 matches, not one. I was starting to get nervous. I told him he needed to be less picky. I said maybe he could use a super. He just shrugged and said he was swiping on people he found interesting. On day 5, he got his first match. I was ecstatic. I ran into his room to tell him the news. He opened the app. The girl was pretty, had a normal-looking profile. I began coaching him on the perfect opening message. I told him "hey" was forbidden. He had to comment on something in her profile. Her bio mentioned she liked travel. I helped him write a message asking about the coolest place she'd ever visited. He sent it, and we waited and waited. She never replied. After a day, the match just sat there, a monument to our failed attempt at conversation. On day 7, exactly 1 week in, he got his second match. This time, the girl messaged him first. My heart leaped. See? It's working, I thought. The message was a weird link and something about a can't-miss crypto opportunity. It was a bot. So, 1 week down. Half the bet was over. The grand total was 1 ghosting and 1 scam bot. I was genuinely baffled. I couldn't understand it. He had good pictures, a great bio. He was a decent-looking guy. How was this possible? My brain couldn't accept that my theory was wrong. The only other explanation was the user. It had to be Steven's fault. I confronted him about it. I told him he must be doing something wrong. Maybe he wasn't swiping enough. Maybe he was only swiping at the wrong time of day. I accused him of sabotaging the experiment just to prove me wrong and get me to be quiet. He just looked at me and said he was doing exactly what I told him to do. He told me this was why he didn't want to do it in the first place. He said it was soul-crushing. I told him he was being dramatic. This is where my frustration took over. If he couldn't execute the plan properly, I would have to do it myself. I needed a control group. I needed to prove that the strategy was sound. I announced my new plan to him that evening. I was going to create a second profile, a fake one. I would make the ideal man, the kind of guy who, according to all the theories I'd read, should be drowning in attention. If this fake profile succeeded where Steven failed, it would be the ultimate proof that the problem was, in fact, him. His vibe, his lack of effort, something. He just looked at me, shook his head, and said, "Do whatever you want, Anne. I don't care anymore." That was all the encouragement I needed. I spent the next hour on a deep dive online. I needed photos. I couldn't just use a famous actor. I needed someone who was handsome, but believable. I found a fitness instructor from a small European country on Instagram. He had a few thousand followers, not enough to be recognizable. He was tall, incredibly fit, with a great smile and perfect hair. He was objectively a 9 out of 10, maybe even a 10 out of 10. I saved 6 of his best photos. Pictures of him on a mountain, one laughing with friends with their faces strategically cropped. A picture of him working out, one in a nice suit. It was the perfect portfolio. I created a new profile. I named him Alex. I made him 25, a couple of years older than me. For the bio, I pulled out all the stops. I made him a graphic designer, creative but stable. I wrote that he had just moved to the city and was looking to explore with a fun partner in crime. I gave him a list of cool, attractive hobbies: rock climbing, learning to play the guitar, trying to perfect the sourdough recipe. I made him sound adventurous, funny, sensitive, and confident all at once. It was a masterpiece of bait. The profile was ready. Alex was born. I set the radius to the max and the age range to 20 to 30. I took a deep breath and started swiping. I didn't even have to be 50. I just swiped right on every profile that looked like a real person. I wanted to see the raw numbers. The effect was instantaneous. It was like opening a fire hydrant. Match, match, match. My phone started buzzing and didn't stop. In the first 10 minutes, Alex had more than 20 matches. After an hour, he had over 99 likes. The little gold number just stopped counting. I felt a dizzying sense of vindication. I was euphoric. I stormed into Steven's room, holding my phone up like a trophy. I showed him the screen, the endless cascade of new matches appearing every few seconds. I told him, see? See? This is what happens when you have a good profile and a positive attitude. This is what it's supposed to look like. He glanced at the screen, then back at his computer monitor. He didn't seem surprised. He didn't seem angry or defensive. He just seemed nothing. He just said, okay, cool. I couldn't believe his non-reaction. I asked him if he understood what this meant. It meant I was right. It meant the problem wasn't the apps or the women on them. The problem was him. He turned to me and said something that, at the time, I thought was just a sour grapes excuse. He said, "You haven't done the hard part yet, Anne." I laughed. The hard part? I had gotten more matches in 1 hour than he had in a week. What could possibly be harder than that? I told him to just wait. I was going to turn these hundreds of matches into a dozen dates. It would be easy. It was just a numbers game. And my numbers were fantastic. I went back to my room, feeling completely triumphant. My experiment was a success. My worldview was validated. My brother was the problem, and I had the data to prove it. I sat on my bed, opened the app, and looked at the wall of new faces. It was time to start a conversation. So there I was, sitting on my bed, phone in hand. Alex had over 100 matches in a single hour. It was a digital flood. I felt like a genius. My theory was true. All you needed was a good presentation. Now, for the final step, turning this mountain of interest into actual dates. I scrolled through the matches. So many faces. I decided to start with the ones who looked the most promising. The ones with actual bios. The first girl I picked seemed cool. Her profile said she was into indie films and art galleries. A perfect target for the sensitive, creative Alex. I didn't want to just say hey. That was the kind of low-effort stuff I'd been lecturing my brother about. I took my time. I crafted a thoughtful opener. I mentioned a specific director I thought she might like based on her profile, and asked for her opinion. It was engaging, it showed I'd paid attention, and it opened the door for a real conversation. I hit send and felt a smug sense of satisfaction. Then I moved on to the next one. A girl whose bio said she loved hiking. I sent her a message asking about a popular local trail, mentioning that Alex was new to the area and looking for recommendations. Again, a perfect, friendly, engaging opener. I did this for about 10 different women. Each message was personalized, referencing something specific from their profile. It took me the better part of an hour. I put my phone down, confident that I'd soon have a flurry of interesting replies. A few hours passed. I checked my phone. Nothing. Not a single reply. Okay, I thought. That's weird. But it's a weekday evening. People are busy. They'll reply later. The next morning, I checked again. One reply. It was from a girl whose bio just said, "Don't be boring." I had sent her a message with a lighthearted joke. Her reply, in its entirety, was, "Haha." That was it. No question back. No follow-up. Just, haha. What was I supposed to do with that? I tried to keep the conversation going. I asked her what she was up to that day. She replied about 4 hours later, "Work." This was confusing. I was presenting her with a handsome, interesting guy. And this was all the effort he was willing to put in? Meanwhile, none of the other 9 women I'd messaged had replied at all. I decided I just needed a bigger sample size. I spent my lunch break that day messaging another 20 matches. Again, I personalized everything. I complimented a travel photo. I asked about a pet. I commented on a book I saw on a shelf in one of their pictures. I was a master conversationalist. The results were staggering, but not in the way I expected. Of those 20 new messages, I got 3 replies. One was DFX, one was LOL nice. The third asked Alex how tall he was. I paused. I hadn't thought about that. The guy in the photos was obviously tall. I just wrote back 6 feet 3 inches. She replied almost instantly, "Cool. What do you do for work?" I told her he was a graphic designer. She never replied again. By the end of the second day, I had messaged close to 50 women. I had hundreds of matches waiting, and my conversations were all completely dead on arrival. I started to notice patterns that I, as a woman on these apps, had never really paid attention to. So many bios were just lists of demands. Be funny, be interesting, be over 6 feet, have your life together, must be able to host, and the most common one, be able to hold a conversation. The irony was burning a hole in my screen. These women were demanding a skill that they themselves demonstrated zero capacity for. I was getting frustrated. I showed Steven that evening. I complained that no one was talking back to Alex. He just gave me this knowing little smile. Not a mean one, a tired one, and he said, "I know." That just made me more determined. I thought maybe my approach is wrong. Maybe being thoughtful and engaging isn't what they want. So I changed tactics. I tried being more direct, more flirty. I sent a girl a message saying her smile was amazing. She replied, "I know." I tried being funnier. I sent clever puns related to their names or bios. Most didn't reply. The ones who did usually sent back the crying, laughing emoji. And that was it. My entire evenings were now consumed by this experiment. I would sit on the couch after my classes, swiping and messaging as Alex for hours. It felt like a job. A really, really bad job where you're a telemarketer trying to sell a product that no one wants, even though the product is objectively great. The product, in this case, being a conversation with a handsome, successful, and interesting man. I was doing all the work. I was the initiator, the question asker, the entertainer, the one trying to breathe life into a conversation with a corpse. I would ask a girl a question about herself. She'd give a short, one-sentence answer, and then nothing. Silence. Waiting for me to ask the next question. Like I was a journalist interviewing a reluctant celebrity. I never got asked questions back. No one seemed curious about Alex at all. They seemed to view him as a potential source of validation or entertainment, and if he didn't provide it in the first few messages, he was discarded. The sheer volume of matches meant nothing. They were just a collection of faces that represented a black hole for my time and effort. One time, I actually got a conversation going. A girl actually asked Alex a question back. We exchanged maybe 10 messages. I was thrilled. I thought, this is it. I'm breaking through. Then, in the middle of the conversation, she just stopped replying. For no reason. I looked back at our messages. I hadn't said anything weird. It was just over. She had gotten bored and moved on. I was feeling things I did not expect to feel. I was feeling dejected. I was feeling insecure. I was feeling angry. And it wasn't even me. It was a fake person. But the constant rejection, the constant feeling of being ignored and dismissed, it was getting to me. I finally understood what Steve meant when he called it soul-crushing. He wasn't being dramatic. He really was. You put yourself out there, you make an effort. 99% of the time, you are met with absolute, profound indifference. I remembered my conversations with my friends. We'd sit around and show each other our own apps, laughing at the terrible opening lines from guys, screenshotting the awkward messages. We'd complained that men didn't put in enough effort. And now I saw why. Why would you spend 20 minutes crafting a beautiful, personalized message when the most likely outcome is either no reply or a LOL? After a while, you'd be beaten down into just sending hey to everyone, because the return on investment for effort was practically zero. The 2-week deadline for the bet was approaching. Steven's profile had accumulated a grand total of 3 matches. 1 bot, 1 ghost, and 1 girl who unmatched him after he said he worked in IT Zero dates. Alex's profile had over 1,000 matches. I had personally initiated conversations with over 200 of them, and I had not secured a single date. I hadn't even gotten a phone number. The longest conversation I had was about 15 minutes before it fizzled into nothing. The experiment was a catastrophic failure, but in the opposite way I had intended. It was the final night of the bet. I was sitting in the living room just staring at my phone. I felt defeated. I hadn't just lost a bet. It felt like a fundamental part of my worldview had been shattered. The world I saw in my textbooks, the one with clear lines of power and privilege, was far more complicated and messy on a personal level. Steven came in and sat down in the armchair across from me. He wasn't holding his phone or a game controller. He just sat there. He asked very gently, "So, steakhouse tomorrow?" I didn't even have the energy to be annoyed. I just shook my head and looked at him. I think it was the first time I'd looked at him without judgment in months. I told him I didn't get it. I told him I had this profile of a perfect guy, and I couldn't get anyone to have a normal conversation. I said, "It's like they don't want to talk. They just want to be admired or entertained. It's exhausting." I spent hours and hours on this. He listened patiently until I was done ranting. He didn't interrupt. When I finished, he just nodded slowly. He didn't say, "I told you so." He didn't gloat. He didn't even smile. He just said, "Yeah, that's what it's like. It's a second job. And you don't get paid. The interview process is brutal. And your coworkers treat you like you're invisible." He continued, "That's why I don't do it. It's not that I hate women. It's not that I don't want a girlfriend. It's that I don't have the energy for that, for the void. I'd rather be happy alone than miserable, trying to get someone's attention." The void? That word again? Now, I understood it. I had stared into it for a week. I had gotten a tiny glimpse into the sheer, crushing demoralization of modern dating for an average man. And that, with a top-tier fake profile. I couldn't even imagine what it was like for a normal guy like my brother. I didn't say anything else. I just nodded. I opened my phone, went to the settings on Alex's profile, and deleted it permanently. The bet was never mentioned again. The steakhouse was forgotten. More importantly, I stopped lecturing him. I stopped calling him an incel. I stopped trying to fix him. Our relationship got better, almost overnight. It was like a wall of my own making had come down. We started talking more, like we used to when we were kids. A few weeks later, something happened and sealed it for me. I was on my own Tinder account, the one I barely used. I got a notification, a new message. I opened it. It was from a perfectly normal-looking guy. The message said, "Hey." My first instinctual reaction was to roll my eyes, the lack of effort. But then I stopped. I thought about the hundreds of messages I had sent as Alex. The effort, personalization, wit, the crushing silence I got in return. I understood that hey wasn't necessarily laziness. It was a defense mechanism. It was a white flag. It was the result of being worn down. Steven walked into the room at that moment. He saw me looking at my phone. I turned the screen to him, showing him the message. He looked at it, then looked at me. And we both just shared this look. A look of complete and total understanding. I still believe in the things I study. I still think there are big systemic issues in society. But I also learned that day that sometimes the map is not the territory. Theories are clean, but real life is messy. And my brother isn't an incel. He's just a guy who decided his time and his sanity were worth more than playing a game he could never win. I was so wrong about him. And I'm glad I was stupid enough to make that bet, because I finally got to understand my own brother. Be me, Jason Thomas, 24, work as barista. Instead, Morning Brew Cafe downtown. Been dating Lillian for 8 months now. She's 23, works as a social justice coordinator. Riverside Community College. Met her when she came in for her daily oat milk cortado. Always tipped well and seemed cool at first. She's into all that feminist stuff, but I figured whatever. People have their interests. Plus, she's cute and seemed smart. Talked about equality and fairness a lot. Sounded reasonable. Thought she was just passionate about making the world better. Things were pretty good for the first few months. She'd come by the cafe during my shifts. We'd talk about books, movies, social issues. Felt like we had good chemistry. Sex was decent. She was fun to be around. But lately, I've been noticing some weird patterns. Like she always talks about splitting things equally. But somehow, I end up paying for most dates. When I mentioned it once, she said I asked her out, so I should pay. But when she asked me out, I still end up paying too. Anyway, yesterday, something happened that's got me all messed up. We're hanging out at her apartment after I got off work. Still smelled like coffee beans, and she kept making jokes about it. We're watching some documentary about women's rights. Her friend Sarah calls her all upset about something. Turns out Sarah's baby daddy Derek wants a paternity test. They had some drama, and now he's questioning if the kid is his. Sarah is crying on the phone about how betrayed she feels. Lillian gets all worked up listening to this, pacing around her living room, getting angrier by the minute. When Sarah hangs up, Lillian turns to me, starts going off about how dare he question her. Says it's insulting and misogynistic. I'm making supportive noises while she rants. But internally, I'm thinking, well, doesn't the guy have a right to know? I mean, if there was drama and he has doubts, it seems reasonable. But I keep my mouth shut because she's clearly upset. She goes on for like 20 minutes about how asking for paternity tests is basically accusing women of being liars. Says it shows complete lack of trust and respect. Claims Sarah has been nothing but faithful to him. Calls it exactly the kind of toxic behavior that destroys relationships. I'm nodding along, but she can tell I'm not fully engaged. She stops mid-sentence and looks at me. Asks what I think about this whole situation. Oh shit, here we go. She's got that look like she's testing me. Try to be diplomatic. Tell her it sounds like a difficult situation for everyone involved. She narrows her eyes. Says that's not what she asked. Wants to know if I think Derek is right to demand a paternity test. Now I'm in a trap. If I say yes, I'm supporting the misogynist. If I say no, I'm being dishonest about what I actually think. Decide to try threading the needle. Say I think people should communicate better and trust each other more. She's not buying it. Tells me she needs me to be honest with her. Asks if I would ever ask for a paternity test. Long pause while I think about how to answer. Decide to be truthful but gentle. Tell her that, hypothetically, if there was a situation where I had doubts, I might want to know for sure. The temperature in the room drops about 20 degrees. She stares at me for a full 10 seconds. Asks if I'm saying I would question her faithfully. Tells me that's incredibly hurtful and insulting. Try to backtrack immediately. Tell her no, I'm not talking about her specifically. Say I'm just talking in general. There were reasons to doubt. She explodes with reasons to doubt her. Getting loud now. Demands to know what possible reasons could justify questioning a woman about her own pregnancy. Asks if I realize how degrading and humiliating that is. Says I'm basically calling her a liar and a cheater. I'm trying to stay calm and explain. Tell her it's not about calling anyone anything. Point out that men don't have the same natural certainty that women do. Explain we can't physically know the way mothers can. Wrong answer, apparently. Her face goes completely red. Asks if I'm saying women are naturally deceptive. Wants to know if I think we can't be trusted to tell the truth about our own bodies. Tell her that's not what I said at all. But she's not listening anymore. She's pacing again, getting more agitated. Starts lecturing me about how this is exactly what she's talking about. Says men always want to control and question women's reproductive choices. Claims it's about ownership and patriarchal dominance. I'm getting confused because this escalated so fast. Try to bring it back to logic. Tell her I'm not trying to control anything. Say that wanting certainty about something that important isn't unreasonable. She goes off about certainty. Asks how about the certainty that I think she's a liar. Wants to know about the certainty that I don't trust her. She's almost yelling now. Neighbors are probably wondering what's going on. Try to lower my voice to get her to calm down. Tell her I do trust her. This isn't about her. Say we're talking about a hypothetical situation. She shouts that no, we're not. Points out that I literally said I would want a paternity test. Claims that means I think she could cheat on me and lie about it. She's got tears in her eyes now. Feel terrible because I never meant to hurt her. But also confused because she's twisting what I said. Tell her that's really not what I meant. Say I was talking about a general principle. She loses it at general principle. Asks if the general principle is that women can't be trusted. Wants to know if the general principle is that men have the right to question everything we say. This is getting nowhere. Every time I try to clarify, she makes it worse. Decide to try a different approach. Ask her what she would do if she were in Derek's position and had genuine doubts. She looks at me like I just asked her to punch a baby. Tells me she would never be in Derek's position because she's not a misogynist. Claims women don't go around questioning paternity because we understand trust and relationships. Says this is exactly the problem with toxic masculinity. Now I'm getting a little frustrated. Ask what if she genuinely had reasons to doubt. Want to know what if there were circumstances that made her uncertain. She tells me there are no circumstances that would justify that. Says either you trust your partner or you don't. Claims if you don't trust them, you shouldn't be with them. She's got a point there, actually. But something about her logic doesn't sit right with me. Can't quite put my finger on what. Ask if she's saying there's never a situation where verification is okay. Want to know if there's never any reason to want to be absolutely sure about something that important. She shouts no, and says the fact that I keep pushing this proves her point. Claims I'm more concerned with my own insecurity than with respecting women. She storms into her bedroom and slams the door. I sit there for a while trying to figure out what just happened. Came in here thinking we'd have a nice evening. Now, apparently, I'm a misogynist for having an opinion. After about an hour, she comes back out. Her eyes are red, but she looks calmer. Tells me she's been thinking. Says she thinks I need to understand why what I said was so hurtful. Oh, great. Here comes the lecture. But I love this girl, so I listen. She sits down next to me and takes my hands. Explains that when I say I'd want a paternity test, what she hears is that I don't trust her. Tells me it makes her feel like I think she's capable of betraying me in the worst possible way. Asks if I can understand why that hurts. Actually, that does make sense when she puts it that way. Start to feel bad about the whole thing. Apologize and say, I really didn't mean it like that. Tell her I wasn't thinking about how it would make her feel. She smiles a little and squeezes my hands. Says she knows I didn't mean to hurt her. Explains this is why we need to think about these things more carefully. Tells me words have impact, even when we don't intend them to. Feeling like maybe we can work through this. She seems reasonable now that she's calmed down. Tell her she's right. I should have been more sensitive. Say I don't want her to feel like I don't trust her. She leans over and kisses my cheek. Thanks me for saying that. Explains this is why communication is so important in relationships. Think we'll resolve it, and things can go back to normal. Next morning at work, still thinking about last night, making lattes on autopilot while replaying the conversation. My coworker Marcus notices I'm distracted. Asks if everything's okay, tells me I look like shit. Explain about the paternity test argument. He just shakes his head. Says I stepped in it big time. Tells me never to question the feminist orthodoxy. That's like rule number 1. Lillian comes in around 10 a.m. for her usual cortado. Acts like nothing happened. Gives me a kiss over the counter. Asks how my morning's going. Relieved things seem normal. But then she pulls out her phone while I'm making her drink. Says she found this great article about toxic masculinity she wants me to read. Explains it. Talks about why men feel the need to control women's reproductive choices. Hands me a link to some blog called Intersectional Feminism Today. Read the title, Paternity Tests, the ultimate expression of male privilege. Oh, for fuck's sake. She's not letting this go. She's trying to educate me. Thank her and say I'll check it out later, hoping to avoid another lecture during my shift, but she's not done. Tells me it's really important that I understand the historical context. Explains how women have been treated as property for centuries. Says demanding paternity tests is just an extension of that ownership mentality. Customers are starting to line up behind her, but she doesn't seem to notice or care. Keeps talking while I'm trying to work. Goes on about how the article explains how internalized misogyny affects even well-meaning men. Says I might not realize I'm being sexist, but that doesn't make it okay. Basically calling me sexist while I'm trying to serve customers. Finally have to cut her off. Tell her I really need to focus on work right now. Ask if we can talk about this later. She looks slightly annoyed but agrees. Spend my lunch break actually reading the article she sent. It's exactly what you'd expect. Lots of academic jargon about patriarchal structures. Basically says any man who wants a paternity test is inherently sexist. But something weird happens while I'm reading. Start noticing logical holes in the arguments, like they never address the basic fairness issue. Just dismiss it as male privilege. Article keeps saying trust is the foundation of relationships. But then I remember how Lillian checks her bank statements obsessively, always counts her change at stores, makes me show her receipts when I buy something expensive. If trust is so important, why doesn't she just trust banks and cashiers? Why is verification okay for money, but not for paternity? Starting to see a pattern here. She comes back after my shift ends. Wants to discuss the article over coffee. We sit at one of the corner tables, asks what I thought, and if it helped me understand her perspective. Trying to be diplomatic, tell her it was interesting, definitely gave me things to think about. She lights up like I just validated her entire worldview. Says she knew I'd get it once I read some actual feminist theory. Explains the problem is most men never educate themselves about these issues. Then she launches into this whole speech about how society conditions men to be controlled. Talks about how we need to unlearn toxic masculinity. Goes on about how emotional labor falls disproportionately on women. Nod along while she talks. But internally, I'm getting more confused. Because she's talking about emotional labor, while making me do all the emotional labor of listening to her lecture. After about 30 minutes of this, she checks her phone. Says she has to run to a meeting about the campus consent workshop. Tells me she's so proud of me for being open to learning. Gives me a patronizing pat on the head like I'm a dog. sit there after she leaves feeling weird about the whole interaction.
Schwer gepanzerte
She
Gegner
treated me
bewachen
like I
einen
was
Ort
some
in der Nähe.
ignorant caveman who needed enlightenment. But I'm the one who apologized yesterday. I'm the one who read her article. I'm the one doing all the work to fix this. Walk home thinking about the double standards thing. She wants me to trust her completely about hypothetical pregnancy. But she doesn't trust waiters to add up the check correctly. Wants me to educate myself about feminism, but dismisses my perspective as inherently invalid. Get a text from her that evening. Says she found another great article about deconstructing masculine entitlement. Tells me it's really going to help me understand myself better. She's sending me homework now. Click the link out of curiosity. It's about how men need to sit with discomfort when women share their experiences. Explains how we're not allowed to defend ourselves or explain our side. Says we just have to accept that we're probably wrong. This is starting to feel like a re-education program. Like she's trying to reprogram my brain to think the way she wants. Decide to test something. Text her back asking if she wants to split dinner tomorrow. Say I'll cook if she brings groceries. See what she says about actual equality in practice. Her response says that's sweet, but she's tight on money right now. Suggests maybe I could just make something. She'll bring wine. Translation. I'll spend $40 on groceries. She'll spend $8 on wine. But didn't she just get paid from her job at the college? And didn't she buy those expensive boots last week? Starting to notice she's only broke when it comes to paying for things with me. Next day at work, Marcus asks how things are going. Tell him about the articles and the dinner thing. He says she's gaslighting me. Claims she's making me think I'm crazy for having normal thoughts. Don't want to admit he might be right. But the seed is planted. Start paying more attention to her behavior patterns. She comes in that afternoon with her friend Jenny. They're talking loudly about some guy Jenny went on a date with. Jenny complains he expected her to split the bill. Says she can't believe that. Like he asked her out, so he should pay. But wait, didn't Lillian just say she was too broke to buy groceries? And she always talks about how women should be financially independent. But apparently men should still pay for dates? Jenny continues saying she told him real men take care of women. Claims if he can't afford to treat her properly, he shouldn't be dating. Lillian is nodding along enthusiastically. I'm making their drinks, trying not to react. But this is exactly opposite of everything she lectured me about. Yesterday, it was about dismantling gender roles. Today, it's about men needing to provide. They don't seem to notice the contradiction. Or maybe they just don't care, as long as it benefits them in the moment. After they leave, I'm more confused than ever. She wants equality when it comes to respect and trust, but traditional gender roles when it comes to money and effort. And I'm the asshole for noticing this? That evening, she comes over with a bottle of 2-buck Chuck. I've already spent an hour cooking dinner. She walks in, kicks off her shoes, and flops on my couch. Complains about what a day she had. Says the patriarchy is exhausting. Tells me Jenny's date was such a typical toxic male. Says he made her pay for her own food, like she's some kind of buddy. Serve her the dinner I cooked. She digs in without saying thanks. Tells me this is good. I should cook more often. Says it's nice when men contribute to domestic labor. Wait, I contribute? I did all of it. She contributed a $3 bottle of wine. But somehow, I'm the one who needs to contribute more. Decide to push back gently. Suggest she could always help cook next time. Say we could make it a team. team effort. She gives me a look like I just suggested something crazy. Tells me I know she can barely boil water. Says besides, cooking is therapeutic for me. Claims she contributes in other ways. Ask what ways. Genuinely curious what her contribution is. She says emotional support, obviously. Explains she helps me process my feelings and grow as a person. So she gets free meals, and I get lectures about my toxic masculinity. What a fair trade. After dinner, she wants to watch a documentary about reproductive rights. Sits curled up against me while talking about bodily autonomy. Explains no one should have the right to question a woman's choices about her body. Says it's fundamentally about control and ownership. I'm listening, but also thinking about the grocery thing and the dinner thing, and how she controls what we watch, what we talk about, what I'm supposed to think. She falls asleep during the movie. I sit there looking at her, wondering how we got to this point. 8 months ago, she seemed so reasonable. Now I feel like I'm walking on eggshells constantly. Week goes by and the pattern continues. Lillian keeps sending me articles about unlearning toxic behavior. Meanwhile, I'm paying for everything and doing all the emotional work, getting tired of being treated like a reformation project. Friday night, she wants to go to some fancy wine bar downtown, place where glasses cost $15 each, suggests it like it's no big deal. Says she heard this new place, Cellar 42, is amazing. Know this is going to cost me at least $100. But whatever. Maybe a nice evening will help us reconnect. Pick her up and we head over. She orders immediately without looking at prices. Gets some expensive Pinot Grigio. I stick with beer to try to keep costs down. She gives me a look. Asks why I'm getting beer at a wine bar. Says this is why she wanted to come here, to try new things. So now I'm obligated to order wine too. While we're waiting for drinks, she starts talking about her coworker Amanda. Goes on about how Amanda's boyfriend is such a catch. Tells me he just bought her a weekend trip to Napa for her birthday. Says that's how you know someone really cares about you. Subtle hint, much? My birthday gift to her was a $200 necklace she picked out. Her birthday gift to me was a book about feminist theory. Drinks arrive, and she immediately orders an appetizer. Then another glass of wine. Talks about how liberated she feels when she doesn't have to worry about money. Says it's so nice to just enjoy herself without stress. Yeah, must be real nice not worrying about money when someone else is paying. Meanwhile, I'm calculating tips and wondering if I'll make rent. Conversation somehow turns back to the paternity test thing. Apparently, she's been thinking about it more. Tells me she's been reading about this issue. Says, did I know that in France, paternity tests are illegal without court order? Ask her why that is. Genuinely curious about the reasoning. Explains because they recognize that it destroys families and relationships. Says it creates an atmosphere of suspicion and mistrust. Claims the government decided protecting family bonds was more important than male anxiety. That actually sounds kind of authoritarian to me. But decide to probe a little deeper. Ask what if there's actual evidence of infidelity. Want to know if people shouldn't have the right to know the truth. She waves her hand dismissively. Asks what kind of evidence I mean. Says like what? A man's paranoid suspicions? Claims that's usually what it comes down to. Order another round while thinking about this. Ask about actual evidence, like if someone admitted to cheating. Mention witnesses, or text messages, or something concrete. She's getting that look again, the one she had during our original flight. Asks why I'm so obsessed with this. Says we resolved this already, but we didn't really resolve it. She just made me feel guilty, and I apologize. Decide to be more direct this time. Tell her I'm not obsessed. I'm just trying to understand her logic. Point out that she said trust is everything in relationships. Mention she doesn't trust waiters, or banks, or mechanics. Ask why this is different. Long pause while she stares at me. Can see the wheels turning in her head. Says those are completely different situations. Claims we're talking about intimate relationships, not business transactions. Ask if the principle isn't the same, though. Point out that verification doesn't mean you don't trust someone. Explain it just means you want to be certain about important things. She's getting agitated now. Voice getting louder, even though we're in public. Says, no, it's not the same principle. Claims when you question paternity, you're questioning a woman's fundamental honesty. Insists you're reducing her to a potential liar and cheater. Other people are starting to look over. Try to keep my voice calm. Ask what if the woman actually did cheat. Want to know if she's saying that never happens. Mistake. Huge mistake. Her face goes completely red. Asks if I'm fucking kidding her right now. Wants to know if I'm seriously suggesting that she would cheat on me. Says after everything we've been through. Scrambling to backtrack. Tell her that's not what I'm saying at all. Explain I'm talking about general principles, not about her specifically. She calls bullshit and says I keep bringing this up. Points out first it was about my hypothetical future kids. Says now I'm talking about evidence of cheating. Asks what's next. Am I going to demand to see her phone? She's full on yelling now. Everyone in the wine bar is staring. Bartender looks like he wants to intervene. Ask her to please calm down. Tell her I'm not accusing her of anything. Ask if we can just discuss this rationally. She explodes at the word rationally. Says there's nothing rational about my obsession with controlling women. Claims this is exactly what toxic masculinity looks like. She stands up abruptly, grabs her purse, says she's going to the bathroom, tells me when she comes back, we're talking about something else, or she's leaving. Sit there for 10 minutes, wondering what the hell just happened. All I did was ask about logical consistency. Somehow that makes me a controlling misogynist. She comes back looking composed but cold. Sits down without making eye contact. Tells me she's been thinking. Says she thinks I need therapy. Ask her therapy for what? Says for my trust issues and internalized misogyny. Claims this obsession with paternity tests isn't normal. Insists healthy men don't think about this stuff. Now I'm getting angry. Spent the last week reading her articles and being lectured, paid for every date, every meal, every drink. And now I need therapy because I asked a logical question? Tell her what's not normal is expecting your boyfriend to pay for everything while lecturing him about equality. Point out she talks about financial independence while being financially dependent. Her mouth dropped open. Clearly wasn't expecting her to push back. Says that's completely different. Claims she contributes to this relationship in other ways. Ask her like what? Want to know, like sending me articles about how terrible men are. Ask if making me feel guilty for having opinions counts. Wonder if explaining why I'm wrong about everything is her contribution. She's sputtering now, looking for words. Says she helps me grow as a person. Claims she challenges my problematic thinking. Insists that's emotional labor. Ask her if emotional labor means lecturing. Tell her because that's what this feels like. Explain she talks, I listen, I apologize. Repeat. She's getting defensive now. Can see her trying to regroup. Says I'm being really unfair right now. Claims she's trying to help me understand important social issues. Insists the fact that I see education as lecturing as part of the problem. But I'm not backing down this time. Finally feeling like I can speak my mind. Ask her about fairness. Want to know if it's fair that I pay for everything while she talks about equality. Ask if it's fair that my feelings don't matter, but hers always do. She says my feelings do matter, but then adds when my feelings are based on sexist assumptions. Explains she can't validate ideas that are harmful. There it is. My feelings only matter when they align with her worldview. Otherwise, they're automatically invalid. Ask if my perspective is worthless because I'm male. Want to know if I'm automatically wrong about everything. Ask how that's equality. She's getting frustrated now. Probably because her usual tactics aren't working. Says it's not about being male, It's about privilege. Claims I have blind spots because of my social position. Insists she's helping me see them. Ask if she never acknowledges that she might have blind spots too. Point out she never considers that she might be wrong about something. Want to know how that's not privilege. Long silence while she processes this. Can see her trying to figure out how to respond. Finally, she just shakes her head. Says she can't believe we're even having this conversation. Claims the fact that I'm comparing male privilege to feminist consciousness. Insists it just shows how much work I still need to do. And there's the deflection. Instead of addressing my point, she's making it about my inadequacy. Classic move to avoid accountability. Decide to try one more approach. Ask if she thinks there's anything she could be wrong about. Want to know if any feminist idea might not be 100% correct. Ask if there's any situation where my perspective might be valid. She thinks for a moment, looking like she's actually considering it. Then her face hardens. Says when it comes to issues affecting women, no. Claims women have lived experience that men simply don't have. Insists my perspective on female oppression isn't really relevant. So my thoughts and feelings literally don't matter because of my gender, but somehow I'm the sexist one. Finish my drink and signal for the check. $127 for 2 hours of being told I'm irrelevant. Great deal. Walk to the car in complete silence. She's clearly expecting me to apologize again, like I always do after these fights. But this time feels different. Drive her home without saying a word. When we get to her place, she turns to me, asks if I'm going to come up. Says we should probably talk about tonight. Tell her I think I need some space to process this. Her face changes immediately. Asks process what? What's there to process? Tell her just carefully. Mention the way these conversations always go. Say how my opinions never seem to matter. She gets defensive again. Says my opinions matter when they're not harmful. Claims she can't pretend to respect ideas that hurt women. Insists that would make her complicit. So we're back to square one. Anything she disagrees with is automatically a convenient way to never have to consider others' viewpoints. Tell her good night. She sits there for a moment, looking confused. Probably expected me to cave like usual. Asks if that's it. Am I just going to leave angry? Tell her I'm not angry. I'm tired. Say I'm tired of having to apologize for existing. Explain. I'm tired of being wrong about everything. Get out and walk around to open her door. Basic courtesy, even when I'm frustrated. She gets out, but doesn't say thank you. Just stands there looking hurt. She tells me she loves me, but says she can't be with someone who doesn't respect women. Claims if I can't see how problematic my thinking is. And there's the ultimatum. Submit to her worldview or lose the relationship. Change my fundamental beliefs or she's gone. Tell her I'll call her tomorrow. Drive home feeling emotionally drained, but also strangely relieved. Like I finally spoke my truth for once. Don't call her the next day like I said I would. Or the day after that. Honestly, just don't give a shit anymore. Feels like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. She texts me around noon on Saturday. Says we need to talk and this silent treatment is childish. Silent treatment? I said I'd call tomorrow, not today. Delete the message without responding. Work my Saturday shift at the cafe, feeling lighter somehow. Marcus notices I seem different. Asks if things are better with the feminist. Tell him I think things are over. He just nods and says, "Good for you, man." She shows up at the cafe around 2 p.m. Tries to act casual, but I can see she's stressed. Orders her usual cortado, but her hands are shaking slightly. Asks if we can talk when I get off work. Tell her I'm busy tonight. She asks about tomorrow. Tell her I'm busy then too. Her face falls, and she realizes I'm serious. She hangs around the cafe for another hour. Keeps glancing over at me while I work. Finally leaves when other customers start looking annoyed. Sends me 3 texts that evening asking what's wrong. Sunday, she calls me 6 times. Let it go to voicemail every time. Listen to the messages later, out of curiosity. First few are her trying to sound understanding. Says she knows I need space, but we should communicate. Claims healthy relationships require open dialogue. Last message is different though. She's crying and her voice is shaking. Says she doesn't understand what she did wrong. Begs me to just talk to her for 5 minutes. Tells me she loves me and misses me. Almost feel bad for a second. Then remember the wine bar and her ultimatum. Delete all the messages. Monday morning, she's waiting outside my apartment. Must have been there since like 6 a.m. I leave for work at 7:30 and she jumps up from the steps. Looks like she slept in her car. Starts following me down the street, talking rapidly. Says she's been thinking about our fight. Claims she might have been too harsh. Insists we can work through this if we just communicate. Keep walking without responding. She's practically jogging to keep up with me. Says she brought me a book about healthy relationship communication. Pulls out some self-help paperback from her purse. Stop walking and look at her. Tell her I don't want the book. Say I don't want to work through anything. Explain I'm done with this relationship. Her face goes white. Asks what I mean by done. Wants to know if this is about the paternity test thing. Says she's willing to compromise on that. Compromise? Now she's willing to compromise? Too little, too late. Tell her it's not about one argument. Explain it's about the pattern of behavior. She starts getting desperate. Says she can change. Claims she didn't realize how her actions were affecting me. Insists she just wants what's best for both of us. Ask her what's best for me according to her. She starts listing things. Says I should be more emotionally open. Claims I need to educate myself about social justice. Insists I should be more financially generous. So even her idea of what's best for me is just me changing to suit her. Tell her that's exactly the problem. Explain I'm tired of being a project to fix. Say I want a partner, not a life coach. Now she's getting it. The mask is starting to slip. Asks if I'm seriously throwing away 8 months of fight. Wants to know if I'm really that immature. There it is. When emotional manipulation doesn't work, she goes to insults. Tell her, yeah, I guess I am that immature. Say maybe she should find a more mature guy who enjoys being lectured. She follows me all the way to the cafe. Customers are staring as she stands outside the window gesticulating. Marcus has to come out and ask her to leave. She finally goes, but not before shouting that I'm making a huge mistake. Wednesday, she sends me a long email, like 2,000 words about our relationship. Starts off apologetic, but quickly becomes accusatory. Blames our breakup on my inability to handle strong women. Says I'm intimidated by her intelligence and independence. Claims I can't cope with being challenged intellectually. Insists most men are threatened by feminist women. Ends by saying she hopes I find someone more on my level. Forward the email to Marcus. He reads it and just laughs. Says she's totally losing her shit. Tells me to block her on everything before she gets worse. Thursday, she shows up at my apartment again. This time, she's brought Jenny for moral support. They corner me as I'm coming home from work. Jenny immediately starts lecturing me about how I'm hurting Lillian. Says Lillian has been crying for days. Claims I'm being cruel and heartless. Insists real men don't just abandon women like this. Asks how I can be so selfish. Tell them both I'm not interested in getting back together. Jenny gets in my face and calls me a typical toxic man. Says Lillian deserves so much better than me. Claims I never appreciated what I had. Lillian is standing behind Jenny crying, but not saying anything. Probably realized her friend is making things worse. I push past them and go into my building. Friday evening, she tries a different approach. Shows up with flowers and my favorite takeout. Says she made a reservation at that Italian place I like. Claims she wants to start over and do things right. Tell her through the door that I'm not interested. She starts crying again. Says she knows she made mistakes, but she's learned from them. Insists she just needs one more chance to prove herself. Ignore her and turn up my TV. She sits outside my door for 3 hours. Neighbors are starting to complain. Finally call building security to have her removed. Saturday morning, my phone starts buzzing at 6 a.m. She's calling from different numbers, probably borrowed phones from friends. Answer one call just to tell her to stop. She immediately starts talking fast, says she knows I'm screening her calls, claims she just wants to explain her side, insists if I would just listen, she could make me understand. Tell her there's nothing to understand. Explain I've heard everything she has to say. Say I'm not interested in her explanations or apologies. Hang up and block that number too. Sunday, she posts on social media about toxic relationships. Can see it because Jenny shared it. Long post about men who can't handle feminist women. Talks about emotional immaturity and male fragility. Doesn't mention me by name, but it's obviously about us. All her feminist friends are commenting with support, calling me pathetic and saying she's better off without me. Whatever. Let them think what they want. Monday, she tries one last desperate move. Shows up at the cafe with her mom. Apparently told her mom some sob story about our relationship. The mom tries to convince me to give Lillian another chance. Says young people break up too easily these days. Claims relationships take work and compromise. Insists Lillian really loves me and made some mistakes. Asks if I can't find it in my heart to forgive her. Feel bad for the mom, but tell her it's over. Explain Lillian, and I want different things. Say we're not compatible, and it's better to end it now. The mom looks disappointed, but doesn't push. Lillian is waiting by my car when I get off work. One last attempt at reconciliation. Starts off calm and rational. Says she's been doing a lot of self-reflection. Claims she realizes she was being controlling. Insists she wants to be a better partner. Says she's even willing to go to couples therapy. Asks if we can just try being friends for now. Tell her no to all of it. Explain I don't want to be friends. Say I don't want her in my life at all. Ask her to please just leave me alone. That's when the mask completely comes off. She stops crying and her voice gets cold. Calls me a fucking idiot for throwing away someone like me. Says I'll never find anyone as good as her. Claims I'm just another mediocre guy who can't handle a real woman. Insists I'll end up with some basic bitch who doesn't challenge me. Says when I'm alone and miserable, I'll realize what I lost. Tells me I'm pathetic and she wasted 8 months on me. Says she should have known better than to date a barista. Claims she was slumming it and lowering her standards. There's the real Lillian. Not the victim, not the concerned girlfriend. Just an entitled narcissist who can't believe someone rejected her. Tell her she's right. I am just a mediocre barista. Say she should definitely find someone more worthy of her greatness. Suggest maybe someone who enjoys being told how terrible they are. She stands there for a moment, looking shocked. Probably expected me to get angry or defensive. Instead, I just get in my car and drive away. See her in my rearview mirror standing there alone. Block her on everything that night. Phone, social media, email, all of it. Change my number the next day just to be sure. Never hear from her again. Marcus asks how I feel about the whole thing. Tell him honestly, relieved. Realize I'd been walking on eggshells for months. Feels good to just be myself again without constant judgment. 2 weeks later, see her at a coffee shop across town. She's with some new guy, already lecturing him about something while he nods along. Poor bastard has no idea what he's in for. She sees me and immediately starts talking louder, obviously trying to make me jealous. Her new boyfriend looks confused by her sudden animation. I just order my coffee and leave. A few months later, hear through mutual friends, she got dumped again. Apparently the new guy got tired of being educated too. She's already posted about it on social media. Another story about toxic men who can't handle strong women. Funny how it's always the guys who are the problem. Never occurs to her that maybe she's the common denominator. But that's her issue now, not mine.
Bin gleich da.
Bergung wurde angefordert.
Be me Feminin. Always thought guys are weak when they cry about relationships. Have a brother, Corvin, kinda soft, but nice guy. He's living with his girlfriend, Morel, who just had a cute baby. I think it's cringe, but whatever, his choice. Honestly, never understood why men make such a big deal out of everything. Like when my friend's ex complained about paying alimony for 3 months straight. Meanwhile, women deal with actual problems and just get on with it. Corvin was different somehow. Never really complained about anything. Just went along with whatever Morel wanted. Remember when they first got together, maybe 2 years ago? She was this bubbly girl from his work cafeteria or something. Always giggling at his jokes, even when they weren't funny. Thought she was putting on an act. Corvin ate it up. Within 6 months, she moved into his apartment. The pregnancy announcement came somewhere around last spring, I think. They were both glowing and excited about becoming parents. Corvin immediately started buying baby books and planning nurseries. Spent weekends assembling cribs and painting walls light yellow. Said they wanted to be surprised about the gender. Meanwhile, I was finishing my degree and watching this whole domestic scene unfold. My friend Alara from law school kept making jokes about how quickly they were moving. Said something about how smart women wait to see if a guy is actually commitment material. But honestly, I just thought Morel got lucky finding someone so willing to provide. The baby arrived sometime in late summer. Cute little thing with dark hair. Corvin was completely smitten. Took paternity leave and everything. Would send me photos constantly of the kids sleeping, making faces. Started talking about marriage and buying a house in the suburbs. Typical guy getting all emotional about fatherhood. Around this time, my mom started making comments about when I would settle down. Said Corvin was setting a good example by taking responsibility. Kept hinting that I should find someone reliable like him. Honestly made me want to avoid family dinners for a while. Then, somewhere in early fall, Corvin mentioned doing one of those DNA ancestry tests. Said he wanted to know more about our family background for the baby. Morel thought it was a cute idea, said she might do one too. Just seemed like another one of those trendy things people were doing. Like when everyone was doing those personality tests online. Didn't think much of it when he ordered the kit. Just another thing to waste money on, in my opinion. But Corvin was always interested in that genealogy stuff. Used to spend hours on those family tree websites when we were younger. So it made sense he would want to do this. The kit arrived maybe a week later in a plain white box. Corvin was excited like a kid on Christmas morning. Read all the instructions twice before doing the sample. Said he wanted to make sure he did it right, so the results would be accurate. Morel joked that he was being obsessive about a simple spit test. Few weeks passed, and honestly forgot about the whole thing. Was dealing with my own stuff, final semester projects and applications. Corvin seemed normal during this time, still playing happy dad. Would babysit sometimes when Morel needed to run errands. Everything looked perfectly domestic and boring. Then the email notification came on a Tuesday, I think. Corvin called me around lunchtime, sounding weird. Said his results were ready, but he hadn't looked yet. Wanted me to come over that evening to check them together. Thought it was strange, figured he was just being dramatic. Showed up at his apartment around 7. Morel was feeding the baby in the kitchen. Corvin had his laptop open on the coffee table, but the screen was black. Said he had been staring at the login page for 20 minutes, couldn't bring himself to actually sign in. Told him to stop being ridiculous and just click the button. These tests are supposed to be fun, not stressful. He finally entered his password and waited for the page to load. Started scrolling through the ethnicity breakdown first. Mostly what we expected based on what Mom had told us growing up. Then he clicked on the DNA relatives section. Page took forever to load because their internet was slow. But when it finally came up, something was immediately wrong. The paternity section showed 0% match with the baby. Corvin just stared at the screen without saying anything. Morel came over to see what we were looking at. When she saw the results, she started crying immediately. Said the test had to be wrong because those things aren't always accurate. Corvin still hadn't said a word. He kept refreshing the page, like he thought the numbers might change if he tried another time. Honestly, my first thought was that Morel had screwed up the baby sample. Maybe mixed up the swabs or contaminated something. Seemed more likely than the obvious explanation. But Corvin was starting to look sick, face all pale and sweaty. Finally closed the laptop and said he needed some air. Spent the next hour trying to convince him that it was probably a mistake. These home tests aren't as reliable as medical grade ones. It could be a lab error or database glitch or something. Morel kept nodding and saying exactly what I was thinking. But deep down, we all knew what this probably meant. Corvin barely slept that night, according to what he told me later. Kept staring at the baby and trying to see family resemblances. Said he realized he had been assuming the kid looked like him, but now couldn't tell if that was real or just wishful thinking. Morel cried herself to sleep on the couch. Next morning, he called in sick to work. Spent the day researching DNA testing accuracy rates. Found out that paternity results are actually pretty reliable. False negatives are extremely rare with these companies, but still wasn't ready to accept what this meant. Meanwhile, I was trying to process this information myself. Always assumed Morel was straightforward and honest. It never occurred to me that she might have been with someone else. Started remembering little things that seemed suspicious now, like how she avoided talking about her past relationships. Corvin decided to get a clinical paternity test done through a medical lab. Said he needed to be absolutely certain before making any decisions. Made an appointment for that Thursday at a place downtown. Asked me to drive him because he didn't trust himself behind the wheel. Morel stayed home with the baby. Said she was too embarrassed to go. The clinic was one of those sterile medical buildings. Filled out paperwork while Corvin sat there looking miserable. Technician was professional, but you could tell she had seen this before. Took samples from both Corvin and the baby. Said results would be ready in 3 business days. Those 3 days were probably the worst of Corvin's life. Called me every few hours to ask me what I thought would happen. Couldn't concentrate at work, so basically stopped going. His manager started leaving voicemails asking if he was okay. Morel was walking around like a ghost, barely talking to anyone. Meanwhile, my friend Laura was asking why I seemed so distracted. Couldn't really explain the situation without betraying Corvin's privacy. But she could tell something serious was happening to my family. Kept offering to help if there was anything she could do for me. Didn't realize how relevant that offer would become. Friday afternoon, the clinic called with results. Corvin was at my apartment when his phone rang. Put it on speaker so I could hear too. Technician confirmed what we already suspected. 0 probability of paternity. Results were definitive. Corvin just hung up and sat there for maybe 10 minutes. Didn't cry or yell or punch anything like guys do in movies. Just looked completely empty, like someone had unplugged him. Finally said he needed to go home and figure out what to do next. Asked if I would come with him to talk to Morel. The conversation was exactly as awkward as you would expect. Morel started crying before Corvin even showed her the official results. Said she had made a mistake, but it didn't mean anything. Claimed it was just one night and she wasn't even sure who the father was. Corvin listened to all of this without interrupting. When she finished explaining, he asked very quietly who else it could be. Morel mentioned a few names, guys from work or friends of friends, said she had been drinking and wasn't thinking clearly. Kept apologizing and saying she never meant for this to happen. But Corvin was already mentally checking out of the conversation. Spent the next week in this weird limbo state. Corvin was still living in the apartment, but sleeping on the couch. Morel kept trying to act like everything was normal, would ask him to help with feeding or changing diapers. He would do it, but you could see it was killing him inside. His friend Arden started coming around more often during this time. Could tell something was wrong, but didn't know the details. Kept suggesting they go out to drink, catch a game somewhere. Corvin would always decline, said he had too much to think about. Arden eventually cornered me and asked what was going on. Decided Corvin needed someone to talk to besides me. Told Arden about the paternity test results. He was shocked, but immediately understood why Corvin was falling apart. Said he would try to get him out of the apartment more. Maybe help him clear his head and figure out next steps. Around this same time, my mom started asking questions. Noticed that Corvin wasn't posting baby photos anymore. Said he seemed distant during their phone call. Wanted to know if there were problems between him and Morel. Didn't know how to explain without making everything worse. Alara was also picking up on my stress during this. Finally told her what was happening with the paternity situation. She immediately went into lawyer mode and started asking practical questions, like whether Corvin's name is on the birth certificate, and what his legal obligations might be going forward. Turns out the law is pretty complicated in these situations. If you're not married, the biological father is limited to automatic rights. But if someone else is acting as father, they can become legally responsible, especially if they're providing financial support for extended periods. Corvin has been paying for everything since the baby was born. Alara said he should probably consult with a family law attorney, get advice about how to protect himself financially, and understand what his options were for backing out. Never really thought about men needing legal protection in these situations, but apparently it happens more often than people realize. Meanwhile, Corvin was getting more withdrawn every day. Stopped answering texts from coworkers who were asking about his absence. His manager finally called me directly asking if there was a family emergency. Had to make up some vague story about personal issues. Didn't want to get him fired on top of everything else. Morel was also starting to panic about their living situation. Realized that Corvin might actually leave. She couldn't afford rent alone. Started being extra nice and cooking his favorite meals. Talking about couples counseling and working through their problems. You could see in Corvin's eyes that he was already gone. The breaking point came maybe 3 weeks after the test result. Was having dinner at Mom's house. The first time we had all been together. Mom was asking why Corvin looked so tired and thin. Morel started crying and said they were having relationship difficulties, but didn't mention anything about the real reason. Corvin sat through this whole performance without saying anything. Mom started giving advice about communication and compromise. Said all couples go through rough patches after having a baby. Kept talking about how important it was for him to step up as a father. You could see him getting more and more agitated. Finally, he stood up and said he needed to leave. Mom asked what was wrong and why he was being so rude. Morel was still sniffling and playing the victim. That's when I decided I had heard enough of this nonsense. Someone needed to tell the truth about what was actually happening. Looked straight at Mom and said Corvin wasn't the father. Room went completely silent for maybe 30 seconds. Mom's face went through about 5 different expressions. Morel stopped crying and started looking panicked. Corvin just nodded like he was relieved someone finally said it. Mom immediately started asking questions about how we knew for sure, explained about the DNA tests and medical confirmation. She turned to Morel and asked if this was true. Morel admitted that she had been with someone else, but kept insisting it was a mistake and didn't change how she felt about Corbin. Mom's reaction was not what I expected at all. Thought she might blame Corbin for not being man enough to keep his woman. Instead, she got angry at Morel for deceiving everyone. Said she felt sorry for the baby, but Corbin had no obligation to raise another man's child. Told Morel she should contact the actual father immediately. This was the first time anyone had clearly stated that Corbin could walk away. Up until then, everyone was tiptoeing around the situation, acting like he was stuck because the baby was innocent. Mom's bluntness seemed to give him permission to consider his own needs. He could see something shift in his posture. Drove Corbin home that night in complete silence. When we got to his building, he asked if I thought he was being selfish. I told him honestly that he had every right to start over. No one should have to build their life around someone else's lives. He nodded and said he had already been thinking the same thing. Next morning, he called Arden and asked for help finding a new place. Said he wanted to move out as soon as possible. Arden didn't ask any questions, just started looking at apartment listings. Found a decent one-bedroom across town that was available immediately. Corbin put down a deposit that afternoon. Meanwhile, Morel was desperately trying to change his mind. Said she would do anything to make this work. Promised to cut contact with everyone from her past. Kept talking about how good they were together before all this happened. But Corbin had already emotionally moved on. Packing took most of a weekend with help from me and Arden. Weird seeing Corbin's stuff separated from all the baby things. Realized how much of his identity had become tied up in being a father. Now he was back to just being himself again, which was probably healthier in the long run. Morel tried to guilt-trip him right until the end. Said the baby would grow up without a father figure. Claimed she couldn't afford to raise a child alone. Kept asking what she was supposed to tell people about why he left. Corbin finally told her that wasn't his problem to solve. Ilara came by during the move and casually mentioned some legal advice. Said Corbin should document everything about the maternity test results. Keep records showing he had stopped financial support immediately after finding out. Would help protect him if anyone tried to claim he was legally responsible for it. Handed him a business card for a family law she knew. Mom showed up on the last day to help clean the apartment. Didn't say much. Could tell she was proud of Corbin. Kept making comments about how he deserved better in this situation. Said she hoped he would find someone honest next time. Seemed relieved that he wasn't going to waste his life on a lie. The actual moving day was strange, anticlimactic. Corbin loaded his last box into Arden's truck around noon. Morel was holding the baby and crying on the front steps. He looked at him for a few seconds, but didn't say goodbye. Just got in the passenger seat and told Arden to drive. His new apartment was small but clean and completely his own. Spent that first evening sitting on boxes, eating takeout. Said it felt weird to be alone, but also peaceful. No more walking on eggshells or pretending everything was fine. Could finally start thinking about what he actually wanted from life. Took him another week to go back to work. Told his manager he had been dealing with a family crisis, but it was resolved now. Coworkers who asked about the baby got vague answers about relationship changes. Slowly started acting more like his old self again. Even made plans to grab drinks with some guys from the office. Arden was instrumental in getting him back to normal social activities. Dragged him out to sports bars and introduced him to new people. Said Corbin needed to remember what it was like to have fun, without constantly worrying about someone else's needs. Took a while, but gradually he started smiling again. Ilara's lawyer friend turned out to be really helpful. Explained that since Corbin wasn't married and had stopped support immediately, his legal exposure was minimal as long as he stayed away. advised him to avoid any contact with Morel or the baby going forward. Said clean breaks were usually better for everyone involved. A few months later, heard through mutual friends that Morel had figured out who the real father was. Apparently, he wasn't interested in being involved. She ended up moving back in with her parents to help with childcare. Felt a little bad for the baby, but not really for her. Actions have consequences. She made her choices. Corvin started dating again sometime around the new year. Nothing serious, but seemed to be enjoying meeting new people. Said he was being more careful about red flags this time. Wanted to really know someone before getting emotionally invested, which seemed like a healthy approach after everything that happened. Looking back on this whole situation changed my perspective on some things. Used to think men were just being dramatic about relationship problems. But watching Corvin go through this was genuinely heartbreaking. He had planned his whole future around something that wasn't real. It took real strength to walk away and start over. Also made me appreciate having friends like Alara who know about legal stuff. Never realized how complicated these situations could get, or how important it is to understand your rights and options. Probably saved Corvin from years of financial obligation he didn't actually have. Knowledge is power when your life is falling apart. Mom's reaction also surprised me in a good way. Expected her to pressure Corvin into staying for traditional family value reasons. Instead, she supported his decision to prioritize his own well-being. Said life is too short to waste on people who lie to you. Was proud of her for seeing the situation clearly. These days, Corvin seems much happier and more confident. Has his own place, stable job, and active social life. Talks about maybe wanting kids someday, but with the right person. Said this experience taught him to trust his instincts more and not ignore warning signs just because he wants something to work out. Arden remains his best friend and biggest supporter through all of this. Proved that good friends will help you move on from bad situations without judging your choices or trying to fix everything. Just showed up when needed and provided practical assistance. That kind of loyalty is rare and valuable. Alara's legal connections turned out to be more useful than expected. Having someone who understands family law made a huge difference in helping Corvin protect himself and make informed decisions. Reminded me why it's important to have friends with different professional expertise. You never know when you might need specialized knowledge. Even learn something about my own assumptions and biases. Used to dismiss men's relationship problems or drama. But betrayal hurts everyone, regardless of gender. Corvin's pain was real and justified given what he had been put through. Made me more empathetic to people dealing with similar situations. The whole experience also highlighted how quickly life can change. One day, Corvin thought he was building a family. The next day, he discovered his entire reality was based on deception. But he adapted and rebuilt rather than staying stuck in a bad situation, which takes courage most people don't realize they have. Morel occasionally tries to contact him through social media or mutual friends, usually around holidays or the baby's birthday. Sends photos and updates like they're still connected somehow. Corvin blocks these attempts and maintains strict no contact, which seems healthier than getting drawn back into drama. Sometimes wonder what would have happened if he had never done that DNA test. Might have spent years raising another man's child without knowing. Probably would have married Morel and bought that suburban house. Built his whole identity around a foundation of lies. Ignorance might have felt better in the short term, but truth was better long term. His co-workers still don't know the full story about what happened. Just think he went through a bad breakup and moved on. Corvin prefers keeping his personal life private at work. Says it's nobody's business, and he doesn't want sympathy or gossip, which is probably the mature way to handle it. My relationship with Corvin got stronger through this whole ordeal. He appreciated having family support when his world was falling apart. said it meant everything to have someone who believed him and backed his decisions. Made me realize how important sibling relationships can be during crisis. We talk more now and are closer than we were before. Also changed how I think about marriage and commitment in general. Used to assume people were basically honest about important things. Now realize how easy it is for someone to maintain elaborate deceptions. Makes me want to be more careful about who I trust with my future, and more understanding when relationships don't work out as planned. The baby is probably around 2 years old now, based on my calculations. Hope Morel eventually finds stable support system for raising her child. But glad Corbin didn't sacrifice his life for someone else's mistake. Everyone deserves a chance to build happiness on honest foundations. Lies always come out eventually and cause more damage the longer they persist. These days, when friends complain about relationship drama, I listen differently. Try to understand their perspective instead of immediately judging. Recognize that people can genuinely be blindsided by betrayal, and that walking away is sometimes the strongest choice you can make. Not every situation can or should be fixed through compromise. Corvin finally moves out, leaves Morel behind. Arden helps him carry boxes. Alara throws some legal advice like it's nothing. Mom doesn't say shit, just sits there. I watch my brother start over with literally nothing, all because of a piece of paper that said, "Not the father."
Eintreffende Dark-Zone-Lieferung. Feindliche Patrouille erkannt.
Jade faces the soldiers firmly and decides to confront them, making it clear.
Dark-Zone-Lieferung ist erfolgt.
One of the officers, irritated by the decision, threatens him, saying he will regret it. Jade, however, keeps his confident stance and prepares to fight. Jade was officially fired by the Magic Bureau, while other magicians despise him behind his back, calling him useless and saying he was never fit for the position. He wakes up everything he built. Without direction, saying that being late on the very first day is a bad example for the students. Jade during the ceremony,
Sofortige medizinische Hilfe erforderlich.
Among the students, some show surprise and resistance to the idea of attending a rural school. Jade is called to class, but shows nervousness about speaking in public. Even hesitating, he formally presents himself as the new teacher for their magic class, thanking them for welcoming him. The students comment that Jade seems strict and express doubts about his ability as a teacher. Back in the teacher's room, Jade vents, saying the introduction was stressful. His colleagues try to lighten the mood with humorous comments about his speech. Jade is introduced to Mr. Floyd, who is responsible for the classes and receives guidance to work hard as the new teacher. He is also informed that Minna will be his assistant. Despite the warm welcome, some teachers question the director's decision to hire an unknown 30-year-old. While walking with Minna, Jade wonders why Floyd dislikes him and seems so untrustworthy.
Feindliche
Minna tries
Patrouille
to
erkannt.
reassure him, saying there are more important tasks to focus on. When they arrive at the classroom, Jade decides to enter first and notices that the door's decoration looks like it was made by the students themselves. Jade firmly says he wants to face the students head-on to earn their trust. Minna is surprised by his
Helikopter ist fast in
determination,
der
and
Bergungszone.
Jade, without hesitation, opens the classroom door energetically and enters decisively. As soon as Jade enters the classroom, the floor beneath him
Feindliche
explodes
Patrouille
like a
entdeckt.
trap. Immediately after, an eraser is thrown forcefully at him, showing that the students prepared a hostile welcome. Jade reacts quickly,
Heli vor Ort.
Bin bei dir. Willst du mal was?
His agility impresses the students, who are surprised by the precise and firm reaction of the new teacher. Jade holds the eraser with a smile, praising the trap and saying he calls this his Jade style of teaching. Then he notices an opening. One of the students, hiding with a determined expression, after being caught by
Feindliche Verteidigerdrohne
he said
entdeckt.
he also used to play many tricks when he was younger.
Feindliche
He
Patrouille
officially
entdeckt.
introduced himself with a smile, bringing the students' attention in a light and relaxed way. Jade tries to keep it with movement and suggests starting the introduction. The students remain restless and noisy. Despite the smile on his face, inside he already feels exhausted, as if
Von
his
schnell gepanzerten Feinden bewachter Ort bekannt. Dark Zone Lieferung geborgen.
Class is full of problematic,
Der Helikopter fliegt zurück.
strong and difficult. Two teachers discuss the decision to assign Jade to the special class. One questions the choice, remembering that the previous teacher couldn't handle the pressure and ran away. The other responds confidently, mentioning that Jade was one of the 3 masters of Wyndham Academy, indicating he has the potential to handle the challenge. During the conversation, one teacher explains that every 6 years only 3 students enter Class S, and the same 3 stay for 3 consecutive and no one expected someone like him to end up in a rural school. Teachers learn that Jade was a coordinator of the Magic Bureau, a highly prestigious position. One of the others suggests checking concrete proof to confirm the truth. Seeing a huge hole in the castle wall, one teacher is shocked. The other explains that he
Elektronisches
asked
Gerät
Jade
erkannt.
to demonstrate some of his power the day before, and that hole was the result. The demonstration serves as clear
Tragbares
proof
Gerät erkannt.
of Jade's strength. The teachers ask Jade to demonstrate his 2-stage magic, trusting the reinforced magical hall's resistance, which had never been damaged before. Jade calmly accepts, while Mina, worried, asks him not to overdo it. Jade begins his magic demonstration with calm and focus. He summons complex magic circles and starts a powerful spell, reciting
Entdecke
clear
kontaminierte
movement,
Ausrüstung.
activating his 2-stage magic with precision and force. Jade surprises everyone by exceeding expectations, activating a 3-stage magic by invoking Quorotoraku. Advanced magic circles appear in the air, while lightning surrounds his body. One teacher watches impressed, realizing Jade commands a level far above the ordinary. Jade reaches the 4th phase of magic with the spell Rise Haito, releasing energy so intense that even the teachers are impressed. They comment that only a few magicians from the capital could achieve something like that. Mina watches in awe, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the power Jade is unleashing. Jade finishes his demonstration with the 5th phase of the spell, Vijitsu, releasing devastating power that
Feindliche
destroys
Patrouille
the ground
erkannt.
and leaves everyone shocked. The teachers and Mina watch in disbelief, amazed by the absurd strength of a mage who surpassed the common limits of magic. Facing the huge hole left in the magically reinforced wall, one teacher observes in shock. He admits, incredulous, that he never imagined someone could use 5 days magic with definitive proof that
Bergung
Jade
wurde
was
angefordert.
The teachers comment that Jade might be able to use magic up to 7 phases, something extremely rare. One wonders why someone with so much power would choose to teach at a remote school, while the other believes Jade must have his own reasons. In the end, they agree that, at least, it will be interesting to follow. Watching Jade in front of the class, the teachers wonder if such a talented mage can transform a class full of problematic students. Meanwhile, Jade smiles confidently, marking the true beginning of his life as a teacher. Mina introduces herself to the class as the assistant teacher for the semester. Enthusiastically, she asks everyone to pay attention, while Jade watches the class from the back, marking the official start of the lessons. Mina suggests the students introduce themselves, so Jade can get to know them better. Jade agrees and organizes the introductions in roll call order, asking each to say something. In his thoughts, he thanks Mina
Der
for support.
Bergungshelikopter ist
Other
fast da.
students introduce she identifies as the reincarnation of the Demon King from the chaos of the demon world. Jade, surprised by the eccentric
Feindliche
answer,
Patrouille
asks
erkannt.
for a more practical introduction, but realizes he will have to deal with very unusual personalities. The Manny continues, saying she comes from the royal capital, wants to use the magic
Heli
dragon,
angekommen.
and dreams of becoming the queen of pirates. Her hobby is imagining heroic battles against demons at school, earning applause for this. Jade thanks her with a smile, trying to keep his composure as he calls the next student.
Ein Agent in der Nähe ist
Kelvin
abtrünnig.
introduces himself enthusiastically,
Feindliche
saying he wants to
explosive
be
Submarine entdeckt. Abtrünniger Agent
wants
bekannt.
to be a magical engineer who loves teamwork and scrap. Jade reacts with him, finding their goals more fun. Disinterested, distantly received. Jade tries to interact with Sasha, but she responds. Her classmate scolds her abstinence, asking for at least one introduction. Jade watches the
Lebensfunktionen kritisch.
realizing this class will require even more patience.
Agent außer Gefecht.
Harwitz introduces himself politely,
Darkzone-Lieferung
saying he is
abgelaufen.
from the royal capital, likes magical research, and dreams of becoming an instructor. Although called
Agent
president by
getötet.
classmates, he makes clear he does not
Sicherer
officially
Bereich
hold that
entdeckt.
position. Jade listens attentively, while other students comment on his always serious attitude. Miko introduces herself excitedly, saying she is from the village of Croissant. Her hobby is playing with magical animals, and her dream is to become a summoning mage. Jade and Mina are surprised
Agent
by her
fordert Verstärkung
enthusiasm,
an.
as she seems to forget to finish her sentence. Jade thinks about summoning magic, considered difficult and theoretical, used to connect worlds and give form to summoned beings. He recalls an old colleague who apparently guided Miko to success easily. Even so, he decides to encourage her, saying he will root for her to become the world's first great summoner. Miko responds excitedly, promising to do her best. It's Leo's turn to introduce himself, but he provokes Jade by calling him old. After a small back and forth between them, Miko encourages him, and he finally speaks. He says he was born in a rural village, likes swords, and dreams of becoming the commander of the kingdom's knights. Leo C. Confidently declares he wants to become the best magic swordsman,
Empfang begrenzt. Nur
surpassing even
Nahbereichsabdeckung.
Sama. His determination impresses Jade, who watches the student closely, noticing so much ambition. Leo questions Jade for referring to Azel without formality, since he admires him as a hero. Jade then reveals that he himself is the Azel Leo talks about, explaining that both are 29 years old, and that he is also the old Azel Leo idolizes. The revelation leaves everyone surprised. Enraged by the revelation, Leo believes Jade is mocking Azel Sama and flies into a rage. With his sword in hand, he charges at Jade, saying he will not forgive him and shouting that he will kill him. His blind admiration for Azel makes him completely lose control. Jade senses the danger when Leo draws his sword, consumed by anger. The other students panic at the possibility of a fight inside the classroom. Jade then prepares to act, determined to show his true power in front of the students for the first time. With a single move, Jade grabs Leo's arm and completely immobilizes him. Unable to react, Leo feels the weight of Jade's strength. The teacher apologizes for speaking ill of Azel and asks for forgiveness, ending the conflict. Leo steps back, irritated but accepting, acknowledging the difference in power. After the commotion, Jade resumes the lesson and thanks the students for their introductions. Mina watches him admiringly, recalling his magical feat and physical strength, recognizing how incredible he is. The students, excited, ask Jade to introduce himself as well, and he agrees with a smile. Mina enthusiastically introduces herself as the assistant teacher of the class. She says she is a former student of Elm Institute and studied basic and applied magic, being part of the first graduating class. She says she will support Jade during the semester and is warmly welcomed by the students. Jade formally introduces himself to the class. He says he was born in the village of Dirge, studied in the capital, and worked in the magic department before becoming a teacher. He mentions many things happened before he got there, and reveals that his hobby is researching offensive magic. During the class, a student asks if Jade is married. He answers no, and when asked if he has a girlfriend, he dodges with a no comments. This causes whispers among the students, who conclude he has no one. Visibly uncomfortable, Jade tries to change the subject and asks if there are any other relevant questions. The teasing continues when a female student asks if Professor Jade is alive, and he answers dryly that yes, he is. Another student, outraged, stands up and demands respect, defending Jade by saying that not having a girlfriend doesn't justify being rude to him. The classroom turns chaotic, and Jade himself feels embarrassed, while the class representative tries to restore order. After finally ending the class, Jade collapses exhausted on the desk, completely defeated by the class's agitation. Mina approaches, trying to comfort him, though even she doesn't know if she could have handled it better. Frustrated, he loudly questions what happened to his dignity as a teacher. Mina tries to ease the situation with a smile, saying she refrains from commenting, while Jade sinks deeper into his own frustration. Soon after, they are called by Floyd, who informs them that Scarlett is waiting for them in the teacher's room. Jade replies that he still needs to introduce himself to the director and follows down the corridor alongside Mina. Jade walks with Mina until they part ways when Scarlett calls him. He responds disheartened, and when asked about the class, admits he realized how hard it is to deal with kids that age. Scarlett reproaches him with an ironic smile, saying it's worrying to hear that from a teacher, and warns him not to end up giving Mina trouble. Scarlett reveals to Jade that the class he is teaching is informally known as the failures of the magic class. Although officially called the Magic Enterprise class, everyone behind the scenes uses that derogatory nickname, and she laments that Mina was assigned that responsibility. Jade listens, surprised, sensing the stigma around the class. Jade questions the label of failures given to the Magic Enterprise class, but Scarlett reinforces that none of the students in that class ever advanced to the second year. She states that magic requires talent before effort, and those who stumble at the start cannot get back up. According to her, that class serves as a negative example to motivate other students, being considered useful only for that. Jade watches the director walk away while the words "failures class" echo in his mind. Clenching his fist firmly, he stares down the empty corridor and makes a decision. Determined, he decides he will change that class's fate with his own hands. Jade walks determined through the school halls with one goal in mind: to make every student NT able to use magic freely and achieve their own dreams. He swears to himself that he will make them all believe in their own future. Jade observes Leo training intensely alone. He remembers the boy wants to surpass Azel and become a great knight, but realizes that if he keeps pushing his body like that, he might end up hurt. Despite wanting to warn him, Jade decides to hold back. He knows Leo doesn't trust him as a teacher yet, and interfering now would only push the boy further away. Jade thinks about helping Leo with sword techniques, but decides to look for a more appropriate teacher. He goes to the teacher's room, but finds that Mina left with Scarlett Sensei. Unsure whether to wait for her or go to the director's office, Jade is surprised by a voice calling him. Jade senses a strong magical presence in the courtyard and runs to check. Upon arrival, he sees Leo being brutally beaten by senior students. Shocked by the scene, he understands this is not a fight, but a cowardly assault. The senior students continue humiliating Leo, telling him to know his place and calling him a failure. Leo tries to resist, but is clearly at a disadvantage. Jade quickly arrives to help Leo, worried about his injuries. He reprimands the students who are attacking, reminding them they are from the cavalry class. The cavalry class students try to justify the assault, saying Leo attacked first with his sword, and they acted in self-defense. Jade listens, but realizes their speech only tries to discredit Leo for being from the class labeled as failures. The head of the cavalry department tries to defend his student, calling Leo impulsive and labeling the magic class students as failures. Jade, refusing to accept the prejudice, demands he take back that term. Jade defends Leo before the cavalry teacher, stating that he may be impulsive, but is someone proud of his beliefs and does not attack without reason. He demands they retract the term failure, emphasizing the boy's value as a student. The cavalry teacher reacts angrily to Jade's words, telling him to shut up. He accuses the young teacher of insolence and declares that he too will be punished for misconduct, while Leo watches everything surprised. Jade, firm, does not back down from the threat. Before the punishment against Jade proceeds, director Earl Bent intervenes firmly. He states that from his point of view, Leo was the true victim, acting only in self-defense. Still, the cavalry head tries to maintain the version that his student was unfairly attacked and insists the failures class be abolished. Jade reports that Leo was kicked in the face while on the ground, which outrages director Earl Bent. When confronted, the cavalry student denies everything and claims this goes against the principles of a knight. Trying to justify himself, he says he got confused when Leo threatened him with a sword and only retaliated. The director then demands to hear Leo's version directly. Jade calms Leo and encourages him to tell the truth, taking responsibility for using the sword if necessary. Leo, with a bruised face, reveals he was only training alone when, as usual, Alim and the others appeared to mock him. Even though he was repeatedly called a failure, he had been enduring it alone until then. Leo angrily recalls Alim's taunts. He belittles the sword, saying it looked like a piece of iron, even though he knew it was forged with effort by his friend Keith. Moreover, Alim insulted Azel, the person Leo admires, insinuating he only became the leader of the sword division through connections. Moved by anger and loyalty, Leo cannot stand hearing insults against Azel. He stands determined and attacks with his training sword, declaring Azel is the true #1 knight of the kingdom. Leo admits his mistake in attacking, driven by pride and anger. He recognizes that Azel would never use a sword to harm without reason. Even so, Alim used magic to strengthen himself and brutally beat him, proving the fight was unfair. Leo bows and admits he was wrong for letting anger control him and attacking with the sword. Humbly, he sincerely apologizes to Alim. The director questions Alim about the provocations made against Leo and Azel. Pressured, Alim tries to deny, but ends up confirming it's true. The director laments that he was not honest from the start. The director reveals that a student came to report the fight to him. This surprises Alim, who is immediately struck with a direct punch to the face. The director reprimands the students firmly, telling them not to underestimate the result. The three attackers fall silent, visibly pressured. Jade watches the scene as the director approaches. The director looks seriously at Jade and asks for his opinion on the case, making it clear his answer will be decisive. Everyone waits in silence, attentive to the position the new teacher will take in the conflict. Jade admits that Leo should be punished for drawing his sword against another. Student and also takes responsibility for not monitoring his behavior better. However, he asks that everyone listen to what he has to say before any final judgment. Jade reports seeing Leo training hard before
Well, that's
That's
fine.
strange.
I'm just gonna place 4 of
The developers were like, you know, maybe some of our users have a weird aesthetic preference.
You sure can. And can I walk on it? You sure can't. Well, that's fine.
Sure
I'm just...
I missed the joke. You sure can. Can I walk on it? You sure can. So it's fucking useless. It's just
place
aesthetic.
4 of these things down then. So instead we have this really awkward looking raft. Well, let's collect more of these if we can.
hell?
Okay, we've collected a whole bunch of these things. Oh boy, I love surprises. Let's see what we got. Motivational quote. Teasingly perfect. I'll be the judge of that. And there. Good thing.
That is so fucking useless. What the fuck? Bitch, I don't need motivation. I need the shark to stop destroying my raft. Good things will come to those who float. Will that stop the shark?
Things come to those who float. Amazing addition. And let's see what else we got. Another motivational quote. Yeah. Seize Hide. Oh wait, seize the...
Oh my god! I'm sorry. My humor is so dumb. Seize the day.
Today. I like it. And a clock. Thank God we can just keep adding more.
Bro, the pun is so dumb too. I hate it. Yes, seize the day. I'm so lonely out here in the sea that my humor has gone downhill.
Stuff to the pile.
Damn. I fucking hate that the rug doesn't even match the color scheme of the clock either. Like, there's no cohesion in the design.
It stars another motivational quote.
Wow, we are getting motivated today.
Okay, let's see. Our vision board's getting a little full. But hey, that seems like a perfectly
Live,
good place.
laugh,
Good
sail.
live, come laugh.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Yo, I love this guy. His humor is... I love it. I was scared, but this is fun.
Board's getting a little full. But hey, that seems like a perfectly good place.
Live.
Good live, come laugh, who float sail. Now we're making real art. Curtains, string lights. Oh yeah, that really adds to the decor. I don't know if anything's gonna be able to beat string lights. I stand corrected.
Damn, imagine getting string lights out in the ocean. Wow, definitely an essential.
Beautiful way to seize the day. Nothing like...
What the fuck? Sorry. Oh my god. He's shitting and he's like, yes, seize the day. What was the quote? Good live, who love, who float sail.
Doing your business with a view. Anyway, let's get to the next part of all this. Now, we can't stay on the open water forever. There's secrets out there.
He doesn't even have a bed. Oh.
They're just waiting for us. But the first step in all that is we need to build a research table. Used to research new items to craft. And we'll go ahead and just put it right here like this. So we can do...
What? You're shitting? You can turn... Well, you know, that's the best thing about this toilet. You can like take a shit and face the motivational wall, or if you want to be productive, you can turn around and do your research while shitting. So efficient.
Do all of our work from the home office, and basically we open the book and we just...
It's not just a toilet, it's also a chair. And you know what's the best part? You don't even need to stand up to go to the toilet because you're already sitting on it. Efficient.
Just start dragging...
Wait, what? I've seen straight up yachts built out of this game. Bro, if I tried to build shit on here, it would look like a disaster.
Taking everything we have and doing a little bit of research. And once we've researched enough things...
While shitting. Can't forget that.
We can start to learn stuff. Learn.
Damn, I love learning.
And now it's time to become suddenly really educated. Look at all this stuff we have now. Purifiers, grills. I mean, not like we're gonna use those things, but it's nice to know they're there. We are gonna build this smelter though, because it's gonna let us melt copper, which just give it a quick second and it's gonna be ready. Ah, there we go. Forbidden espresso. Give me that. And we need that for a little more researching, because that's going to allow us to make some vital components, like circuit boards and simple batteries. No, really. We're going to do that right here on our beautiful toilet raft.
He doesn't even have, like, a kitchen yet.
Which we're going to use to make a receiver. Used to locate nearby radio signals. Kind of feel like we're running out of space, but... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Looks like...
Bro, you covered our motivational quotes. How are we gonna get motivated now?
These blocks are trying to spell hell. Oh, but we're not done yet. This thing needs antennas.
Nothing more motivating than the fear of hell.
Work. And they need
yes, religion. I don't want to go to hell, so I'll be a good person and be motivated.
To be at a nice high altitude. Well, so be it. Let's build a little something. And for this little renovation, we're gonna use wooden pillars. And we'll just place one there.
Oh boy, that's
and
so.
there.
Oh,
and then we'll
why?
just do
But
some
why?
nice cross beams. That
Can
looks
we
about
please
right. And also
expand our floor space, please?
you can place stairs up here for some reason.
Ugh,
well, I'm not gonna
another
say no to
goon
that.
that just
Okay, yeah,
joined
this
the
seems pretty
garden.
good.
I'm
Added just
scared.
the right amount of height.
What
I mean,
the
probably.
f did he
Now that
just create? What abomination is that? JPEG 2400. Thank you for the follow.
looks like a screensaver from 20 years ago. It couldn't be more simple.
That was a pretty good one.
You just climb up this ladder, jump onto a random beam, climb up another stairway, and then you kind of just go where you
I
want.
do this at home too. Yeah, this is like every day. Yeah.
I guess. I don't know though. I feel like it's still missing something. Like it's almost there, but not.
Bro, it's gonna capsize with a gust of wind. It's art. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I doubted this masterpiece. It truly is a masterpiece. Belongs in a museum. Bro expanded everything but the floor. I fucking hate it. Please expand the floor. We're gonna sink, man.
Quite. But I think I know what's gonna fix that. String lights.
Perfect. I'm sorry if I said anything else about it. I think this is perfect. It fixed everything. Who needs fucking floor space? We just need more string lights.
Lots and lots
Yes!
and lots of string lights.
Yes!
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
love
the
it.
Good stuff.
Beautiful.
There we go. What
Now
a
you look
sight
like a
this
Christmas tree. It's beautiful. It looks like a fucking Christmas tree. Merry Christmas.
is, huh? Something tells me we're gonna be
It
able
actually looks like antlers. Like deer antlers. Right?
That's the good stuff. There we go. What a sight this is,
Beautiful.
huh? Something tells me we're gonna be able to see this from anywhere now.
I
don't even know
agree.
how we're powering this. All I can say is I'm glad we are. And now
That
let's-
is a very good point. How the fuck? What is powering it? The shark.
Get out our choosy finger and then figure out just where to place these antennas. So
boy.
we'll put one right here, and one right there, and a third one
Lovely.
right. Come on, let me place it. There we go. And we actually
Yay!
had to move our setup a little bit higher in the air. But hey, as long as it works, success. And we're
Now
trying-
he's pooping on a high altitude. Awesome. How does he clean out the toilet though? At least the stink is up in the air, not below.
trying to go to that location right there. If my calculations are correct, it should be right in that direction. And it's only 1,598 meters away. Well, time to get paddling. What do you mean I can't paddle from all...
I know. Oh no, he's paddling his own shit. No, just kidding. No, like, he can't. He needs a longer paddle. Bro, you just need a longer paddle.
the way up here? Fine. Okay, we're free.
No, you should have just made a longer bed. No, I'm kidding.
We should be there in no time. Oh boy, we're oh so close. Look, there it is now. It's a radio tower. Now here's the thing. Start at the bottom there and scale the whole platform to get all the way up there. You know, I've got a better idea. Let's sail the raft as close as we can and just jump off at the top. Wait, what's happening? Oh. Well, that works even better. Okay, change of plan. You know that
Okay, wow. Brilliant.
Kampfsimulation aktiv.
This raft is so advanced. You don't even need to get off your house at, like, just one step away. You're in another raft.
our chariot would just clip through everything. Well, looks like we're most of the way there anyway. And here we are at the top. I didn't realize there were
somebody
people.
here.
Well, hold still.
I also I thought the same thing. I was like surprised that there were other people.
Kampfsimulation wird gestartet.
Oh, fine.
Wakey, wakey,
Sicherer
eggs
Bereich
and
betreten.
bakey.
Hey, a friendly face.
Let's not go that far.
Kampfsimulation
Yeah, I almost tried to
aktiviert.
kill you. I don't know about friendly.
Wakey, eggs and bakey.
Hey, a friendly face.
Let's not go that far.
Awesome. Let's head out.
Yeah, you just hang out here, and I'll totally let you know when we're leaving. No, we're not. We're really just here for a couple of things. One, this blueprint of a recycler. Give me that. And two, we're here for a post-it note, which in theory is gonna take us to this, because we need to go to these coordinates.
He's like a low-key pirate.
So let's go. Hey, yeah, go ahead and stay right there. We're totally not leaving yet. Just stay put. Quick, run! Uh-oh, where's the raft? I think it was out this direction. And don't worry, we'll know if we reach it. See, there it is.
How? What? How? What? How? What? Why did his raft disappear?
So much easier to find it in the dark with all those lights.
It was strategic.
Okay, so the next place we need to go, per our booklet, is 7849. Okay, easy peasy.
No anchor. Oh, right. Oh, right. Lol. What the fuck?
But you know, since we're so close to this island right here, let's go take a gander. Okay, so we got this big island here, right? And if you stare through the haze up at the very top, there's a building up there. So let's go check it out.
Wait, I'm gonna go in a very short yap session.
Feinderstellung eingeleitet.
Anyway, sorry for the fucking huge ass
Feindlicher
segue.
Kombatant
I was
wird
just really
erstellt.
happy to share. Okay.
Through the haze up at the very top, there's a building up there. So
That's a
let's
tree.
go check it out. Ah, there it is. So this is the trading post. It's your
Oh my god, it's so cute.
you can buy all kinds of stuff you can't normally find.
Where's the person? Wait, is he buying stuff? Is there a person selling stuff? Where are you gonna give the money to?
Or over here in tier 3.
Okay, gotta go. Bye, Arthur. Take care. Bye-bye.
As well as different tiers of items to get other friends. Or over here in tier 3. The thing I'm looking for is the detail plank. But to get these things, we need to get trash cubes and trade coins. And we need to up our reputation to unlock these
How do
tiers.
you up
to
your
get
reputation?
we can sell these
Oh,
unique
I love how he answers all my questions. Thank you. I like this creator. I think I'm gonna watch more of his stuff. I hope people like seeing me react to his stuff. He's great. I love this guy.
coins. And we need to up our reputation to unlock these tiers. To get reputation, we can sell these unique fish, which will get us trade coins and reputation.
So he's gonna go
so
fishing.
That just leaves where do we get trash cubes? You remember that blueprint we got for the recycler? Well, we need
The blueprint we got definitely didn't steal.
to research and build that, and then we just need
What
to
is
feed
that?
Raum ausgewählt.
it
Schwierigkeitsgrad
a piece of
Mittel.
supplies and help
Nice.
us craft out those cubes. And then
Oh,
before you know it, you're
like
Feindlicher Kombatant
Wally.
wird erstellt.
It's like Wally. If you ever get a chance, this
Feinderstellung
Hydra Near
eingeleitet.
series is cool. He has a wanted sign in the game for what he has done to it. Wait, really? Oh my god! Like the developers actually said, like put a wanted sign. You know, the developers put a wanted sign. Oh, that is so cute though. I love that. Like guys, if I was him, I'd be like, oh my god, guys, I left my mark on this game. Even the developers know me. It's so awesome. Wally!
then before you know it, your cup runs over with trash cubes. So
Yay.
hold that up for now. We're almost to our destination. Behold, it's a giant
Console
ship. But here's the thing
online.
about the cruise
I love the juxtaposition.
Nachschubstation
Look at that
aktiviert.
$10 word. But anyways, it's just another kind of like comparison, but in a way that's like making a point. But if you compare like this boat to his raft, wow, it's like two complete different worlds.
ship. Normally we'd need to sneak in and then go down all these creepy hallways, select all
Why does that look like Resident Evil?
kinds of quest items we can't use anywhere else. And just like I showed in my previous video, we have to blow open a door to the bridge, and that's at the very
You can blow up stuff? Damn, that's fun.
top
What
of
if
the
you just blow up other people's raft?
Neuer Ort wird betreten.
ship. And while we can do some
Schwierigkeitsgrad
fancy
leicht.
parkour
Wait, I
to
need
open
to-
the quest
okay,
item,
okay.
we need to sneak
I need to
in.
lock
Feinde
it.
werden
It's a
erstellt.
giant ship. But here's the thing
Feinde
about the
erscheinen
cruise ship.
hervorgehobene
Normally we need
Türen.
to sneak in and
Okay.
then go down all these creepy
Feinderstellung
hallways,
eingeleitet.
select all kinds of quest items we can't use anywhere else. And just like I showed in my previous video, we have to blow open the top of the ship. And while we
Okay.
can go higher and higher, this isn't going to help us get into the bridge and get the points we need. And sure, there's an exit door right there, but we can't just use that because it's locked from the inside.
Is it only for what? Exit. Ah ha ha ha! I hate myself. If no one's gonna laugh at my joke, I'll laugh at my own joke. You!
Konsole
Oh, but
aktiv.
I have an idea. I'm sure you can see where this is gonna go,
another
right? First,
goon
let's
that
just
just
build
joined
some
the
nice
garbage.
beams all the way over to the ship, and then slowly climb our way up. Yeah, that seems beautifully stable. Then we gotta go around because the entrance is on the other side. Okay, almost there. Okay, that's getting a little closer. So we can't place the platform here because it's in the glass, but we can place it.
What? Yo! No, that's cheating. No, but if it's if it's not allowed, then he shouldn't be able to do it. But because it's possible, then it's not cheating, right?
Great. And then if we take a bed, just see if we can... Oh, look at that. Got a bed on the inside. So we can't use the bed through the glass. But seeing as how this whole setup shimmies around, all we need to do is wait for the bed to clip through the glass, and then we should be able to... Oh, I got it. I laid down.
Raum ausgewählt. Schwierigkeitsgrad Mittel.
Here we are.
Bro, that is insane. This man's
Feinde werden
brain
erstellt.
is working in a
Feinde erscheinen in hervorgehobenen Türen. Feinderstellung eingeleitet.
I love it. I love it. He's so creative, just like his craft. I mean, just like his craft. Oh my god, I can't talk. Just like his craft. He's so creative. He has found a peaceful way to approach the problem, and I respect that.
Konsole aktiv.
Quest we were supposed to do. Feels good to do that clearly as it was intended. Okay, we'll be seeing you, ship. Okay, next round of coordinates
That is
all for
hacked.
us. Here we come, Balboa, question mark, exclamation point. It's not too far away, we'll get there before you know it. But first we're gonna make another pit stop. One of these islands with the shop. Now that we have those million trash cubes, it's time to do some spending.
Neuer Ort wird betreten. Schwierigkeitsgrad hochrangiges Ziel.
Then catching and selling different fish.
Feinderstellung eingeleitet. Feinde werden erstellt. Feinde erscheinen in hervorgehobenen Türen.
Yay! That sounded like a
Mostly we're here for one thing. Adds details to your raft design. Okay, let's see how this thing works. So we attach one end. Always a strong start. Oh, I see. It's like a variable length thing. And then you can attach it somewhere else. And then we can just add more. Just anything, or can I just aim into the sky? You can aim it into the sky.
Love
oh my
that.
God, you can just keep going.
That looks terrible. 9
Schwere Verwundung entdeckt.
I like how it took me a while. Sir, it took you 9 hours.
There has been 4. I'm talking about the thing they're currently...
Oh my god. What am I looking at? He made a wood tornado? Wood typhoon cyclone looking thing?
That's right. He made a tornado raft. Look at its grand size compared to that island. And how beautiful it is to just watch it wandering.
Wow, that is actually really cool. It looks like a tornado. No, if it's in water, that's a typhoon or hurricane. It's a glittering hurricane.
Don't you worry, the shark is still with us. But at least for the moment, our raft is safe. I went ahead and installed foundation armor, which once added will keep the shark from biting it. Oh my god, look at us approaching this little tiny...
That protection looks so flimsy. If that was condom, it would break and you would become pregnant.
Raft. I don't feel like its odds of surviving Hurricane Us are very good. Oh no, there it goes. Anyway, now that our raft is nice and complete, time to head on over to whatever the next thing is. Why look, there it is now. Watch out, Island, we're coming in for a lane.
I feel like Martin is a guy who goes for a goal or a task. Like, he's like, okay, I'm gonna finish the game with these conditions, or I'm gonna like go through these conditions. And whatever happens in between, it's to reach that goal. Josh is like, I'm gonna play this game, but I'm gonna do it my way. Like, just chaos. No direction, just chaos. Like, I'm just gonna see if I can actually break this game or something. Like, there is no goal. He's just there to exist and have fun and break the game, probably.
landing. Now, one way we could tackle this island is go in the
Do crazy shit.
normal way, where we have to worry about stuff like bears and do
Ooh.
terrible things like use our legs to walk.
Wow.
Ugh. And then we have to use our brains to keep from getting lost. Over my dead pile of boards, we're gonna do it that way. All right, here we go. Just
Oh
building all
my
the way
God.
to the island. It couldn't be more simple.
He's there to get
See,
it
that
out.
was
Exactly.
Easy. Ta-da, no problem.
Oh my
Speaking
God.
of no problems, to get to this relay station, they want us
Playing the game in a way that's not meant to be played.
to figure out how to lower this bridge. Oh, whatever will we do? And really, we could just jump off here. Then
Okay,
we'd have
but
to do a-
honestly, is this not efficient? The amount of research it has to do to do that, it wouldn't be.
Neuer Ort wird betreten. Schwierigkeitsgrad Mittel.
Like, Josh creates
Feinderstellung eingeleitet.
in order to progress in the game and reach
Feinde
his goals,
werden
kinda
erstellt.
like that.
Feinde erscheinen in hervorgehobenen Türen.
And then climb up all those stairs just to get up
Mach
here.
die Tangos
I'll just
kalt!
take the Board Express, thank you very much. And here we
Cool, I love it, so how
right
it's
back.
bouncing. There's no wrong way of playing the game. You notice I didn't use that one. Wait, that? But anyways, the point look I would say is like how it's not effectively played. He plays it in a way that's like, but what if I don't? What if I do it like this?
We're heading over here so that we know the relay station is on. And then it's time to hop back aboard our noble steed. And I think the next place we're gonna want
Just
to
made
go
his own
is right
path.
over there. Here we are. Coming here.
Konsole verfügbar.
Oh, nice tan lines. Here, if you decide you want to try your hand at this, knock yourself out with a detail plank. Now me, I'm just gonna go do my thing. 2 relay stations active. Thanks for
doesn't
all your
give a
hard
shit.
work. Me, I'll just be leaving now. And just a quick romp to the last one. A quick romp indeed. See? There's the other place we just were. And
Oh
here's my
my
stable
God.
walkway. Adjust altitude. Okay, and
Can
let's
he die if he falls?
gas it up. Thanks for the code. Okay, time to jump off.
Raum ausgewählt. Schwierigkeitsgrad Mittel.
If he falls off, will he die? Oh my, there is fall damage. Okay.
Let's untether ourselves, shall we?
Feinde werden erstellt.
There. I'm sure.
Feinde erscheinen in hervorgehobenen Türen. Feinderstellung eingeleitet.
In the sky is following us. Well, that's good. At least we don't have to do anything about it. Oh boy, and we're oh so close now. What a lovely Yes, let's do it right inside. It was here to hang out for a bit.
The floating.
A whole lot of verticality we have to do. Board. At this point, I think literally.
Board
Instead, we can get everything done. And because it seems like the classiest way, we'll just hop in through the window. And specifically what we're looking for is what's in this chest, which unfortunately requires a key. But we're going to head back to the game a little bit. And
Konsole online.
to the infirmary. But in order to get the
Nachschubstation
key we're looking for,
verfügbar.
we have to get in here, which requires itself a key. Or wait, do I? Never mind, I just grabbed it.
What the f? That's not fair. You need a key? Nah, you could just reach through it, through the window. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Through the window. That works for me. I thought it would be
Neuer Ort wird betreten. Schwierigkeitsgrad Mittel.
have a key. Engine controls. Not sure what I need that for, but more importantly, a new note. And done and done. Okay, next place. Hey, did I mention that I installed this sweet wheel? And if I take this thing and just rotate it all the way to one side, oh boy, now we're a real tornado. Spinning in the wind.
Feinderstellung eingeleitet.
Oh my god,
Feinde
that's
werden
fun.
erstellt.
He's
Feinde erscheinen in
oh my god,
hervorgehobenen
the
Türen.
string coming out of it. No way. The boards. Oh my god. That is the house of Sandy.
Lebensfunktionen kritisch.
Is it just gonna go right through it? It sure is. Just force me onto the other side.
Konsole verfügbar.
Go straight up to the top to get to our objective without even going inside. Okay. Ooh, what if we just go straight straight for that ladder. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, can I get into this hatch, please? Okay, so it looks like the hatch is locked, and we need it open because the next set of coordinates are in there. I guess we have to do it the normal way. There's also a door up here that should
Why
lead
would
us
anyone want to do that?
right to a keypad that should get this whole thing in motion. And it looks like we can't go in through these doors
no.
either. So I guess that means we have to go in the old-fashioned way. So basically, to get inside, we need to follow
Neuer Ort wird betreten. Schwierigkeitsgrad Mittel.
This can go into the water. Oh my goodness, and so can we. Oh my god, this is so confusing. It doesn't open the water. I'm standing here.
Feinderstellung eingeleitet.
The game doesn't seem to think so. Here's
Feinde werden erstellt. Feinde erscheinen in hervorgehobenen Türen.
Oh, if I were underwater like this meter shows up and I start losing.
Ich setze ihn fest!
Scheiße, ja, legen wir los! Kanal links!
Mache Ziel!
Shark doesn't care at all.
Wir werden
This is our exit. Time to surface, I guess. I like how I
Du bist fertig.
Konsole aktiv.
Welcome to whatever the name of this place was. Now, something we want to stay
There's
away
nobody
from
here.
because if we get too close to them, they want to help us. I'm okay, thank you. I love the idea that there's this whole big expansive place to explore, and we're just like, nah, I'm just gonna ignore the laws of physics.
Okay, it's starting to get to a point where if I were playing the game, I would love to explore. So I don't like this method during that.
Neuer Ort wird betreten. Schwierigkeitsgrad hochrangiges Ziel.
Physics and just climb all the way to the top. And
This is
here
great
we
for
are.
speed
Hello,
running, I
elevator.
think.
Take me to the. Hey, wait a minute. I wonder if I can get the boards in here too. Only one way to find out.
Oh my
Okay, so
God.
these boards can go straight up. So if I attach one side right here,
Feinde werden erstellt.
And
Feinde erscheinen in hervorgehobenen Türen.
or are the boards gonna get chopped off and
Feinderstellung
Is he
eingeleitet.
gonna get off the board? Or is the elevator gonna leave without him? I wonder.
climb up on this, so that I'm basically going through the floor. Okay, here we go. Well, no need to take the elevator, I guess. I'm sure this is what they had in mind when they added this item to the game. Let's add a variable.
My God. I like how he's because all he uses is boards.
Mache den Gegner bewegungsunfähig.
Come on. Oh, hey, it worked. Okay, I guess we could have.
This man is crazy. Oh my God. I love it.
Just use the button, but that was so much more fun. Okay, now it's time for the emergency bridge.
Why be boring and do what everyone would? No. Why do that? Do it creatively.
Actually, wait. Before we push this button, I need to know something. Here we are back again and all this stuff. If I was able to click through all that, I'm gonna now, right? Okay, this setup should be a little more elaborate. Now, normally what happens is we put in the code and the thing gets launched. And then it lands in the ocean. We go inside and get our next code. So honestly, I don't even know if it loads anything into this before it gets launched, which is why we need to find out.
I can't fix the game after he did this. I'm pretty proud of it. If I was a developer, I would have been like, oh my God. We need to probably not let that happen.
We made it in. We can see this from the other side.
What the f is an abomination?
Let's take a look in. What? I'm sorry, there's a person in here that's just watching this happen. Yeah, that's not happening. I'm here for one thing and one thing only, and that's this posted. Give me that. Okay, it looks like we're heading to 946. Leave her in that chair, but we're gonna launch her
Yeah, she
anyway.
seemed very demanding. Really hope I get that, bro. I don't think I can develop a game. It's not my passion either, so I don't think I'd be good at it.
We already know
We're
the code.
leaving her and launching her anyways. What?
Doesn't seem like a bad person, so we're gonna leave her.
Mich zurückziehen!
In my last rap video, so here we go.
Lass zum Geier!
Wait, was she actually screaming?
I hope you have a nice time down there. Actually, who am I kidding? I don't know. Alien the further we play. Now it's on to Varuna Point.
It's basically a UFO at this point.
Also known as the new content in the final chapter. Thank goodness everything's kind of close together. Okay, bye golf ball thingy. Just look at all the memories we formed.
It's starting to look like it has like tentacles. Or like more like thin antenna thing.
That's when I went to the Bear Island and skipped everything. And this one right here, this is when I went to the island of Harvey and also skipped everything.
So much memory.
Learned how to breathe underwater forever. Boy, we can see whatever it is on the horizon. Can't wait to see what mysteries it holds. Okay, it looks like we got two
Can't wait to
buildings and
use
a
boards
giant
to get here.
Thank goodness.
Scheiße, bleib bloß weg, Alter!
Now, something I haven't talked about using very much is an anchor, which is a pile of rocks, and we're gonna attach it to this building to make sure we hold in place. Yep, there we go.
What the heck? Why are the rocks not falling out of the bucket? What is gravity? Gravity who?
This bucket and that piece of rope is gonna hold this whole thing in place. Makes sense to me.
That rope is the strongest rope.
Let's take a gander. We're gonna start by doing this on foot. I know, I'm scared too. All this verticality we can't control. Ooh, now I'm into this. What do you mean I can't use this? If I can't use it or knock it over, what's the point? Other sights to see include dumpster, scaffolding, and also whatever this is. Oh, it looks like this is for a zip line, but it is kind of going the wrong way, so we're not gonna get very far. Besides, why would we do that? Why would we?
Okay.
We want to use our hands, not when we can build a ramp straight to heaven. Okay, we can almost reach it. Having built yet another amazing tendril from the raft. And departure is now. Let's see what we got. Okay, standard places to sleep, bunch of places to climb. Not much going on here. And for some reason, the police scanner won't work. And here I was, ready to locate some crimes. Well, I guess we could go check this out. So let's go the old-fashioned way.
Oh.
Wonderful. But hey, at least my legs still work. Nothing.
Your legs don't work like they used to before.
Nothing but more stupid construction. The least they could have done is get this finished before we got here. Well, let's see what's up here at least. What do you mean I can't open the door? What do you not want me to find out that's in there? Okay, you've left me no choice. Time to go back to the raft. Oh, there's more stuff underwater. A lot more.
Elektrische Gefährdungssimulation
I
aktiviert.
love that. I love
Raum ausgewählt.
Okay, I
Schwierigkeitsgrad.
think we know what happens next. First, let's redirect our boards all the way back.
Feinderstellung eingeleitet.
Almost there. And coming in for a
Feindlicher
landing.
Kombatant wird erstellt.
Nothing in this building. Well, at least that mystery is solved. Why do this? Looks like we have a series of
Schwere Verwundung entdeckt. Agent getötet.
and then they separate again when it turns back on. Something tells me that's what we're supposed to do with this one, if it weren't broken, to separate these ones here. But I'm sure your mind is going where mine is, right? Which is, do we have to, or can I just kind of build into them? Okay, easy. Okay, no, I guess it won't work.
Okay,
that way.
I was like, Okay. Good. Because I want to see something else. You know, the board thing is fun, but it's getting a little old.
It knocks me off of my boards, which makes me a mere mortal, and we can't have that. So I set up a board over here that allows me to restore my lovely just wandering underwater status. So be it, we'll do it the old-fashioned way, which means exploring underwater
Gelände
apartments.
geortet.
Pardon me, doors
Kampfsimulation
coming through. There's what we
aktiv.
need. Can this thing see us? Apparently not. Excellent. Give me that spotlight part. Sure makes it easier that these things can't see us. It definitely makes it easier to sneak into people's bedrooms and steal their light bulb parts. And there you go. Ah, perfect. Then let us proceed. Well, this certainly looks promising. Oh, no,
I am starting to get stressed with the amount of boards that he's creating, traveling through every part. Like, that's too much. Too much, bro. Like, damn. I mean, it's not like we're gonna run out of boards or woods, but I don't know why it's stressing me out.
This certainly looks promising. Oh, and what might this be?
It's God.
Oh, I see. not perturbed. Just like with the other shark, I guess they can't see me as long as I'm on
This
the
is
board.
crazy.
Oh, this setup is the gift that just keeps on giving. Anyway, what the hell
This
are
board
these?
is
I can
so
just pick
fucking
these up.
unfair. Like, okay, at the start it was fun, but now it's getting unfair. Hello? It's not fair anymore.
Oh, okay. Can I just throw these at the shark?
No,
Prioritätsziel
it's just stressing me out
verfügbar.
because it looks bad. Like, it's just so, it's so messy. Can you make it look a little bit more aesthetic? It's just like thrown around, like, no, like jagged and it's like,
Okay, let's just hop off this and actually swim and see. Oh, now it sees me.
Oh.
Okay, I think I see how
What
this
was that sound, though? Sounded
Eintreffende
like
Verstärkungsanforderung.
ramming into him.
works. Basically, we need to take one of
Neat isn't in Josh's vocab. No! I like things neater.
these things and then carry it over to one of these columns and then just shove it in. And then we have to
Ooh.
convince Old Faithful here to crash into it. Nice work, dummy.
Oh
and then that gives us
my.